Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you also able to see me clearly? Hello? 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 Yeah, you able to hear and see me clearly?
Sir, can you?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Are you hearing us clearly, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Thank
There
you.
is
Sir. It
some
will.
echo on your side. I think that is because of not being mute, I guess.
Sure, sir. You are clear, loud and clear, sir. Sir, it will just start.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया पाले, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया पाले, रख मखलूक मेहमान इस्लामिया पाले। सुन कटिए इंसान कदरन वर्ष बरासरी,
वर्ष बरासरी,
घर से मोहब्बत घर से हुकूमत पतवत यजरी,
पतवत यजरी,
अश्रिय दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, अश्रिय दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख मखलूक मेहमान इस्लामिया कॉलेज। بشر أمينا ألف بسم التاء،
ليلة بسم التاء،
علمي فتوى شش كشيري إخلاقي وقوار،
إخلاقي وقوار،
سقفين الأدوار إسلامية كوليج، سقفين الأدوار إسلامية كوليج، رد نسلك بالدار إسلامية كوليج، رد نسلك بالدار إسلامية كوليج، رد مكتوب معمار إسلامية كوليج. يا رب يقين वायन रोज़न रोशन दिल ते दिमाग,
रोशन दिल ते दिमाग,
सजरच पजरच खुशबू छावा रोज़न सोनी बाग,
रोज़न सोनी बाग,
गगन फासले का इस्लामिया कॉलेज, गगन फासले का इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख मखलूक मेहमान इस्लामिया कॉलेज। अखाड़न वालन मरबूबा पर शुगड़ पालूं,
फर्श बड़ पालूं,
उनको छटिका शमहस बड़ चुस शोल शबस्तालूं,
शोल शबत सालूं,
गगन इसवेदा इस्लामिया कॉलेज, गगन इसवेदा इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख मखलूक मेहमान इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख मखलूक मेहमान इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख नस्लुक दिलदार इस्लामिया कॉलेज, रख मखलूक मेहमान इस्लामिया कॉलेज।
I, Vida Shah, Assistant Professor, Department of English, your host for the day, feel honored to welcome you all to one-day sensitization workshop on institutional innovation and incubation centers, I3Cs, in government degree colleges. Indeed, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce all our revered guests and esteemed participants who are present here and actually across nation in virtual mode. It's my pleasure to walk you through the workshop, introduce you to the speakers and dignitaries who are with us for the day to share their knowledge, enhance our horizon, and participate actively in this workshop. I welcome you all. As you are aware of the J&K startup policy launched in 2018, and as per the policy, all universities in J&K, national institutes, and some colleges have been encouraged to start and apply getting registered as incubators. In sync with J&K Startup Policy 2018, Department of Higher Education has launched the initiative of innovation and entrepreneurship through startups across all degree colleges of UT of J&K under hub and spoke model. In this connection, the Institutional Innovation and Incubation Centers, I3Cs, as hubs, with all other degree colleges as spokes, have been sanctioned, and we are privileged to be designated as one hub among them. In this backdrop, the Islamia College of Science and Commerce, as an I3Cs hub, is organizing an introductory sensitization program cum awareness workshop today on 22nd November 2020. We feel honored to have with us Mr. Tallat Parvez Rohilla, Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education Department, who has consented to preside over the program. I welcome you, sir. Amongst this august gathering of principals of various degree colleges who are here as participants of the workshop, we feel honored to have with us Professor Mirajuddin, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University, Kashmir, as our special guest, for whom ICSC is the alma mater. We also have Professor M.Y. Pirzada, District Director Colleges, Higher Education Department, J&K, as our guest of honor. We have with us Mr. Mahmood Ahmed Shah, Director Industries and Commerce, Government of J&K, as our chief guest. Professor Yasmin Ashai, Model Principal, Kashmir Division, as guest of honor. We feel honored to have with us experts and resource persons, both from the state and outside it, from various parts of the nation. Some live here, present here, and some live in the virtual mode. We have with us Mr. Ramanan Ramanathan, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Government of India, as the keynote speaker through our virtual mode. We have Professor Satyajit Majumdar, Government of India. Professor Satyajit Majumdar from Center for Social Entrepreneurship, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, as a resource person. I welcome you, sir. Mr. Sanjeev Rana, Additional Secretary to Government of Higher Education Department, Jammu and Kashmir, as a resource person. Welcome you, sir. We have with us Mr. Iftif Lone, in charge Center for Innovation, Incubation, and Business Modeling, J&K Entrepreneurship Development Institute, as an expert. I welcome you, sir. We have with us Mr. Parvez Kaisar, Director, Able Data Consultant, Srinagar, as an expert. I welcome you, sir. We also have Mr. Anish Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, I3Cs Impact Private Limited, as an expert, who will be joining us in the virtual mode. I welcome you, sir. Respected audience, before we proceed on, I would request all of you to please put your telephones, cell phones on silent mode or vibration mode. A respected audience, let me acquaint you with the fact that this workshop is going to be a hybrid mode workshop, partly live here and partly live in virtual mode through Zoom app, and it will be also streamed live through YouTube. Some resource persons and coordinators with associated faculty from different colleges have joined us through virtual platform. I welcome them all. We also have with us here the most important stakeholders, the steering committee of Islamia College of Science and Commerce, and all the HODs. Since this initiative has focused on creating complete ecosystem, which will foster the culture of innovation in all higher education institutions across the country. So we have our student community represented by their CRs here as the most important participants. I welcome you too. Before proceeding further, I would like to call upon our dynamic leader and torch bearer, the principal of this college, Dr. Sheikh Ijaz Bashir, to formally welcome all the guests by presenting his welcome address. May I please request you, sir?
Thank you, Vedesh. Esteemed Commissioner, Higher Education, Mr. Talat Parvez Rohila, Venerable Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Mr. Ramanan Ramanathan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University Kashmir, Professor Mehrajuddin, Professor S. Majumdar from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Director Industries, Mr. Mahmood Ahmed Shah, who is joining us shortly, Director College, Professor M.Y. Pirzada, Nodal Principal for Kashmir Division, Professor Yasmin Ashai, Additional Secretary, Higher Education, Mr. Sanjeev Rana, Mr. Parvez Kaisar, Mr. Artif Loon from EDI, Dr. Saad Parvez from NIT. We have been joined by Registrar, Central University, Professor Afzal Saab. We have been joined by Professor Farooq Nika Saab, Finance Officer, Central University. I extend my welcome to all of you. And it's my proud privilege and honor to welcome you all to this workshop on sensitization about the idea of institutional innovation and incubation in Degree College of J&K. We at Islamia College are honored with your presence and will try to make your stay comfortable. I am pleased to inform you that our college has highest NAAC score in UT among colleges of higher education department. And it is a college with potential for excellence. Since year 2014, UGC has granted autonomous status to our college, which has allowed our college to position itself among the best institutions of our state. Since then, we have introduced many new programs and have been able to conduct our examinations in a timely and foolproof manner. In the executive committee meeting held in February 2020, our worthy commissioner, reposing trust in us, granted approval for start of PG, IPG, and honors programs. Under Academic Leap 2020, we have introduced during current session 11 new programs, which include honors, integrated PG, and PG. Besides IPG and PG in zoology, botany, and chemistry. Welcome, sir. We welcome Mr. Mahmood Ahmed Shah, Director Industries. Under Academic Leap 2020, we have introduced during current session 11 new programs, which include honors, integrated PG, and PG. Besides IPG and PG in zoology, botany, and chemistry, we have introduced prestigious honors programs in nanosciences and economics. From current academic session, I am pleased to inform this House that we have migrated 90% of our UG programs to honors platform to add more value to them. We have replaced BCom with BCom honors from current year. Further, from 2020, admissions have been granted strictly on the basis of fixed intake after pre-admission counseling and subsequent counseling for subject selections. Sir, COVID pandemic has been a big enabler for us in terms of introducing an in-house learning management system through which, besides teaching, a complete student-teacher login is maintained and a content repository is created. Our success story has also been the introduction of Academic Excellence Guidelines 2020, through which we have introduced 25% continuous assessment, and student has to appear only for 75% of course content for term and examination. Sir, in our all new programs, every student has to appear in a fortnightly continuous assessment test, and test band of T1 to T6 evaluation is to be done by respective teacher strictly on the basis of periodical learning outcomes of a student. Further, we have rolled out syllabus quantification mechanism in every program to ensure academic monitoring and deliverance. Sir, we are at the cusp of moving on to a deemed university status, and day is not far off when Islamia College will stand tall among institutions of higher learning. All this has been possible by dint of hard work put in by highly decorated faculty of Islamia College and support of Higher Education Department. The Higher Education Department is undergoing a big transformation under the able and dynamic leadership of Commissioner Secretary, and he is keen to bring degree colleges at par with technical institutions and universities in grandeur and scope. Before him, colleges were mere as institutions of higher learning in terms of academic deliverance only. Now out-of-the-box thinking and rollouts have come to the fore. Blended learning, content creation, and capacity building of faculty are new areas of focus in higher education. The idea of skill development, research, and incubation at college level is becoming a reality with every passing day. Department of Higher Education is moving from routine to a continuous metamorphosis, to say the least. New initiatives are student-specific and are aimed at producing a manpower of high caliber and quality. A big intervention in the Higher Education Department is in terms of creation of a structured and embedded mechanism for psychological counseling, career counseling, and placement. This initiative is taking shape, and college-specific programs have started under a well-defined, pre-publicized calendar, sir. Your vision regarding this initiative through Islamia College for all degree colleges of Kashmir Division is a big statement in itself. Let me assure you that we will not fail the trust reposed in us. Today we have assembled to learn more about the idea of innovation and incubation in college, which earlier we might have visualized as part of our activity, which we might not have visualized as a part of our activity earlier. The idea of sensitization programs for new initiatives has germinated from you, sir, and we are taking it further. Today we have with us experts in the field who will guide us on road ahead for innovation and startup in different colleges. We have among us Director Industries and Commerce, Janab Mahmood Ahmed Shah Sahib, who was happy to learn about this initiative and wants that youth should be provided access to such centers to be established in Hub College. Presence of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University, Professor Mehrajuddin, who happens to be an alma mater of this college, is an honor to us. Sir, we look forward to your continuous support and encouragement. We are privileged to have with us Mr. Ramanathan, whose keynote address will shape our future course of action in terms of assessing our eligibility and applying for establishment of innovation and incubation centers under Atal Innovation Mission. Experts in the field with us today will educate us more on this initiative. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I am confident that at the end of this workshop, I and my worthy colleagues here will be better equipped to take this idea further in our respective colleges. With these words, I once again welcome you to our college and thank you for sparing your Sunday for this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that formal welcome address. Now, to carry on the session and the proceedings of the session, I seek the permission of the chairperson, Mr. Talat Parvez Rohilla. May I proceed further, sir? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I seek his permission also. Am I allowed to proceed, sir? Thank you. Let me tell the audience that the workshop will be divided into two sessions. Session 1 is the introductory session starting from 10 a.m. till 1 p.m. And we have another technical session starting from 2 p.m. till 4:20 p.m. May I now request Professor M.Y. Pirzada Director Colleges Higher Education Department, J&K, to give an introduction to I3Cs Initiative of Higher Education. Please, sir.
Respected Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education, Vice Chancellor, University of Central University of Kashmir, our chief guest for today, Director Industries, and Professor Ramanan, who is going to be our chief spokesperson for the day, principals of the colleges, other dignitaries. I would like to only have a brief idea as our hub is our Commissioner Secretary and we are his spokes. We revolve around his ideas and about his initiatives. To be honest, that Higher Education Department, as rightly said by our principal of the college, was only a department which would focus on teaching, learning, and evaluation and results. But from his taking over as the Commissioner Secretary Higher Education, we have changed the dynamics or the scope of higher education, and we have launched many initiatives. One among us is today's institutional incubation and innovation. We all know that Department of Higher Education is pursuing these initiatives of skill programming in the colleges, and then we have the research, and this third one, innovation, and fourth, as rightly said by my principal, that we are also focusing on the career planning and counseling. So the only reason is for not looking that these initiatives will take shape and they will be fruitful was the mechanism that was not in place. Again, with the vision of the Secretary, we have devised this in such a way that we see that this is going to take up and it will be fruitful to the society. In an hub and spoke model, we have identified hub colleges, main colleges, where the focus of the higher education department will be towards making them equipped with the necessary infrastructure facilities, and they will be mentored, they will be guided by those who have the expertise in the field, and the spoke college will be taking a lead from them. Perhaps the college is the best place where the incubation can take place, where we can provide the basic space for the incubators, the young entrepreneurs from our student community, and then link them with the with industries and those who can help them in making their plans and ultimately lead them to become best entrepreneurs in the, because one of the main issues with the current higher education system is that we do not have a mechanism by means of which students are employed, and looking towards that, perhaps the budget that we have prepared has been channeled so that all the students of all dimensions, that means those who are interested in research, they can be given a shape towards that, and those who want to become entrepreneurs, they have this platform, and those who want to be, for example, besides taking the research, those who want to be skillful and want to contribute in the industry, there is a scheme for them also. So with these initiatives, perhaps the main problem of the higher education that we are not in a position to give more than 15% employment to our pass outs from the colleges. We plan that in next 10 years, at least the higher education department will be able to give 50% skillful people to the community so that they can be employable. So in this direction, I would like to inform this August House that necessary steps have been taken so that the rationalization of the faculty can also take place, that we will be having these skill incubation innovation centers in the colleges, so that at least 40% of the students are driven towards these programs, so that when they leave the institution, they are either entrepreneurs, they are either skillful to go into the industry, or they are focused towards the research. So at least we are catering to different dimensions of the students by taking these initiatives. So I would like to again compliment my Commissioner Secretary for starting these initiatives, and our colleges who have taken a lead, particularly SP College, Amar Singh College and SP College, who are our leaders now in these initiatives. And I am sure, cocksure that those who are in the spoke model, they will take a lead from their progress and from their initiatives, and ultimately we will be successful in these endeavors. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for that introductory address. Before we proceed further, let me tell the audience who is present here, in case you have any questions or any queries, or you want any interaction with the resource persons that we have from outside, you can just note down your questions and we can just talk to them, or we can forward them the questions. And for those who are joining us on the Zoom platform, or who are watching us and are participating with us through virtual mode, please forward your questions on the WhatsApp groups already that have been shared with you. You can forward your questions through chat mode in Zoom, and they will be forwarded to us, and we can forward it to the concerned resource person. But please remember to mention your names, your college, and the question you want to ask to. I mean the resource person for whom the question is addressed to. Now it's time to put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ramanan Ramanathan, Mission Director in Government of India, our keynote speaker through virtual mode. Before you proceed, sir, I would take the privilege to introduce you to our audience. Can I proceed, sir?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. This would be a short and brief profile. Mr. Ramanan Ramanathan is the Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Government of India. AIM, a flagship program, a flagship national innovation initiative of the Prime Minister and the Government of India under the Niti Aayog, National Institution for Transforming India. As the Mission Director of AIM, Mr. Ramanan has been instrumental to date in the launch and execution of several nationwide innovation and entrepreneurship initiatives, resulting in 5,441 Atal Tinkering Labs being established in schools nationwide. Number two, 101 Atal Incubation Centers being established in universities and industry fostering startups. Number three, 24 Atal New India Challenges to stimulate product innovations along with ministries of India. One of the largest mentorship networks with over 10,000 plus registrations nationwide. So he is the great person behind all those things that I have mentioned. Mr. R. Ramanathan was previously Managing Director and CEO of CMC Limited, a subsidiary of the globally acclaimed Tata Consultancy Services. Mr. Ramanathan joined TCS in 1981 after graduating from IIT Mumbai in electrical engineering, and played an instrumental role in the growth of TCS with a variety of responsibilities ranging from the product development, technical marketing, global business development, and general management of large centers of TCS. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ramanathan. Sir, the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, for that generous introduction. Respected Commissioner Secretary to Department of Higher Education, Mr. Rohila ji, respected Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kashmir, Mr. Uddin ji, Miraj Uddin ji, respected Director, Industry of Commerce in J&K, Mahmood Ahmed Shah ji, respected Professor Majumdar from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Center of Social Entrepreneurship, all the other dignitaries who are present there today, gracing this particular occasion, respected principals of various colleges who are attending this, because it is very, very important initiative by the state, by the Jammu and Kashmir state for this particular initiative. And of course, all the young budding innovators who are present today. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure for me to be able to be part of this, I would say, momentous event of launching the I3Cs, the Institutions for Innovation and Incubation across the state of Jammu and Kashmir. We are living in very, very difficult times, the COVID-19 times, as all of you are aware. A simple virus has paralyzed countries across the world. It has disrupted supply chains. It has created grievous loss to lives and livelihoods. It has created a fear of uncertainty as to what the future holds for us in the years ahead, because this is just one of the potential problems that the world faces. There are other challenges like climate challenges and national patriotic fervors, which can grip various nations and which can disrupt supply chains even more. Therefore, in this particular situation, the need for innovation, the need for entrepreneurship, the need for creative thinking is at its peak. We are all obligated in one manner or the other to be able to create innovative solutions, not only to address the current crisis, but also to be able to address future problems in a post-COVID-19 world. And nothing better than the initiative that is being currently launched in J&K. After all, we are a country of 1.3 billion people, with 65% of our country under 35 years old. More importantly, in J&K, you have the youthful, energetic workforce, potential workforce of more than 70% of your population under 35 years old. Now, that is a tremendous force for any state to have or for any country to possess. We are, what they say, having the demographic dividend, the advantage of a demographic dividend, which is the envy of many a country. Many countries are envious of our country and our states that we possess this youthful energy that is going to last us not only now, but for the next couple of decades. But it is very important that we ensure that this demographic dividend does not become a demographic nightmare. And that is only possible if you are able to stimulate skill development, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We need a state and the nation to create a nation and a state of job creators, not just job seekers. Now, how do you make that happen? That happens only when we are able to empower our youth with the tools, technologies, processes, knowledge that is required in order for them to become problem solvers, to become innovators, to become creators of solutions that your community needs, the state needs, the country needs, the world needs. What we need is to develop world-class incubators with world-class startups so that they can create not only local impact, but they can create global impact. We need local ingenuity to create global impact. And that is why the Atal Innovation Mission has been formed to be able to create and promote an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship across the length and breadth of the country. And that includes the J&K. And if you want to create this ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship, you have to start at a school level. After all, many of our young students who are out there in schools are going to be the future architects of the state, of the nation, of the world. They are the young dreamers. They are the people who do not think anything is impossible. They are the people who can allow their imagination to run high and to create solutions that the state needs, the country needs, the world needs. Now, why is it possible in today's context to envisage this and enable this? It is because of changing technology. Technology has become affordable, accessible, available, advanced. We are living in a world where technology is changing the very way you are experiencing the world and the way the world is experiencing you. One of the manifestations is this particular program. This is a program which is now connecting all the people who are out there with people outside because of the digital medium. You are now able to communicate, collaborate, and be able to create solutions and services which can reach the farthest ends of the world. So the world is the stage in which young innovators like you who are logged on to this call or who are attending this program, you have the opportunity to create products, to create services which can reach across to every nook and corner of your state, to the nook and corner of our country, and to the nook and corner of the world. That is the tremendous opportunity that is available. But how do you make this happen? So we have to start at a school level where we create a problem-solving, innovative mindset to our young students, not just the rote learning that they are all used to. You know, gone are the days where if you are just a great, getting good marks, getting into a good university, get good marks again, get into a university abroad probably, and get good marks again, and go and join a job in IBM or Google or TCS or Wipro or any of the companies. That has brought us to this particular stage. But now if you want to go further, what we need are problem solvers. We need product creators. We need startup creators. We need innovators. And we need the ability to create new solutions that the world needs, that your community needs, that the state needs. And that is why the Atal Innovation Mission has launched over 5,000 tinkering labs across the country, with more than 2.5 million students having access to the latest of technologies, 3D printers, robotics, IoT devices, miniaturized electronics, augmented virtual reality through do-it-yourself kits. I'm very happy that 165 of these Atal Tinkering Labs are being established in Jammu and Kashmir. Now that is a fantastic boost for creating a problem-solving innovative mindset in young school students between grade 6 to grade 12. 49 of these Atal Tinkering Labs are already operational in various districts of the state. And you also have 82 of them which will be operationalized before the end of this month. We are also launching at the university level world-class incubators. Now, why do you need incubators? Incubators are needed. Any university worth its name should have a world-class incubator because incubators foster startups. The incubator provides that shelter and that protection that is needed for early stage startups to be able to express their idea into an innovation and to be able to take that innovation to the market. There are in a startup's life cycle various valleys of death, as they call. Valleys of death because you don't have access to the right technology lab, the right research labs. You don't have access to business planning and strategy support. You don't have access to venture capital support, or you don't have access to the right team and the HR that is required in order to make an incubator a success. And therefore, the incubators, the startup a success. And therefore, these incubators are necessary to be able to foster these startups and allow them to grow and become successful so that they can stand on their own legs. That's the word incubator means. It allows the birth of a beautiful startup that is going to go out and make an impact on the world. Just like when we are in our mother's womb, the mother protects the baby so that it can come and create and blossom into a beautiful human being who will make an impact to the world. So also an incubator creates that opportunity. And every student who is in a university has now the opportunity to dream and dream big. Dream big, said Abdul Kalam, and you'll achieve great things. Dream small, you will be limited by your own dreams. So it is very important that the incubator gives every student of Jammu and Kashmir the opportunity to dream big and create an impact. Now, why is it that we are talking about innovation which has to get integrated into incubation? Innovation is required in order to solve the problems that we see in and around our community. And there are a number of opportunities for the young students of J&K to be able to look at problems that they see in and around the communities and solve them. We are a country of 1 billion people with 1 million challenges, but 1 million challenges are 1 million opportunities for the young students to innovate, to create solutions, to become entrepreneurs. So the opportunity is big. You have to just look at a problem as an opportunity to create a solution for and create an impact. Steve Jobs said very famously, we should all leave a ding in the universe. Now, what is making a ding in the universe? A ding in the universe means you, through your presence, through your innovation, through your imagination, create an impact that resonates across the state for years to come, for centuries to come. Now, that is possible. Every one of us is a born innovator. Often we think innovation is in the realm of genius, but nothing is farther from the truth. Innovation is inherent in every one of us. When we were born, nobody taught us how to talk. Nobody taught us how to stand or walk. We saw the world around us. We stood up, fell down, stood up again, fell down again, but every time we innovated. And with every innovation, we were able to walk, we were able to run. Many of you started running and participating in national races. Some of us, like Usain Bolt, have won Olympics. Now that is the power of innovation. So we all have the ability, inherent ability to innovate. But somewhere down the line, we think and we limit ourselves. As Abdul Kalam said, we limit ourselves into thinking that the innovation is somebody else's responsibility. It is the responsibility of genius. Nothing is farther than the truth. Thomas Edison said, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So we should all be inspired to innovate. Now that is what the word incubator is all about. Let me expound on that word incubator, because everything is there in that particular word. What does I stands for? I stands for inspiring innovation. You as an incubator should be able to attract your students into the incubator so that their imagination gets converted into an idea, a prototype, an innovation that can make an impact. That is what the I stands for. The N stands for nurturing the innovation. You need to nurture it from early stage startup. You see, a startup which has an idea does not automatically result in a product. The nurturing has to happen through the right networking, through the right collaboration. And that is what the university enables. Access to the technology lab, access to the research labs, access to business planning and strategy support. By doing that, you nurture this startup from an early stage idea into a company, into a multinational, into an organization that makes impact. The C stands for community. Don't look for very exotic problems. Look for problems that are in and around your community. How do you, for example, improve agri-tech, use agri-technology for being able to boost productivity in agriculture? How do you access healthcare? How do you ensure distance education? All of these are problems that you see in and around the community. And when you solve the problems of the community, you generalize it to solve problems for larger communities, for the state, for the nation. That's how great innovations happen. So C stands for the collaboration that is required in order to enable your community problems to be solved. The A, the U stands for the university. Why are incubators set up in university? Because you have the infrastructure, you have the technology labs, you have the research capability, you have the professors, you have the domain knowledge. How do you bring all of that to bear to the startup and the innovator? The B stands for business planning and strategy. It is not enough for us to create innovations. The innovation has to reach the market. For that, you need business planning, you need strategy, you need access to domain knowledge, and the incubator should facilitate that through the network of incubators that it is connected to, and to the larger ecosystem of incubators that is available in the country. The Atal Innovation Mission has over 101 incubators being established, out of which 1,500 startups have already come out just in the last 3 years. So it is an amazing growth of startups in India. 55,000 startups are there in India today. And we have, in the Global Innovation Index, leapt from a position of 81 in 2015 to a position of 48, an advancement of over 33 places in just 5 years. Now that is an amazing growth, but that is possible because of the youth power, the youthful energy, their imagination and their ideas. The A stands for agility. How do you ensure not only you have the ability, but you also gain the agility? That agility is possible by tools, technologies, processes, and the ability to have an action plan. Unless you have an action plan to achieve your goals, you will not be successful. And in a startup world, speed is of essence. Competitive agility is very, very important. The T stands for technology. Today, as I said, technology is available, advanced, accessible, and affordable. So leverage technology, 3D printing. You don't need a large manufacturing setup to do your product creation. You can do it right in your house, or you could do it in a very small setup, in an MSME setup. The O stands for opportunity. How do you convert the problems that you see into opportunities? And the incubator should encourage that by launching open innovation challenges. That is the way you do it. So for example, if an incubator says, these are some of the problems that the community is facing in and around where it is located, and I'm throwing a challenge for startups to come up with solutions, you open up the opportunity. And believe me, you will have wonderful solutions and innovations coming out through such challenges. So open innovation, open challenges are very important in the life of an incubator. And finally, the R stands for a robust ecosystem that you are creating and enabling through the hub and spoke model that you talked about, so that you are not just an incubator operating in isolation. You are an incubator networked in a beehive of incubators. And that is the power of being able to create solutions that can spread rapidly, which can make an impact. Solutions that can be implemented, created in one incubator, but implemented in multiple incubators or multiple communities. In that way, we will be able to grow not only as a state, but as a nation. You know, as the Honorable Prime Minister has pointed out, we all want to become Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar is self-reliant, and self-reliance is the key for any individual, human being, state, country to be able to stand on their own legs. The incubator should enable young startups to be able to stand on their own legs and launch them into the world for success. That is the role of the incubator. And I'm very, very happy that today this particular event is being organized. And it is, I hope, the beginning of world-class incubators providing world-class startups, not only for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, but for the country as a whole and for the world at large. All the very best. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to participate in this particular event. And Atal Innovation Mission is always there to be able to support all the initiatives that you are undertaking. We are very proud that already we have our first Atal incubator in EDI under the leadership of Irtif Loan. And we hope that this will also become an important hub, and we will have more integration with the other incubators that are being set up in the state. All the very best. Thank you so much.
So should we forward the question because they're related to the topic? So there is a question, Ramanan sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So there is a question from Dr. Suhaib Band from GDC Pulwama, who is not with us here right now. He's on virtual mode. And the question is how I3Cs is different from TBIC, Technology Business Incubation Centers.
Well, actually, they are not very different. They are just different nomenclatures used. Technology business incubators are leveraging, the word came out because of the increasing importance of technology in being able to solve many problems that not only our country faces, but the world faces. And technology business incubators are promoting startups who leverage technology and being able to be successful in the world of business. The incubator, I3Cs, I think has a larger mandate. And the larger mandate is not just commercially driven innovation, but it should also have a mandate of socially driven innovation. Because there is a very big difference between social divide, digital divide, economic divide. And unless we also are able to leverage innovation for the purposes of social entrepreneurship and social innovation, we will not be able to succeed as a nation. And I think if you look at it from that perspective, it is not just the business perspective of an innovation that needs to be encouraged, but you need to encourage social innovation.
Thank you, sir. I hope, Dr. Soheban, that your question has been answered. Sir, there are two more questions from online mode. Meanwhile, if the audience present here has any questions, you can pose it later on. Sir, another question is from Dr. Altaf Hussain Yattu, GDC Kokarnag. And the question is an incubator same to startup, entrepreneur as the guide is to the researcher?
The incubator, can you repeat that? Incubator
Yes,
same
sir,
to the
sure.
startup as a guide?
Is an incubator same to the startup as an entrepreneur as the guide is to the researcher?
Yes, but there is a difference. In fact, incubators should have many guides associated with it, and we call them mentors. You know, mentorship is very important for every startup, and the incubator provides both the infrastructure, the facilities, as well as the mentors and the network for the startup to succeed. In the case of a researcher and a guide, generally it is restricted to a particular topic that the research is going on with that particular student or with a particular entrepreneur. So yes, in a larger context, an incubator provides to multiple startups which are coming out from there the support that is required in terms of research, in terms of technology, and all the other things that I talked about captured in the word incubator. That is what the incubator represents. So it is representing an ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation, whereas the relationship between a guide, and that includes mentors and the guides that you're talking about.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I hope that answers your question, Dr. Altaf. Is there any question from the floor, from the audience present here? Before I put another question that has been sent to me online. Anybody here wants to interact with sir? Because this is the best time to catch Professor Ramanathan, sir. So anybody?
I'll be happy to have any number of interactions with your esteemed organization. No problem.
So we need to seek your opinion because you are an expert.
Yeah.
So anybody from here? Okay, sir, till they decide, I'll put another question that has come to me.
Sure.
And the question is from Dr. Hilal Wani, GDC Sopor. The question goes like this: why India has not been able to compete with China in the field of skill development education?
Actually, I would not totally agree with that. If you look at now how Indians have made an impact across the rest of the world. You have a Satya Nadella heading Google. You have a Sundar Pichai heading, you have Satya Nadella heading Microsoft. You have a Sundar Pichai heading Google. You have an Arvind Ramakrishna heading IBM. You have Shantanu Narayan heading Adobe. You have so many Indian leaders in universities like Harvard and Carnegie Mellon and so on. So the question is not about the capability of Indians to be great innovators. It is the availability of an ecosystem that enables them to realize their full potential. And this is why when Indians find available that ecosystem, they blossom and they make an impact. In fact, Indians are very, very successful when they go abroad or when they go to a place where they get all of these opportunities. And therefore, I think this idea of incubators being set up in universities is so very central and so very important, because now you're giving that ecosystem to every young, imaginative, people from Jammu and Kashmir or from the rest of the country to be able to exercise their creative potential. In China, the systems are different. In all of this, creativity blossoms when there is freedom of expression. And I think India has a tremendous potential to be able to have that creativity blossom rather than other systems that are out there in the rest of the world. Why is it that so many Indians make an impact in the US or in similar countries, because of that ability to express their creativity through an ecosystem that enables that. So we should make that ecosystem enable that ecosystem, and you will see the results automatically.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I just take two words. Creativity blossoms when they are nurtured. That's the beauty of your speech that I could gather. So please, all of us should try to nurture the innovation. Thank you so much. Now I keep the floor open to our Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education Department, Mr. Talat Parvez Rohilla. Please, sir, proceed on.
Thank you, Professor Ramanan Saab, for the very educative session. We are enlightened to start our new endeavor. I would also like you to throw some knowledge on IPR addresses, IPR issues, what we will be facing in the incubators and startups. So what procedures and what methodology should be put in place before we venture into different startups and innovations?
Yeah, I think it's a very important point, Commissioner, that you have raised. Intellectual property and awareness of what constitutes intellectual property and how do you patent and what are the processes that you use is very, very important in the startups world. In fact, we have a very comprehensive program on intellectual property management, and I'll be more than happy to share this through webinar sessions with the community. But it is very important that every innovator knows what is patentable and what is not, what is copywriting and what is not, what is trademarkable and what is not. And so this education should become an integral part of the services that every incubator is doing. I hope that the Islamia College of Commerce and Science is able to, they probably already have a program on intellectual property management, but it should get spread to every university in the hub and spoke model that you talked about. And one of the important things in India has been that in all the Atal incubators, we don't try to retain that intellectual property with the government. The intellectual property is with the innovator. Only then they get incentivized and they feel good about having created an innovation. The moment you say, just because I'm an incubator and I'm supporting you, half of the intellectual property belongs to me, then you sort of inhibit the growth of creativity, and people will try to find other places where they can own the intellectual property. If, of course, you have sponsored a particular challenge in a product, one of the mechanisms that we have done is that we retain the first right for buying the intellectual property if the person decides to sell the intellectual property. It is because you have sponsored the challenge and you have sponsored the startup and so on in some manner. So you would have the right to buy it, but not you may not exercise that right. It's up to you. The government may exercise the right, and that is because they want to use that innovation for various purposes. But again, there what we have said is it should be at fair market price. So it is not that you try to subsidize the value of the intellectual property. So there are mechanisms to do it. I'll be happy to share the mechanism we have put in place to encourage this.
Yeah. So this brings to second of my clarifications about starting these new ventures. We also would be facing some issues with the Consumer Rights Act and consumer right rules. So how we protect and give support to the incubator, what support should be given in our incubation centers or in an innovation center to support this new startup. The consumer laws are facing a trial in the, because initial stages he might be having capital and he can engage the lawyers and other people to defend his product, getting the services to the standards and quality certifications. So
Correct.
what should be done?
Yeah. So one of the important things that the incubator should provide as a service is knowledge sharing sessions on all of these subjects with appropriate authorities. So, we organize a series of webinar sessions with intellectual property, like SIPAM, Center of Intellectual Property and Management, is part of the Government of India's establishment. So we conduct webinars to all the incubators and all the startups. Similarly, consumer rights, what is legally permissible, what is not, what are some of the GFR rules, related to operation of an incubator or a startup. So these, one is we publish or we provide links on our Atal Innovation Mission website. In fact, all of you, all the young budding innovators could log on to the Atal Innovation Mission website, and you will see there is a YouTube page which has links to various sessions that we have already conducted. And so you can leverage that for the benefit of the innovators.
Any other questions you can ask?
Also, one important thing is, I just want to suggest that as your startups come up, the voice of the startup should get reflected in the regulatory policies of the state or of the government. So, there should be a mechanism of capturing the voice of the startup in terms of what flexibility they need or what problems they are facing. So on a regular basis, on a periodic basis, you can capture that voice in the form of a document or suggestion, and then have the state or or if it is at a central level, to deliberate on that.
Thank you. One more question I would like to ask is about how far we can go for market support to the incubators, market research or market support or making the trademarks or whatever. What support can be thought of in the incubator center to be provided to the new incubators?
So typically, this is actually what the role of the incubator is, to be able to provide necessary support to the startups, because the startups, they don't have the wherewithal to reach across to different authorities, or have that knowledge with them. So the incubator, typically in our case, what we do in all the other incubators is you have a CEO, a dedicated CEO for that incubator, whose only job is, it should not be a professor who is doing part-time on incubation and part-time he's teaching. That sort of model does not yield the best results. We need a dedicated CEO or incubator in charge, and they will have a small team of 4 or 5 people that should compose of legal capability. It should compose of financial capability. It should compose of IT systems capability on an operational thing, and some marketing and commercialization capability. So now these 4 people, either you hire or you have advisors or consultants who are already out there. So they should form an advisory team to the incubator, and these people, and then you have a set of mentors. So these people regularly interact with the startups and provide all of that access to the information and advice to them.
Thank you.
I just want to add, sir. Can I? It's a suggestion that when we go for policy making, the national institution and startup policy has really come up in 2019. That was by the Ministry of Education. I think every institute should have that policy where all these matters are very clearly mentioned. The policy decisions regarding IPR, the equity and shareholding. So everything should be mentioned in that document. So that is the basic, the guiding framework for all the institutions, including what actually we are doing here, all the, hubs and the spokes. So that document will be the guiding. In fact, NIT has also come up and we developed the institutional innovation and startup policy in line with the GNK startup policy. I went to Mr. Irtif, and we have developed that policy. It's on our website. So similarly, every institute, all the education department should have that policy document.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I think the startup website, Startup India website, is a very, very useful website to know what are the existing startup policies and what are the latest updates to that. Because a lot of flexibility. Take, for example, if you have a startup who has created a product, if they register on GEM is the government e-marketplace, then they will get special preference in government buy-in to be able to use their product for servicing the government needs. So the government of India has encouraged startups, is encouraging startups by by removing many restrictions that you would otherwise have in government procurement. For example, government procurement may say this particular company needs experience of 5 years, but a startup is just new. They may not have 5 years of experience. So if you're registered in Startup India and you have a registration number there, then you automatically become eligible for some of the benefits in being able to market your product to government procurement and government needs.
Thank you.
Professor Ramanathan, thank you very much for enlightening us on the process of incubation and innovation. But I understand that, as you said, that, when we as Indians go out of the country and when we are provided with a very conducive environment, the right kind of ambience and the right kind of ecosystem, we excel. Now, as a university teacher in the system, I would like to know that when I initiate this kind of process in my own college or in my own university setup, I think partly you've already answered my question. In addition to having this incubation center in my college, in addition to having the right kind of infrastructure and the right kind of technological support to the students who want to start up their own ventures, what kind of other expertise would I need? Because see, as a professor, I think you already answered my question. As a professor in the college, my faculty would not be able to give the right kind of expertise to the students who want to be entrepreneurs or who want to have their own startups. So do I need all professionals? I think partly I understood you said we need to have professionals, we need to have a legal cell. When we talk about IPR, we also need to have some experts, we need to have a CEO. But can a college professor do this job on his or her own, or we need a technical support in this incubation center?
Yeah, so I think it's a very important point that you have raised. See, I'm not saying professors and academicians should not become part of the incubation support. They bring very valuable knowledge, and they are researchers and they have domain knowledge. So all of that should be accessible in the form of mentorship, in the form of guides to the startup. What I was referring to was that you should have a dedicated incubator in charge, because it is a full-time effort. You cannot be diluting your time and attention if you want your startups to succeed. Let's say you have 10 or 15 startups. Managing 10 to 15 startups in a dedicated mode is very different from doing in a part-time mode. So that's what I was referring. Now, the second important point that you raised is exactly what we also experienced. We saw that there is a lot of additional expertise required from the industry, domain knowledge, industry knowledge, some specialist knowledge in technology and so on. And that is not necessarily available in the university or in the school. So we launched a search for mentors from the industry, and we opened up a portal, and we asked them, please log on, whoever is interested in becoming a mentor, and what are the skills and what are the capabilities and what is the experience you have. And then we allocated these mentors to, and then we also said, where are you located, so that we select the incubator or we select the tinkering lab closest to them. And in this process, today for our incubators alone, we have close to 500, 600 mentors who are mentoring startups and incubators across the country. And for the tinkering labs, we have more than 5,000 mentors who have been allocated across the country. Now, I'll be very happy to share the process or even enable this for the incubation initiative there. But you need to draw in the industry and the private sector professionals, not only from the state, but from outside. There are many people from J&K who have gone outside, who have become extremely successful. They'd be very happy to become virtual mentors. And today with technology, that is possible. So you need to create that mentor pool for every incubator.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to have the one last, if allowed.
You can forward your questions, we will forward them to Mr. Ramanan. So we'll answer your questions back. We will connect to you, because there are many questions coming, sir. There are many questions pouring in, we may forward them to you. But one question we can take from the floor.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Professor Afzal. I'm the Registrar of Central University Kashmir.
Thank you.
It was a wonderful kind of learning for us coming from your side. Is that I just simply wanted to know that there are lots of things coming to the universities in the form of Atal Incubation Center, innovation centers. Now latest is National Innovation and Startup Policies. This is creating a little sort of confusions here and there. Why there is not a single kind of a platform? And now this is I3C also, Institutional Innovations and Incubation Centers. Are they moving in a different platform, or we need to converge on them? What's your suggestions on that?
I believe that innovation should get decentralized. It should not be driven by a central organization or a central authority, because you have, thousands of universities. We have 1.4 million schools. We have 10,500 engineering related institutions. So I think there should be convergence on policy making at a national level. But you should allow every incubator to be able to blossom on their own. The fundamental idea is how do you empower them with a common template to start off with, and that is where the incubator template that we have developed for Atal Innovation Mission can be leveraged by all the incubators in J&K, and we are creating models to begin the incubator activity and to make it successful. But I think every incubator then has to see how you can expand on that particular model and the template and customize it to the needs of the university and the local environment. Because everywhere, take for example, we are setting up incubators in tier 1 cities and then tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities. The challenges in a tier 3 city for the incubator is very different from the challenges in a tier 1 city. In tier 1 cities, you have access to universities, students, you have infrastructure, you don't have infrastructural problems and so on. If you go to a tier 3 city, they have probably only one university or a few universities. So how do you, there maybe digital technology and digital connectivity and the hub and spoke model that you're talking about may become more relevant. So I do believe there should be convergence in planning. So all the incubators which you are setting up, the hubs can converge on ideas and create standard templates and create procedures and policies that each one can follow. But then you'll have to give room for certain creativity that happens in each of these incubators so that you can learn from each other.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that illuminating interaction with the participants. I just want to tell you that we have many questions which will be forwarded to you because there are participants waiting for your reply and they have certain queries. So we don't want to bother you much here now. I'm sorry I can't take any more questions from the floor also due to paucity of time. I hope you all understand my constraints of time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for an address by our chief guest, Mr. Mahmood Ahmed Shah, Director Industries and Commerce, J&K. May I request you, sir, to please come over here and proceed with your address.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Mr. Talat Parvez, Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education. Professor Mehraj, Vice Chancellor, Central University. Mr. Ramanathan, Mission Director, Atal Incubation Center, and a distinguished academia. It's a matter of privilege for me to be here and be a part of this endeavor. Previously also I have interacted in a few programs wherein the incubation centers have previously been set up in NIT and also in Kashmir University, and this is a third such event which I am glad to be a part of. I'm here to give a perspective of the industries. Let me start with clarifying this misnomer that often we hear that there is no potential of industry, which I take this now. I'd like to clarify. Kashmir, as far as is concerned, we have two huge potential sectors. The key potential sector of Kashmir is horticulture, and the second potential area which generates a lot of revenue for us is the handicraft. Islamia College is located in the downtown, and this is the hub of handicraft sector. When we see the developments which have taken place in the horticulture sector, I would like you to point out a particular innovation which happened in horticulture sector, which was a game changer in the whole scenario. Many years back, 7-8 years back, there was a guy came and he started with high density, and then he started an ecosystem of controlled atmosphere stores. And that time around, our principal horticultural crop is the apple. It was in mess. We had senile orchards. and then the harvest when used to come, it used to hit the mandis at one point of time. The prices used to fall. So the whole sector was in a mess. And that innovator, what he did is that he introduced the high density and also dovetailed it with controlled atmosphere stores. Today, down the line, the production has gone up. We right now produce about 2 million metric tons of apple, and we have a storage capacity of 2 lakh metric tons. So our storage front has increased, and we in coming years, we hope and expect by conversion of all our senile orchards into high density orchards, the production will go up to 6 million metric tons, which is huge. And we have scored a huge march over our neighboring state, Himachal. Of course, Kashmir contributes about 80% of the country's apple production. And this potential sector has seen a turnaround by a single innovation, which was brought in the form of high density and the introduction of controlled atmosphere stores. Now, we have right now about 40 odd controlled atmosphere stores, and there is a huge dearth of technical manpower. We also import a lot of material from Europe for servicing of these these controlled atmosphere stores. Right now, what is the need is to introduce, the industries has to act as a bridge between the colleges, between the academic institutions and the students, so that the students take inspiration by visiting these estates and seeing what's right now happening in the industrial scenario. It's my earnest desire to see a same kind of innovator doing the same kind of bringing in the same kind of a change in handicraft sector. Right now, unfortunately, what's happening in the handicraft sector is that the handicrafts are disappearing by every passing day. The artisans are leaving their jobs, and they are no longer inclined or introducing their children to handicrafts. So what we need right now is to develop some kind of platform where we are able to connect the artisans with the end users, so that the maximum benefits percolate down to the artisans, and their livelihood gets enhanced. And that's how we are going to save this essence of Kashmir, because without handicrafts, thinking about Kashmir it's incomplete. Kashmir has a lot of potential. We were earlier on hearing about Atmanirbhar Bharat. In Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have identified many, one district, one product. Of course, in Srinagar, we have identified handicrafts. In Pulwama, we have identified pencil. Talking about pencil, you must be pleasantly surprised that Kashmir caters to the entire pencil requirement of the country. We have a number of units. In fact, it was in news also in Pulwama. We have units which provide pencil wood to the units which are located in Jammu. And all these leading brands, be it Apsara, Natraj, Doms, they procure their pencil wood from Kashmir. And it's a huge sector wherein a lot of innovations and a lot of employment opportunities are available. Likewise, in other districts, for example, we talk about Anantnag. Anantnag, where we maybe the flagship product which we have earmarked is the bat. Kashmir willow is, of course, known world over. It is there are only two willows, in the English willow and the Kashmir willow, and we produce about 32 lakh bats, and unfortunately we are not able to compete with the English willow because they lag behind. You must have seen while driving to Pahalgam, you must have seen these cliffs being seasoned in open air. That is the main handicap facing this industry. We do seasoning, which is called as natural seasoning, while as in Europe they do scientific seasoning and get down the moisture percentage of the bats to a requisite degree where it is light enough. Our bat usually is 200 to 400 grams heavier than the English willow. That's why it fetches more price. So again, a lot of employment opportunities are available in the manufacture of bat. Right now, we are working actively with PPDC Meerut, who is a premium institute in sports, to enhance the skills of the people associated with this particular sector. Likewise, in Kupwara, we are working to develop the marble, Kupwara marble. In fact, prior to the onset of the militancy, we had many marble units in Kupwara, and we used to extract a quality marble and granite from Kupwara. And again, our emphasis is to ensure that the potential of that district is realized. Likewise, talking about other potential areas, power is very essential to the industry, and right now the Department of Industry is incentivizing the power sector, and we are incentivizing the smaller these power plants up to 25 megawatts, and a lot of power plants have come up, especially in the Sindh Valley and in South Kashmir as well. When I used to interact with these unit holders, all the manpower comes from outside. You have these engineers or people who are associated with making penstocks, making tunnels. The manpower is readily not available. So it becomes incumbent upon us to make aware the students of these potential sectors where employment opportunities are available, plus the innovation opportunities can be harnessed. Before we talk about other potential sector, let me point out to one important sector where we have seen again a lot of entrepreneurs coming in, which is this milk sector. Dairy farming has been going on in Kashmir for thousands of years, but now number of units have come up which are involved in the processing of milk. Milk has to be seen as a whole ecosystem. We have the dairy farmers, we have the milk processing plants, and there has to be a system of chilling plants. Plus, we need to work on the fodder as well. The important impediment confronting this sector is the lack of production of silage. Our production in summer is fine, but when during the winter there is there's a dearth of fresh foliage, and as a result of this, our production of milk shows a sharp decline. In this sector, in what they do in Punjab and other adjoining states is they feed silage to the cattle. Unfortunately, in Kashmir, we have not been able to make any headway in the in making of silage. The silage making does not require any tremendous scientific intervention. It requires something very basic, but the climatic condition of Kashmir pose a big challenge. So these things, these challenges need to be taken care of, and they can only be taken care of when the industry projects a demand projects a problem, and the academic institutions, by virtue of their students, which I am very sure are very capable enough to resolve these problems. I'm happy to note that a lot of these innovation and incubation centers have come up, but it becomes very important for us to ensure the conversion of an idea into a startup, and a startup to actually establish a unit. Unfortunately, our previous land allotment policy had no mention of a startup, a preferential treatment of allocation of land. Our land allotment policy is in its final stage, and I would urge Talat Saab to also put in a word so that we are able to earmark a particular percentage of land which is available with us, or which will become available with us in coming years, so that we are able to give a preferred treatment to these startups, because unless and until the right kind of a hand-holding is provided to a startup, it will not translate into a reality. So we have seen the conversion factor globally has been very low. It's if I'm not wrong, it's just 2%. But we need to ensure that these startups make it big. And of course, Kashmir provides an ideal circumstances where the problems are innumerable, and the solutions which flow are translated into reality. And we, as industries, do right kind of a hand-holding to the entrepreneur. We have seen many success stories, and perhaps this is not the right time to dwell upon all the success stories. I would conclude with remarks that I'm very happy to be here and to be a part of this noble beginning. And I assure you from the department, we will be more than happy to extend a helping hand to all your entrepreneurs who dream big. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time for a short break, a tea break for 10 minutes. But time is very precious. Most of us present here belong to a place where lotus is a delicacy. We eat the lotus stem, the flower is revered, and the fruit, pambach, all of us know. Lotus Nilambu nucifera Gaton is the national flower of India, a sacred flower that occupies a unique position. We are all aware of the famous Kashmiri silk. Have you ever heard of lotus silk? Lotus silk is one of the rarest fabrics in the world. Let us discover this innovation and watch this video while we relish a cup of tea. Can you please play the video?
Silk is one of the rarest fabrics in the world. Produced only in small scale across Cambodia, Myanmar, and more recently Vietnam, this natural fiber is only extracted by a few skilled craftspeople across the world. But making this silk isn't easy. Extracting enough lotus silk for one scarf can take 2 months, and the final product can cost 10 times as much as regular silk. So just how is it made? And what makes it so expensive? Phan Thi Thuan's family have been making silk for generations, growing and harvesting the threads from silkworms themselves to create luxury garments. But making lotus silk is different. Silk usually comes from silkworms. They're kept on wide trays and need to be fed almost 24 hours a day with mulberry leaves. The caterpillars delicately spin threads to create their cocoons, and it can take hundreds of silkworms to make a kilo of silk. But while the insects require careful looking after, they do most of the hard work themselves. The key difference between the bright yellow silk and the paler lotus version is that every single strand of lotus silk must be extracted by hand.
Tơ sen thì nó khác với cái nhựa tơ tằm. Là tơ sen thì mình phải rút sợi tơ nó là thân mộc. Mà sợi tơ tằm kia nó có cái phần cứng hơn cái sợi tơ sen là vì nó nhờ vào cái lực của con tằm, nó qua một cái tuyến keo của nó rút từ ruột nó ra, cái là nó có cái phần mềm mại mà có một chút co giãn. Còn tơ tằm thì nó bóng, sang trọng. Tơ sen là quý phái.
Each thread of lotus silk starts with the stem of the lotus flower. The lotus is Vietnam's national flower and a plant that's grown across the country. While this fabric has been made for years in Myanmar, Phan Thi Thuan only started experimenting with this fiber in 2017.
Với chúng tôi thì tất cả đất nước Việt Nam, nhân dân Việt Nam là ai cũng rất là quý cái bông hoa sen. Tất cả nước chúng tôi là rất nhiều người trồng sen. Nhưng mà bao giờ cũng chỉ có thu hoa sen, thu hạt sen thôi. Còn cuống sen là vứt ra nó rất là bẩn. Khi mà người ta gợi ý cho tôi làm tơ sen thì tôi thấy có lợi cho nhân dân, cho nông dân thì tôi nghĩ là tôi có khả năng làm được thì tôi sẽ quyết tâm tôi làm.
Once the stem is selected and picked by hand, the silk inside can be extracted. Each stem contains a minuscule amount of thin, sticky fibers, which must be rolled together and dried. The threads need to be processed within 24 hours while they're still wet, otherwise they'll break. And so harvesting has to be done each day. And the lotus plants are only available to harvest between April and October. Once you've gone through the hard work of extracting these fibers, they're incredibly delicate too.
Lúc đầu là tôi chưa nghĩ đến làm tơ sen thì tôi nghĩ là tơ sen thì nó mỏng manh mà làm thì nó rất nhiều công. Sợi tơ tằm thì nó dai hơn cho nên là có thể dệt được bằng máy, còn sợi tơ sen thì nó không có độ dai như sợi tơ tằm cho nên là phải dệt bằng tay. Cái thời gian của cái việc lấy sợi là lâu nhất. Còn khi mà đã lấy được sợi rồi, cho vào máy dệt rồi thì nó cũng nhanh hơn nhiều, bởi vì tất cả bao nhiêu công đoạn mới được lấy được sợi thì một người lao động làm một ngày được 200 đến 250 cuốn sen. Còn cái khăn rộng 36 cm dài 1m75 thì hết 9.200 cuốn sen. Thì một người phải làm một cái khăn đấy là phải mất 2 tháng mới được một cái khăn.
Once dried, these threads are carefully weighed down and delicately hand-spooled. Then they're put into the loom. These fibers are fragile, but once woven can be as durable as traditional silk. FAN has a team of 20 workers creating these fibers each day, allowing them to produce 10 to 20 scarves each month. But when a 25-centimeter scarf can sell for just over $200, the hard work is worth it. The final product is unlike any other fiber. It's soft like silk, breathable like linen, and slightly elastic. These luxurious traits have made it popular with tourists searching for rare souvenirs. It's also recently been picked up by international fashion brands searching for a new luxury fiber. But its scale has been limited, as there are still few trained in the making of these silk threads. But despite the work involved, Phan Thi Thuan is hoping that this skill could one day grow to become a larger industry.
Tôi dạy rất là nhiều, nhưng mà dạy những người lớn tuổi cũng nhiều. Nhưng người lớn tuổi họ sẽ không có cái sự sáng tạo, không có đam mê, mà không có cái làm thì nhanh bằng những thế hệ trẻ. Cho nên là 2 năm 19, 20 này là tôi đã dùng các em học sinh trong những dịp nghỉ hè là tôi dạy các em ấy. Mỗi năm là dạy 100 em. Thì là nhìn thấy cái thế hệ tương lai đấy nó mới phát triển được cơ sen của chúng tôi. Nhưng mà tôi chỉ mong là nhân dân Việt Nam và những thế hệ mai sau nó sẽ giỏi hơn chúng tôi, để nó sẽ có những cái cách làm khác đi, để nó sẽ làm được nhiều hơn, nhanh hơn.
नहीं करेगा, ये छुट्टी लेगा जी, छुट्टी लेगा करेगा। इसका ये सही कहता है, इसके जैसा लड़का नहीं मिलेगा हमें। इसे किया है ना टूरिज्म खुद। सच कहता है, I am a tourism planner, he is a tourism doer. I am very happy about it.
We have to include this kind of technology. This technology is available in Cambodia. And sir, it's not a... Yes, yes.
देखो चैलेंज क्या है, चैलेंज क्या है इसमें, चैलेंज इसमें इस टेक्नोलॉजी में क्या है। जब मैंने इसको वीडियो फॉरवर्ड करवाया था, तब हमने ये देखा था कि कंबोडिया में एनवायरनमेंट क्या है, ह्यूमिड एंड ट्रॉपिकल। हमारे पास है टेम्परेट एंड कोल्ड। यहाँ का फाइबर थिन है और ब्रिटल है, वहाँ का फाइबर जो है वो स्मूथ है, कंटिन्यूअस है, उसमें ज्यादा वो है
Hello. Hello, Ramnan here. Hello. Hello. Hello, Ramanan here. Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello.
Of tea, it is a tea break going on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have to leave for another meeting, another webinar where I have to speak. So you'll have to excuse me for now. But once again, I just wanted to convey my deep appreciation for inviting me for this. And I'll be in touch with the commissioner as well as the vice chancellor and others for further dialogue on the initiative.
Thank you very much, Ramanan sir. We'll be requiring your interactions. I may be intending to travel to Delhi to have one-to-one face-to-face interaction because
Sure.
we take initial good steps so that this initiative gets the real perspective of getting people incubating and striking ideas. We are happy to. You must be listening to Director Mahmood Saab. He has promised to throw the industrial problems to us so that we can find solutions for them as innovations. So we have, he has identified sectors. Big sectors are horticulture and handicraft, but besides that, we have marble in Kupwara, we have bat industry, we have other innovations going on. We'll be harnessing on some of the problem posed by industry department. There'll be a good connect between industry and the academia, and this is the main focus of our education policy now. We thank you very much for your guidance and presence in our today's inaugural session. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think it's a great idea because unless industry and academia get together, these initiatives can't be successful. And when they throw the challenges that are relevant to them, then automatically the startups have a life of their own. So thank you so much. And I also just wanted to add that this hub and spoke model is a very good model where you can have the hubs as the incubation centers and the spokes to start off as community innovation centers and then subsequently graduate to an incubation center when they acquire a certain maturity. So I'll be happy to share some more ideas on that.
That's the idea. That's the idea behind it. Yeah, VC sir wants to speak something about it.
Yeah.
It was very nice to listen to you, and most probably I am going to repeat what you have said in your discourse. But nevertheless, as you rightly said, we have also one design innovation center. What the difficulty with the universities is, as Professor Zargar rightly pointed out, many schemes pour in. Many schemes pour into the universities, and it becomes difficult for the universities to coordinate all the schemes regarding startups, regarding incubation centers and other things. But nevertheless, you'll be glad to know, as it has been highlighted over here, which is a matter of fact, our Commissioner Secretary is a very dynamic person. We have under DIC various hub centers as well as spokes, and he is going to canvas, he is going to get that very canvas extended to other colleges as well. Well, what we are doing under this very DIC, we are going to revive the age-old crafts. There are many, many in number, age-old crafts which were prevalent in the Jammu and Kashmir, perhaps at the time when here one great soul known as Shahi Hamdan, he came with a good chunk of the people, artisans from Iran and other countries, and they were spread over here. That was the main livelihood for our youngsters. That is dying very fast. That is why we, in collaboration with the Department of Higher Education, under the director, under the dynamic leadership of Talat Saab, as well as our young fellow who is going to do research in tourism, Shah Saab, Mahmood Shah Saab. Hopefully, we have a close linkage with the industry, as well as he has also succeeded to develop a linkage with colleges and the universities, which is a very, very good welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you all for having a cup of tea with us, cup of kahwa, that is Kashmiri tea. and being our guests, because these days we don't have many guests coming. May Allah save us all from this COVID-19 pandemic. Ameen. Welcome back after tea break with refreshed minds, ready to receive knowledge, a lot of knowledge indeed. Now I call upon Mr. Sanjeev Rana, Additional Secretary to Government, Higher Education Department, J&K, for a departmental perspective. We would like to hear from you, sir. May I request you to please come over here.
This Sanjeev Rana I'll be introducing. This whole idea of incubation innovation is his brainchild. I am only signing the documents.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging. And I want to say one thing. It's not me, but it's it's your ideas that translate that are translating at this occasion, sir. Anyway, respected Commissioner, Secretary Higher Education, Mr. Talat Parvez Rohila ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kashmir, other dignitaries and academia present here. It's still a good morning. Very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a very immense pleasure to address this august gathering on this auspicious occasion. I should call it auspicious occasion because we are all gathered here to deliberate on an issue that's very important point of the day. All of us are discussing innovation. Tomorrow we will discussing research. Innovation and research are the two important issues that we in the higher education department, under the leadership of our worthy Commissioner Secretary, have lodged. Sir, we have three important initiatives. One is research, and associated with the research is innovation, and third is the skill development. And with all these initiatives, these are the ambitious initiatives of our worthy Commissioner Secretary, and they are definitely going to have a great impact on the higher education system of the UT. Sir, this period of Commissioner Secretary is being viewed as a great leap forward in the quality of higher education system. Yesterday, we are talking about the use of Sixth Sense in SP College. The use of Sixth Sense, especially in the creative thinking and the quality output of the research, is only possible when we integrate it with the innovation and incubation, this scheme that we are discussing today. It's all can be possible. It can be possible if we are able to ignite the minds of our youth towards creative thinking and give them a platform where they can think independently and innovate new ideas and take them to greater heights towards the entrepreneurship, towards their prototype, and finally into entrepreneurship. The idea of innovation, in fact, is not a new. We all know it. Ever since the dawn of human civilization, human society has progressed through leaps and bounds through innovation. And we all know it has been the technological driven innovations that has progressed the humanity, and especially when we are entering, when we have entered into the 21st century, we are seeing a lot of changes in the technological developments. And if in the UT of J&K, if we give free hand and free mind to our youngsters, they will definitely do the things that the people in other parts of the world are doing. I think lot of a lot of has been discussed in the previous session, and there are many experts who are still have to speak on the topic. With these words, I hope this workshop is going to definitely have an impact on the youth of our colleges, and this initiative will definitely take a great leap forward in the new in the paradigm shift in the thinking and policies of the higher education in the days to come. With these words, I give rest to my voice. Thank you for so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that enlightening speech. Here, we have reached the journey for a vision statement to be presented by a revered academician and able administrator, and also our very dear and revered alumni. He is an alumni of Islamia College of Science and Commerce. I hope you have understood. None other than Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University, Kashmir, Professor Mehrajuddin. Please put your hands together to welcome him. And may I request you, sir, to please present your perspective through your vision statement. Please, sir.
My dear colleagues, principals of various degree colleges, the experts from various fields, the Honorable Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education, Mr. Talat Parvez Saab, Junaid Mohtaram, Director Industries, Mahmood Shah Saab, the Director Colleges, Professor Pirzada Saab, and of course the principal of this great college, Professor Sheikh Ejaz Saab. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and good afternoon to all of you. And of course the Sanjay Gupta Saab, Rana Saab, who also spoke on this occasion, and my colleagues from the Central University of Kashmir. At the very outset, I must say I am an uninvited guest, but at the same time, it is an honor and privilege for me to be in this very great institution of which I have been a student, I believe,
5 decades back. Way back, I think 1970, 72, 73, something like that. And if you enter into my shoes, you will find that whenever you go to your school or college where you have got the education, I think these are the very, very important moments for you. You rub your shoulders with the dignitaries like Talat Sahab and other professors of the college where you have been a student, and that too a naughty student. You really enjoy it. You will really enjoy it. Well, coming to the topic, a very important topic, I must extend congrats to the Islamia College of Science and Commerce, the entire faculty, the principal of the college, who has organized it under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education. Now it has become a buzzword in the entire UT of Jammu and Kashmir, so far as innovations, skill development, and other allied issues are concerned. Well, at the very outset, I must submit that we at the Central University of Kashmir, we are also conscious of the new developments, and we are also trying to contribute our share in this very important area. And Parvez Saab knows it. We are in touch with the Department of Higher Education of the UT as well as the central government, wherein under DIC, we have tried to create, rather revive, various schemes, various crafts which were almost dying in our valley. I don't want to spell out all those, but I'm happy to put it on record that Commissioner Secretary has come forward and has desired us that more colleges, which are our spokes, I think 20 spokes we have, or 12 spokes we have as on date, we are going to extend it, and we will try our best to contribute whatever little we can so far as this design innovation, which is basically based upon the revival of the crafts, is concerned. Well, my dear friends, there is no doubt about the fact that we are in the digital world, and we can't survive unless we keep a pace with what is going around us, not only in India, but in the entire world, because the entire world is now just in the form of a global village. What is done in one part of the world has a direct impact so far as we in Kashmir, in this remote part of the world, Kashmir, we are concerned. Well, every system, every service sector over the years has suffered a setback throughout the world because of this pandemic 19 virus. But at the same time, we in Kashmir, rather in the UT-J&K, we have faced many floods, many viruses, and many lockdowns over the years. And thereby, our education system has suffered the most, which has caused a lot of depression, which has caused a lot of anxiety so far as our student community is concerned. We must be thankful to Almighty Allah, unlike other universities, unlike other colleges, where the students, the youth had to take the extreme step, that is committing suicide. Many cases have been reported, but thank God, no such case has been reported so far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. I think the basic reason for this is that our teachers, our faculty are in touch with their students. They are trying their best to mentor them to the extent they can, and they are trying to reach to them despite many challenges, many difficulties. Well, as it has been rightly pointed out by the Professor Ramanathan, innovation and creativity, no doubt, is inbuilt in any creature, even in the animal kingdom, what to talk of human beings. It is inbuilt. He gave a very good example, that of a child. Child seeks, learns himself, herself, walking, talking, and whatnot. But I would like to add to that what he said. The child, no doubt, talks, walks, and whatnot, and tries to promote whatever innovation he or she has only when he has a mentoring. You can experience a child tries to experiment as soon as he starts walking or crawling, he starts with the experiments. He will go to your switchboard. He will go to near some hot spot. He will go somewhere and will try to touch it. He may drop his fingers into your hot cup of tea, or he may just your hot kettle, he may try to push it. And all this, what needs is to be monitored. What is inbuilt in a child, what is inbuilt in a youth. The Honorable Speaker also rightly said that we in India, we have a 75% of the youth population. No doubt about it. And that too in the Kashmir, a very relevant question posed by Professor Ashai is, what is the reason? What is the reason if our children go outside India or even outside the UT, they come with the laurels, they make their name there. Well, I too have the experience. I have seen many of our students who are studying in various universities outside the country or in various universities outside the UT. Well, they do make their name in those institutions, and they are the famous doctors, engineers, architects, even business entrepreneurs and whatnot. What is the reason? The question she asked, a very relevant question, but to me the reason is that we have not been in a position to create the best possible ecosystem for which Talat Saab is trying his hard. Hopefully we will succeed. We are not, till date, we have not been in a position to create the ecosystem which can expose enable a youth who is full of various potentialities. This is the reason why our students, when they go abroad, why our students, when they go outside the J&K, they are in a position to come with the laurels, not only for themselves, but for the entire institution where from they have done a graduation or where from they have done the PG, whatever. Well, the need is, it is a welcome step, close coordination between the higher education department, the colleges, which was unknown before this time, and the universities. You will find almost all colleges, universities in the UT, we have near about 11, they are working in tandem with the colleges, and we are trying to explore various possibilities, we are trying to exploit various opportunities which can make our students employable once they come out from the colleges or once they come out from the universities. And there is a need that we need to promote all this. And if you remember your own education, if you go back when you were in a school, you will find there used to be a crafts teacher who usually was not with any graduation or with any, he used to be an expert either in carpentry or in any other skill, who used to teach to us about various technical aspects of day-to-day life. If you have some problem in your house, you will have to call a carpenter, which otherwise you can do yourself. Well, those who are of my age and who have been taught in the schools, we are in a position to attend to those issues. I am sure those who belong to the modern age and who have got the education in the modern schools and modern colleges, they will not be in a position to attend these minor issues which a person with the elementary skill can attend to. And I think now we are going back to the same pattern, where in a very organized way, in a very formal way, we are going to develop, promote what we call various skills, various vocational aspects wherein one can be employable. I hope you agree with me that the universities and the colleges, they are being targeted at present. A finger is being raised against us. The finger is being raised because it is said we are creating an army of unemployable youth, which is a matter of fact, none of us can deny to this. I will not go to the quality research, that is a different issue, but the need is, and I must compliment the Directorate of Higher Education, and I must compliment all the degree colleges over here, the principals as well as Ijaz Saab, that we have taken an initiative and we are in close coordination with each other, wherein we want to create various incubation centers, wherein we want to promote various skills. Well, I would like to caution you, and I have cautioned myself as well, what is going on in other parts of India. You may follow it, but you have to make certain changes. You have to make certain changes. You have to see to what extent they are applicable, they are possible, and they are implementable so far as our ecosystem is concerned, so far as our environment is concerned. Mahmood Saab talked about the pencil industry. Even we had cricket bats industry over here somewhere on this Avantipora side. And recently I was very much thrilled when I found one of our students who has done BTech from somewhere, and she has started, she's a civil engineer. She has started somewhere in Chanpora poultry industry, and that has become a very famous throughout the valley. Similarly, a student of mine, she was pursuing law in the Central University of Kashmir, and I am glad to share with this house that she has started a very good chain of canteens in the valley, wherein her preparations are being acknowledged throughout at least Srinagar. She has some restaurant at many places, and she is looking for various restaurants around there. You see, this innovation, as it has been rightly said, which is inbuilt, needs to be promoted, needs to be encouraged, needs to be inspired, needs to be encashed. Your innovation, which finally will not come with any fruits, I think will not be accepted by your youth. Any innovation which shall not be acceptable to the society, perhaps our youth will not be in a position to take it. We have to create such avenues where they will be accepted in the society, where they shall be in a position to sustain themselves in the society. That is the need of the hour, and we need not to run away what is being done in the world or what is being done in other parts of the country. Well, another question, a very pertinent question, which was posed by one of the degree college principals online, who is attending online, that his very important question, and partly answered by the honorable key speaker, that why India is not in a position to beat China's market. What is the reason? Well, I must say, I would like to add to his question. I would put that question, why world is not in a position to beat the China so far as it is manufacturing potentiality is concerned? The answer is, if you study the educational system of China, you will find out that at school level, these vocational training, startups, and skill-based programs are being taught at the school level. And with the passage of the time, the children who get various degrees, they also are experts so far as various skills are concerned. And at the end of the day, what they do, they open a unit, and which unit is in the form of a firm, industry, corporation. It goes on, it progresses. That is why, despite the world call for boycott of the Chinese goods, despite the India's call for boycott of Chinese goods, we have not been in a position to implement it at the ground level, because even USA gave a call for a boycott of the Chinese. Nobody succeeded to implement that very call at the ground level. The only reason is that they provide this sort of training, these skills, as soon as the child is in its initial formative stage, not at the later stage. And with the passage of the time, as soon as he progresses to other classes, these skills are refined day by day. With this, I must assure the Honorable Commissioner Secretary Higher Education, the Central University is always at your beck and call whenever there is any issue pertaining to skill development, any innovation, because we have a combination of senior faculty as well as the young faculty from across the country. We shall always respond to your call. More or less, I would like to share with this audience, this innovation, creativity applies everywhere. We are going to come with a model known as UK model for teaching, learning, and evaluation. Hopefully, we will put it on test, we will put it on trial. If it succeeds, we are going to forward it to the Ministry of Education. That is, this our new first semester, we shall have evaluation inbuilt in teaching learning. That we have at present, we have a system of CIA 40%, end semester 60%, that very end semester 60%, which comprises usually on 4 or 5 units. After completing 2 units, just like schools, we are going to have T1, test 1, and then test 2. What shall be the mechanism that is being sorted out? That will save the time of the students. And for the information of the entire house over here, till date, we are hardly 12 years old. We are hardly 12 years old. Till date, we have declared our results in time, and we have handed over the degrees to our students well in time. Even because of this present pandemic, we have been delayed only by 90 days. The students whose friends who are studying elsewhere, they are yet in the 3rd semester or like that. With this, I wish you all the best and all the success to this very, very important webinar cum seminar. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that real perspective of the ground realities and a vision for future that is localization of innovations, that is the need of the hour. But sir, it makes me feel belittled when you say that you were an uninvited guest. You are our most revered and most welcome and most dear alumni in the first capacity. And in the second capacity, sir, you are the leader of a very prestigious institution, that is Central University of Kashmir, and you are thereby leading, and you are also a mentor to many hubs and thereby a mentor for many spokes. So how can you be uninvited? Please put our hands together to thank you, sir. Now I call upon our revered Commissioner Secretary to Government of Higher Education Department, J&K, who is always like a beacon light for all. All the new initiatives and innovations in higher education, higher thinking, and higher learning. Without wasting any time, we would just want to hear from you, sir. May I please request your good self to present your presidential address. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all the participants in today's workshop, orientation workshop, I call it. Assalamu alaikum to my colleagues in the Higher Education Department. Mahmood Shah Saab, today's chief guest, and my colleague in bureaucracy, who gave a good presentation on the industries front and promised us to pose different problems, areas where he is concerned to find solutions and innovations for. Our honored guest and my friend, Mr. Mehrajuddin Saab, I call him friend because he has been shoulder to shoulder with me for innovations and those intervention design and introducing and reviving the crafts of Kashmir and also finding opportunities for the sectors which are potential for growth of livelihood. So I compliment his efforts and his colleagues' efforts, of university's effort. MHRD has given various sectors of growth in education, and Central University Kashmir has got Design Innovation Center as an area of concern where they have to be progressing introducing, reviving the skills known as a traditional knowledge or local knowledge. So he has been very successful. I have seen his experiments and his endeavors in various colleges, and those were so successful and impressive that I invited him in today's convocation and conference that we would be extending that experiment to other colleges and try to find out areas where we have opportunities grow. I'm thankful to him and his presence in our today's orientation workshop. My colleague in higher education, Mr. Pirzada Saab, Director of Colleges, who has to coordinate all the initiatives taken by the higher education department and to lead and provide leadership to all the principals in the colleges where we intend to take up new initiatives. Our nodal principal in the Kashmir division, Professor Yasmin Ashai, who is very quick in picking the ideas and leading those ideas to practical shape. I'm very thankful to her proactive role, and every time we throw a challenge to her and she stands up to the expectations and is always along us to take the initiatives further. Our most dynamic principal, Mr. Sheikh Ejaz, who has come to be the principal of Islamia College. When I shifted him from Patan to this college, I was not knowing that he'll be so quick in picking up various initiatives and translating in the autonomous college of Islamia College. And he has, in his tenure, Islamia College has been graded one of the best colleges in the entire Kashmir Valley, and he has got the highest NAC score, more than 3. And I understand that in case we file a application to MHRD for autonomous and deemed university, this college may be having all parameters to be set up as a deemed university now. But those deemed university would require him to take all those initiatives of higher education to practical implementation before we file an application for such a autonomy. But still, whatever Islamia College was doing so far in the business curriculum transaction or in computer application, this is the first college where we have been able to launch learning management software, and that too with an in-house capacity. I compliment Mr. Sheikh Ejaz and his team in launching the LMS in Islamia College and building of the content management system to transact the curriculum and usher in a new era of teaching and learning process. Still, we have some PG program started by the Islamia College, again an initiative taken by the faculty and the principal of the college, and he has proven that this Islamia College is in the right direction of pursuing the higher learning and excellence in the education. I must compliment the faculty for introducing first time 6 new courses, and those 2 are very relevant to the advancement of higher learning. I see to this college as a hub of knowledge and also see this as a technology center. That's why all the initiatives taken by the higher education, Islamia College also finds a place to reckon with, because the functioning of the Islamia College happens to take admission policy, happens to intervene on the examination front, happens to intervene on the curriculum front in the bodies they have constituted for growth of the sector and taking the quality education initiatives. So this, they have been very proactive, and we have been commonly interacting, and almost there is no day when I don't receive a WhatsApp or a phone call from Mr. Ejaz to learn about the new things happening in the college and how the college is growing in the sports sector, education sector, entrepreneurship sector, business relations sector. Yesterday we had a presentation with Ms. Seema Bashir. She was having clarity on how we do the research, and she had a great idea how to take this initiative further. I'm fully convinced that that initiative of knowledge creation and research, what we discussed yesterday, will find an opening in the today's orientation program when we are thinking and discussing how the knowledge created or the knowledge discovered will be having application for generating livelihood. Today's aspect of discussion is different from yesterday's aspect. Yesterday, we discussed how the knowledge could be created, how we can innovate on the knowledge creation, how we extend the knowledge already known or discovered. But today, the discovered knowledge, the created knowledge, which has been patented or needs to be patented, how this knowledge will be useful for generating a livelihood or for social engineering, social entrepreneurship. I believe in the afternoon session, we'll be joining by Mr. Professor Majumdar from TIS, who will be discussing on social enterprise as well. We are thankful to our Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Mr. Ramanathan, who was very elaborative in describing how the incubator has to function. What are the expectations of incubator? He narrated and corroborated it with the mother's womb. That's a rightful thing, and how to understand the incubator in a rightful perspective. That's why I asked him to elaborate further what to do about the intellectual property rights, how to help market research. The incubator, I understand, has to have all the parameters. The first parameter will start from the students. Ideation. Ideation is the first step in the innovation center. If in case we don't have idea, or we don't critically think, and we don't think out of box, the incubation center will not have an input, the essential input, the most critical input. Idea can be the workable idea, or it can be idea of utopian thought. But idea has to be respected. Any student, all the students, all the faculty members should be encouraged to put forth ideas. There has to be hackathons. There has to be challenges, as we were discussing. Hackathons and challenges will nurture, will bring forth the ideas. And like Mr. Mahmood was saying, in industry we have opportunities. We're importing the human resource. We're importing the machinery. So those challenging of the industry, those challenges faced by the process of growth or economy, we need to know from industry as well. We also need to know the problem areas from society. We also need to know the problem areas around us. In case we are aware, or we are alive to those problem situations or those opportunities, then only the idea will strike our mind. And those problem situations, those hackathons will bring forth such an ecosystem where students, faculty, or any person, freelancer, can participate and throw an idea that I have an idea to set up this solution for this problem, or I want to do this advancement on the technology, or I want to do the value addition of the processes, I want to do the value addition on the products. So this validation, this problem solving solutions, or this challenges posed by the industry or the livelihood or economic opportunities, all this will lead to the basic input of the incubation center, there's ideation. So there has to be great debates, discussions, group mates, group discussions about what is different things going on the mind of youngsters, and what are the areas which are concerning the human society, be it the pollution, be it the improvement on the handicraft, be it on the post-harvest and pre-harvest technology of horticulture, be it on the value addition of the walnut, be it on the industry of wellness and naturopathy, be it the interest on the tissue culture promotion. This can be many ideas in many areas where people have to come forward and discuss their ideas, and all those ideas have to be put on the thinking tank of the incubation center. As rightly said, there has to be a dedicated human resource managing the incubation center, because those all ideas need to be documented in a proper way. It's not that every time idea will find a solution, but idea has to be there. It can be discussed time and again. And the professors, what the role could be played by the professors, who are the domain experts, they can see workability of that idea, whether we can have working solutions for such an idea to take root as a business venture, or to add on the value of a social engineering aspect. So that role comes from the professor, as Professor Yasmin was inquiring. I expect the first idea and interaction with the faculty, and not only from the college, but from across the mentors as well. So that ideation discussion will lead to us to shortlist which idea may take root first. So let us nurture that. Let's nurture the idea. That comes the stage second. We want to nurture the idea which we have shortlisted to have the practical solution. It's not that all the ideas do not have solution. Some people would be desirous of traveling to moon. So there's a possibility now. Some idea will be to explore water on some Mars. There is a utopian thought idea, but we are not fit. This institution may not be fit to root that idea. Maybe that idea has to be nurturing in the NASA. But don't stop the idea. Respect the idea, so that the thinker, the student, is encouraged to think more and more. We can say we have kept in the shelf, we'll find a solution and find the technology, find the rightful mentors to take this idea to the ground and rooting. Let us work our idea which will be more practical, and will be able to having resource to root that idea. That's the orientation we want it today happening. I want to make our principals understand that how to first start. It is not the incubation will start as a space. It will start as a center where one can come and throw an idea to the CEO of that incubation center, and CEO will be recording that idea and will pose it to further discussions in future interactions to come. But out of those 100 ideas, we can pick up 10. Those 10 ideas will be practical. We can happen it, and we can another way of tackling the new ideas would be to, like we were saying, throwing challenges. Then the incubation center CEO has to find out the areas of interest. As Mahmood was rightful saying that we have opportunities in horticulture sector. We may have opportunity in medicinal plant sector as well. We may have opportunities in handicraft sector as well. So those are the sectors we are driving the economy. So what should be done to innovate on the platforms which provides a single window for artisans to pitch in their products directly to the user, as he was propounding. He was propounding to innovate on a platform through IoT, through the internet medium or through the websites. Somebody should make this platform available to the artisan directly, and he should be able to, every artisan should be uploading the product code, and that code can be available to the end user. And in case there is an innovation idea, this idea can bring many artisans back to the earning levels. But that artisan is also caught in a web of obtaining loans from the middlemen. So what idea should be striking? Some financial idea should be there. Some financial capital, venture capital should be there, where from the artisan can be driving the venture capital to make the products, and then verify it, quality certify it, and then pitch it on the website. So this can be one of the challenges posed to the students or faculty to come with a solution for a particular problem faced by the enterprises. So those enterprise challenges can come from industries, come from social engineering departments, come from the college faculty as well. Any person can identify a problem area, and we can throw a challenge, we can have a group discussion, and that ideation can be shortlisted. The second would be the nurturing. As I said, nurturing would require a particular human resource. We would require people who will connect them to the rightful technology partners. We'll require people who will connect them to financial resources. We'll require people to make their intellectual property rights listed out. So we require people to support them on legal services. We require also support from the people or experts who will help them in market research and market development. So all these 4 experts would be required to be associated with the incubation center to able in order to nurture the idea what has been shortlisted for business model. So we need to, as we are orienting this Islamia College Incubation Center to be taking a shape, today with this aspect also need to be stressed upon. So principal of the college, along with the team who have been shortlisted to make it happen in the college, should come forward again to find out how we can find out the mentors who will be requiring in these 4 sectors. Maybe Mr. Irtif can help us in getting shortlisting. As our Ramananthan was saying, we had an open EOI, and we invited application from mentors to help us in mentoring those aspects, be it the technology partnership, be it the legal partnership, be it the intellectual property right partnership. So those mentoring has to happen. Maybe we do it on directorate level. Maybe director colleges have to invite EOI to rope in such mentors, and those will be available to all those incubation centers of 7 in the first go what we identified. I must tell you, besides Islamia College, we have 6 incubation centers in planning. 4 will be in the cluster colleges, and 1 in the Baramulla College, and 1 in the Anantnag College. So these 7 centers are be taking the pilot one. So we will see what the limitation will come across, and we would require mentors and people who have already experimented, like EDI, like IIM, like our Triple IM Jammu has incubation center. We have Mata Vaishno Devi technological business incubation. Now I have learned that Saad also has one of the incubation centers in NIT. We require help from those who have taken the lead, so that we also learn from their knowledge and rolling it out. So that's the orientation workshop. We have invited people. We have invited Parvez Saab, able consultants, to help students formulate the estimates, how to do the DPR. So that also, Parvez Saab happens to be mentor on the incubation center. So he will be helping students in formatting the DPR. What type of DPR would be required by Mahmood Saab to sanction the MSME loan? Students don't have. So this Parvez will be a mentor on the incubation center to tell us how the DPR has to take shape, how the break even has to be worked out, how the inputs and investments and profit has to be documented. So these all inputs will come from Mr. Parvez, who will be giving his talk on the later session. So these all things have to be oriented in the incubation centers, then only we can progress. Then comes the infrastructure development. College has to have a space, which covers incubation space. It can be existing room or we can have a different building. I wish Bashir Saab devises a DPR of infrastructure development. And also, Sheikh Hijaz also does the same. And so does the Yasmin Shai. So does the Mr. Khan. And other college principals whom we have given mandate to set up the incubation centers. So they will be coming up with DPRs, will be providing funds for their infrastructure development. Not an infrastructure development, but also some equipments required, like ICT equipments required for ideation. Some equipments which will be required for them to discussion forum, or some of the documentary library, research facilities, whatever they would prefer to be part of the incubation center. That DPR has to be formulated by the respective principals and submit to us for sanction of funds in the next year. This year is only beginning, orientation. They must understand the concept. But next year, we won't wait. And this should be followed by the spoke colleges. Spoke college also formulate the estimates, will provide the seed money this year or next year. Then, and the second year, we would like spoke colleges to build up centers where the people can be having facility to come up and express their ideas and solutions for the problem they face and they see around. So this is how I plan infrastructure development of the incubation center. Then in the human resources, I talked that director college will be floating some EOI, recruiting people having the background of industry or entrepreneurship. They will not be only the professor. Maybe a professor also has a skill to mentor on the entrepreneurship. So that's a welcome step. Having both the domain knowledge as well as the entrepreneurship knowledge. Such a faculty will be a welcome step. We would require director's office to coordinate on this human resource association with the incubation centers. Then comes the working capital, the ideation. Each student will be given some money, maybe 1,000 rupees, maybe some transportation charges, maybe some documentation charges. Every year, every month, there will be recurring expenditures. So recognition will be also factored in the scheme of things. It's an infrastructure requirement, also a recurring requirement for the professor, visiting professor, mentors coming in, mentors fees, DPR preparation, IPR fees, whatever the fees will be required in market research, market development, all those money has to be pitched in with the incubation center. Then only incubation will be routing on the ideation. It's not only infrastructure support or human support, other recurring expenditure would be required for students to take on, because this is a business being established. In order to establish the business, we need to put in all the support of financial, intellectual, and infrastructure. Then only the students will be able to run the business. In case we have to register that incubation center as a space of office space for the incubation for 6 months, we have to allow it. We have to allow that incubation center to be used as office space for the incubation, or the office address or a consignment address for things to be received in the incubation center, and that consignment belongs to the incubator. And we will support this incubator as an office space for those people who want to put their ideas into livelihood. That's the idea behind our setting the institutional innovation centers. I wish that everybody gets oriented and ask questions, because every knowledge doesn't remain in our head. Everything is not known to Mr. Ranjeev Rana or even to me. But we in the group can learn together. We cannot be having all the knowledge and all modalities, all solutions for all the difficulties. But together, if we sit in the orientation workshop, pose questions, ask questions, we get clarity. And also we get the way forward. We can learn from each other's experiences. We can learn to solve the issues which have not solved so far. We can provide an extra mile. We'll devise our guidelines to provide an extra mile effort for our sectors to grow. I wish hackathons happening soon on the handicraft sector in Islamia College, because I have given this Islamia College Incubation Center to promote handicraft in particular. I am not asking him to indulge on horticulture. I would like Baramulla and Anantnag College to indulge on horticulture activities. But I would like Islamia College to mostly dwell on the handicraft sector. Then second, my cluster college should dwell on the ICT innovations, internet innovations. food technology, fashion technology, innovation on such ventures which are connected to consumer goods as well. So this is where I have specific themes for each incubation center. But I would not force those themes on any other principal. Let principals adopt the themes. But for the two colleges of Baramulla and Anantnag, I'll be forcing the theme on horticulture, agriculture technologies. They should pick up innovation and incubations on these sectors primarily. But they should also focus on the bat industry. They should also focus on the pencil making industry, whatever we have opportunities for. They should also focus on the high voltage AC refrigeration, which we require in the dairy industry. As Mahmood was posing a problem that we don't have forage. We have to find solution for feeding the animals in the winter times. So we should innovate on this. In case we innovate, our dairy industry will get a flip, and that idea will sustain as a business model. So he will tell us what things need to be done on the veterinary side, what areas are lacking support. So that support should come from the academicians or this incubation center or this business ideas. So we should find the divide. So those focus area need to be defined for an incubation center. We cannot ask incubation center to do anything, but the focus area should be there so that every idea of related to primary sector, agriculture primary sector, would be rooting morely in the College of Baramulla and Anantnag. But any idea regarding handicraft should be taking rooting in Islamia College. But any idea regarding technologies should take root in the cluster colleges. So this is how I have positioned in the first go. In this process, we may have to take help from Central University. We have to take help from the Fashion Technology Institute. We have to take help from the Food Technology IOC University. So all the universities have to be taken on mentoring platform. And this is not the only exhaustive list. It can only indicative list. Exhaustive list have to be found the individual principals. They have to be walking extra mile. We can seek guidance from EDI. We can seek guidance from Directorate of Industries. So they all are together. That's why we have invited everybody to orient that we have a vision, we have a mission to achieve. Let us partner for achieving that mission. That's the only essence of gathering in today. But this lecture, I believe, is being recorded, should be aired to the students, should be sent on mobile to the students, so that they also find out some opportunities to come forward. They should be aired to all faculty members of all colleges, by director colleges, so that maybe we are having good ideas in other colleges which are not focusing in the primary in the first phase. Maybe some ideas come from Kulgam College, and we find this center of Anantnag Incubation Center harnessing that potential, channelizing the energy of the Kulgam College student, and getting it rooted in the Anantnag College of Degree, Anantnag College. Baramulla again can take Kupwara Degree College. Maybe then idea strikes, we want to make a scrub out of the walnut shell. This idea can be rooting in the Baramulla College or Sopore College. So I want that incubation center to take an idea to extract molecules from the some plant, and that molecule can be available to pharmaceutical industries. So that idea has to be rooting in the Baramulla College, but idea can strike in the Bomai College, a new college. Bomai College student can strike an idea to extract a molecule, but he should have a platform in Baramulla College, and that facility is available to that person as well. So Baramulla College Incubation Center should be available to all the colleges of North Kashmir. Similarly, Ratna College Incubation Center has to be available to all the colleges of the South Kashmir. And those 4 colleges in the city would be catering to the rest of the colleges. And Islamia College has only mandate, I'm stressing once again, should be having more stress on the local traditional craft. I must tell you, Kashmiris were born innovators. We were self-reliant people. Recall the times, I recall my childhood times. Hardly few articles used to be imported from outside. We used to produce everything here. I have used those willow baskets earlier, but we no longer use the willow baskets anymore. Why? Why shouldn't we do the value addition to substitute plastic with willow baskets? There has to be a tendency, there has to be value addition. I believe this Craft Development Institute of is doing an innovation on combining the craft paper mache with wood, paper mache on something else. They are also setting up the institute for certifying Pashmina fabric. So they are doing some innovations. They are doing something better. So why not doing something in the colleges as well? Why not setting up innovations here also? What should be done to make our, we purchase wall clocks. Every house has a wall clock. Why not a Kashmiri craft wall clock? We every day we purchase Alexa. Alexa is a very craze with the students these days, or home house. Why not Alexa in a Kashmiri craft container like? The technology is there. We have to only innovate and give a appearance of a Kashmiri craft article. So that article will be selling. That's innovation. So that innovation can be a business model later on, right? We are manufacturing mask. Why not having crafted masks in our Kashmiri craft? Maybe that gets a more attractive preposition. Why these small ideas are not rooting? Why are we importing from other places? Maybe our mask would be more costlier, but it will be having handicraft element. We can wear it very willfully. We are wearing the ferns and those shirts, having the embroidery. Why not having all articles, something connected to the handicrafts of Kashmir? Why not having something of primary produce? We can value it. We can have food supplements from the local productions. We can research on what are the nutrient values of our local chestnut. So that nutrient value can be value added and given as a food supplement. Why can't we do that? Once we do the research, then comes the idea patented and we can do in the Incubation Center. Similarly, we have some machines coming up in NIT. Yesterday, Mr. Saad was telling me 5-axis machines have been installed now, rare of a kind. So they may be innovating on the machine tools. So we need machine tools in energy sector, powerhouses. Maybe we need machine tools in the industry. We have agro-industry sector, dairy sector. So that sector will require machines to be having repairs and innovations. So maybe we innovate something which will be useful to that industry sector. Maybe something we innovate for the health sector, incubators, maybe some other equipments which are they importing. Maybe our students find an opportunity to innovate something which will be used for health industry as well. So this is type of ideas and sectors which Mr. Mahmood has been listing, the primary sectors. Mr. Ramananthan was also listing primary sectors where the opportunity would be more. So we list out those opportunities in the Incubation Center. So there is a 24/7 job for the CEO of the Incubation Center. I wish these words will put our heads together. I don't know entire contours of the incubation, and neither should be known, because it has to be out of box thinking. In case I can think everything of an incubation center, then I'm not thinking something out of box. Let us leave something to be out of box. In case we think traditionally, we'll be producing unemployed graduates. If we think out of box, we'll be producing maybe Nobel laureate, maybe business tycoons, maybe something which will be reckoning as a product of alumni of Islamia College or other colleges, which will be taking a lead on this incubation front. Many questions should be rising from today's orientation workshop. The more the questions rise, more successful the incubation would be. More questions, more doubts, more things coming out of the workshop means success of the workshop. This workshop should not be satiated workshop. It should be inquisitive workshop. People should leave this house or this gathering with the thoughts in their minds. In case thought is not in their mind, that workshop has not given the purpose for which we have gathered here. I wish every individual and every available on the platform and available on the virtual mode should start thinking out of box solutions. Out of box is incubation. Out of box is innovation. No need to think on traditional lines. One of the innovation we experimented recently, we had started last year to improve on the teaching learning transactions. We started an experiment to develop the e-content and transact. There were many challenges, but the COVID posed a problem to us and we innovated. We found a solution to reach out to the students through ICT mode. Though we had 2G, but one of the students came up with a Wise app. He said 2G streaming would be there and Wise app will be helping you in transacting curriculum, videos and text in a better proposition. So that challenge of COVID gave an opportunity to Mr. Mubin to find a solution through a Wise app. So that was innovation. This innovation always require a problem statement. So this is how I am putting up that every even education sector would pose you a lot of opportunity to innovate. Your primary sector where you daily consume things will lead you to a lot of innovations happening. Your cold, beating the cold would require many of the solutions to be innovated. We are having lot of problem due to cold weather. So maybe some solutions would be required to cope up with the cool atmosphere of Kashmir or challenge of Kashmir. Maybe some clothing solutions would be a requirement innovation. We are importing clothes, jackets, pants, woolen materials from outside. Maybe there is an innovation to harness on the bamboo sticks like we were discussing in the video. Maybe something on silk improvement. Maybe something improvement on the fibers. Maybe improvement on dyes. You think of the times when Kashmir used to be independent. What has changed us from being independent to dependent? So it's a time to reverse the gear now. Let us restart making our villages self-reliant villages, making our colleges self-reliant colleges, making our society more of a self-reliant society. Maybe through technology intervention, maybe improvement on the traditional knowledge, maybe discovery on the new patents, maybe on other things coming across. And this is a forum. And we understand that when this forum is provided to the ecosystem, this excels. And this forum is being nurtured by the able professors like you. In case we don't rise to the occasion, students are not in a position to rise. We have to rise to the occasion first. We have to be able first. We have to develop capacity in ourselves. In case we build the capacities, we develop ability, then students will be finding an ecosystem being built up. They have to be handheld. They have to be listened to. All the absurd nonsense has to be listened to. You should not brush aside a student. Yeah, nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. He may be talking a sense, but it's not coming to my senses. I am not understanding his nonsense because I'm a nonsense, because I don't know what idea he's speaking about. All the discoveries we know in the past were ridiculed by the many learned people. Galileo was ridiculed so many times, wasn't he? Galileo was ridiculed. All the people were ridiculed because our senses could not understand what idea they have conceived. All the discoveries have happened and not recognized in those times. But later when they passed away, the future generation recognized, and we call them father of chemistry, father of physics, father of this and father of that. Right? So why we call after they pass away? In the contemporary times, contemporary people don't understand their idea. So this may happen now also. Whatever the idea may be brought forward by the student or the faculty, we may say nonsense बोल रहा है. इसकी अकल घास खाने चली गई है. Maybe we talk like, don't talk in incubation like this. Incubation center is welcome idea. Okay, your thought of going to the Mars without oxygen, fine, very good idea. Very utopian idea. Without oxygen going to Mars, maybe utopian idea. But welcome idea, very nice. We appreciate your thinking. At least you are thinking out of box. So respect out of box thinking. In case we respect out of our thinking, we can strike the innovations. In case we don't respect, he will not be striking idea once again. His moral will be down. You have to handhold the student or faculty or any freelancer, any unpad panda. Unpad can be also, you can see our craftsmen are not well read, but they're very innovative, aren't they? But their tools are very old. Why not innovating on their tools? We should innovate on their tools. In case we innovate on the tools, their craftsmanship will improve. Their productivity may improve. They may be good craftsmen, but they don't get the good material. In case we innovate on the material, maybe we get good crafts. Maybe we get durable shawls and qalins. So what should be done on the supply chain? That's innovation. What should be done while processing the craft? That's innovation. What should be done for market development? That's innovation. So all the three stages of handicraft would require innovation. And then comes on top of it, in case you want to have skill development, you can always leverage on the skill development initiative of higher education. So you can develop skill, you can innovate, and then strike on an idea that this idea will succeed, and this you will be having the business livelihood improved on the traditional crafts, which we are fast leaving. Understood? I recollect one of the software being developed by two individuals where they have given designs of shawls. They have a software for it. I believe EDA must have done it. They have developed software where they have permutation combination of the colors and patterns, motifs, and they generate the different motifs and different patterns of shawls in electronic form. And the electron form got converted into the talim. Then the electron form, while you select, I require this of design, this of a color combination, that color combination and pattern get design converted into The talim, what we then they weave with the talim. That software is there, but we have not been able to nurture that as a business idea. That has died out. So somewhere ecosystem has eaten up that idea. It's a bright idea. The shawl industry could have given more perspective improvements on it. I don't know about those two individuals, why we have not been able to nurture them as innovators and pitching their IPR rights. So it's a responsibility on our community now to find out those individuals. In case those are lost, we can develop a software to improve on that motifs and color combination and others, and then converting that motif into the talim. It's a coding. So that can be innovation. I wish I throw this challenge from this dais to Islamia College to develop a software of helping our handicraft industry in developing the motifs, and also develop innovation in getting the source materials for the quality craft. Their dyes should not fade away. Their shawl should be permanent. They should be having the rightful kind of organic products used, and then certifying the same. Maybe you set up a quality certification lab. So that also can help in getting new innovations done. I believe we are together in this game, and I don't want any question to be answered fully. Every question should leave us with a thought. Then only we'll be thinking on innovations and incubations, and we'll be providing help from higher education. I have vision to achieve, but we people are volatile people. We evaporate very fast. But permanency remains with the colleges. That's why institutions must rise to the occasion to harness on the energy we have set in motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
With your permission, sir, I would like to inform this August gathering that since students are the main stakeholders, we have 10 student representatives part of this workshop today here. Good. They are staying there.
Good.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Students
नाम सुनना चाहेंगे हम उनका.
Introduce yourself.
आपका discipline क्या है?
Give your names and semesters.
नहीं, discipline दिखाना. क्या पढ़ क्या रहे हो आप लोग? Discipline क्या है? Commerce पढ़ रहे हो? क्या पढ़ रहे हो? क्या? Discipline क्या है?
Mike, please pass on the mic.
The last one. Pass on the mic to them.
नाम और प्रश्न ही बताना है.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hamza Yasin Khan, and I'm currently pursuing BBA first year.
Idea to incubate, you have conceived some idea? Any idea?
So we have a group idea.
Raw idea, any idea?
Group idea. Yes,
Yes,
tell
sir.
us.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Fareen Jirani, and I'm pursuing BA Honors Economics. Actually, as we know, teamwork divides the task, but multiples the success. So here's our group. We have an idea on a biodegradable mask.
Very good. Very good.
As we know, 17 lakh masks are used
Correct.
in Kashmir per day.
Correct.
And after ending up that mask, we throw that in water or burn that. And these two processes lead to water pollution or air pollution.
We understood it. But idea is sufficient.
The idea is we want to make a mask of such kind of fabric that can absorb the air particles, and if we degrade that, it will help to save our ecosystem and our lives.
Good, good, good. Very nice. Good.
Good afternoon. I'm Abira Hazari, and I'm also pursuing BBA from first semester.
Good afternoon. I'm Saglan Mushtaq, and I'm also pursuing BBA first semester.
Good. From this side.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Samia, and I'm pursuing MBA third semester. So we have this, actually I have this idea. I thought that maybe it should be informative or not, but I'm sharing this. I have thought that I should build an app. It's here, like Kashmiri weddings are so lavish, but like earlier they used to spend more on Vazwan, but now they are spending on ambience and on like a theme wedding is set up. Like we have Mehndi artists here, we have designers here. So I'm thinking to build an app where I should put all those artists, and like there should be one place. Like he shouldn't go everywhere like in search of Mehndi artists, or we can say like designers.
I understood you. Service aggregator. You are going to have service aggregator, we call them. We call them service aggregators. You are a
Yes,
service
sir.
aggregator. Very nice. Good.
Thank
Good.
you.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raiz Bhatt. I'm doing MBA in Islam. I'm doing MBA right now, and there are many ideas in my mind, but I have not yet selected anyone properly. I am working on it. Maybe
Raw
soon
idea.
I
We
will
don't
come
want,
here.
We don't want any idea to get the material first.
Yes, sir.
Let there be idea first.
So
Idea is
as
important.
one of us sir already told you that the milk production in Kashmir is degrading day by day. So I am thinking of a natural dairy farm so that we can increase the production of milk here. That will be a good.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Bazila Rahman and I'm pursuing MBA in third semester. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Sabkat Faraz pursuing BBA first sem. So I'm the part of the group of Saklan that is the leader of our group.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Hafiz Raj from pursuing BBA first sem and I'm also from the same group.
Good.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm Atya Parveen Khan and I'm also pursuing a BCom honors and from the first sem, and I'm also the team member of Saklan who is our leader.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. This is Saima here and I'm of the first semester BBA and I'm also from the same group.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Shaima pursuing BBA from first semester. All of us had the idea of the biodegradable mask, which we thought would be best for our society as a whole, and also related to some services that we can improve around here in J&K itself.
और कोई लड़का है? आमिर?
Assalamu alaikum, all of you. I'm Sajid Shafi, pursuing BBA from the same group. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Thank you so much, our dear students. And
आप इस सारे स्टूडेंट्स को मैं ये कहूंगा कि आइडिया शुड बी एटलीस्ट 100 आइडिया जनरेट करो. 100 में से 5 रूटिंग लेंगे. 100 आइडियाज वोंट बी टेकिंग अ रूट, बट 5 विल टेक अ रूट एंड टेक यू टू द बिजनेस मॉडल्स. वो आपको हेल्प करेंगे. हमारे प्रोफेसर्स, जो सीईओ होगा इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर का, मार्केट रिसर्च वाले लोग होंगे. तो जो भी आइडिया को आप कंसीव करो, डोंट सी इट विद प्रॉफिट मोटिव. प्रॉफिट मोटिव पहले नहीं समझ आती है इंसान को. किस चीज में प्रॉफिट मिले ये बाय प्रोडक्ट मान के चलो. आप बाय प्रोडक्ट आपके यूथ का जो एनर्जी है इसको डिसेमिनेट होने दो इन द शेप ऑफ आइडियाज, राइट. उसकी डिसेमिनेशन के बाद आपको जो इकोनॉमिक गेन का कॉन्सेप्ट है वो विल कम इन द प्रोसेस बाय प्रोडक्ट. आप अपने यूथ में कम से कम ये तो कहोगे कि मैंने अच्छा सोचा, फिर वो कामयाबी कहां तक मिलती है. लेट इट बी योर डेस्टिनी, राइट. प्रे टू गॉड. थैंक यू वेरी मच. जी.
thank you, my dear students, and all the best to you for having all those innovative ideas. Talat sir has given you many ideas, so you can start thinking and thinking out of box. Please remember that. And thank you, sir, for that enlightening, informative speech, impregnated with innovative ideas and vision for all, and inducing in all present here and on virtual platform a hope and faith for a better future of higher education in the state of J&K. So let us all pledge today only to put our hands and heads together to take on innovative ideas. And I also thank you, sir, for encouraging Islamia College and its faculty for undertaking new initiatives and working towards achieving the set objectives and goals. We all really work hard under the dynamic leadership of our principal, Dr. Sheikh Ijaz Bashir, because we all have still belief and we have faith in the fact that teachers are the builders of nations. With this illuminating introductory session coming to an end, I am fully aware of my responsibilities as a host. So I need to take care of your health too. And because we all know that healthy mind resides in a healthy body, so I must take this privilege to invite you all for a decent lunch. And with humility, just 3 instructions. Number 1, please take care of time. Number 2, we shall assemble here again at 2 p.m. for the technical session. And number 3, please take care of SOPs. But before we proceed for lunch, we shall be served in the college hostel dining room. Please assemble for the group photograph and memento presentation in the college lawn outside the meeting hall. Thank you so much.
We are also promoting the research in colleges, taking shooting. Applying the research for the practical solution in the life is another aspect of our higher education quality improvement. This today's workshop was focused on application of knowledge and innovation. What are the knowledge has been gained so far, or what are the problems faced by the society, and what are the economic opportunities available? How to link our students to avail on those opportunities and innovate with the processes or with the products and services and launch them as a business model and startups. Today we have gathered and we have been joined by the mission director from Atal Innovation Mission from Government of India, and also joined by the Professor Majumdar from TIS on social entrepreneurship, and we have also joined with the professors of Central University, BC Central University, and other mentor institutions who will be helping us from NIT and other institutions to help establish incubation centers in 7 colleges in the first go. One of the colleges is Islamia College, and we are going to progress on the theme on handicraft development, innovation on handicraft sector, which is fast dying now, and the craftsmen are fast leaving the products and services which they used to develop on from centuries. Now we want to innovate on these techniques of handicrafts and services on handicraft, so that we can market this product on global platform where we are facing a lot of challenges through the technology interventions. This college, I'm hopeful, will be bringing across the intellectual property right people, the technology partners, the venture capitalists, and the market researchers to help our students and faculty and artisans in particular to advance their skills on the handicraft and position them as a business model. And Direct Industries has also being a torchbearer on this front, and he has all the scheme to promote the sector. But promoting sector with innovation would fetch us more revenue, which I understand. Thank you very much.
Mahmoud Sahab, आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे as Professor Mehraj discussed an important point, which is all figures are raising towards the academician that we are preparing the unemployment our teachers. So how much such type of workshop is very important in future to make our students, future generation, skill development, because I know you're heading that. And the department is going to work in synergy with academic institutions and with the industry to inculcate culture of well-being. if you have to create entrepreneurs, you need to have sustainable business models. And there's no dearth of potential here. Horticulture, we are number one in horticulture, in handicrafts of world, world over. Plus, there are other products like pencil, bag, marble. There are countless products wherein we can nurture entrepreneurship. And providing right kind of environment is very important and essential. And then getting the right skill sets. So this ecosystem needs to be developed, and relatively synergy needs to be established between the academic institutions, industry, entrepreneurs, so that we go from strength to strength. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request our principal sir, I request our principal sir to present memento to our chairperson of present this workshop. Sir, please present this memento to Janab Talat Parvez Rohilla sir.
Please. यहाँ देखो यहाँ देखो
Now I request HOD Chemistry Department, Professor Mehra sir, to present memento to Vice Chancellor of Central University, Professor Mehrazuddin Meek sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Now I request our physical director, Mr. Azhar Rahman,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our dignitaries, please proceed to our hostel so that we can have lunch here. And faculty from the college and other participants, they will just wait for some time. That will virtually be served in second place.
खाना 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 नहीं लेट हो जाएगा अरे खाना टाइम लगेगा
कोणी
आपण होता चार्जेस डिपार्टमेंट
So with your permission, I begin the session. I once again welcome you all to this post-lunch technical session. And I also welcome those who are joined with us, connected with us through Zoom mode and through video mode, which is going on through YouTube streaming, yes. Now, without wasting any time further, I would like to invite Mr. Irtif Loan, in charge Center for Innovation, Incubation and Business Modeling, Jammu and Kashmir Entrepreneurship Development Institute, to come up for his presentation on Introduction to Incubation and Startup. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much. I have a small presentation to make, but before I share that presentation with all of you, I would request all of you that if there are any questions before and even within the presentation, please ask. I don't want this to be a slide after slide and it becomes boring for all of you, since everybody has had lunch and now they're back to listening to some lectures. I would wish that if there are questions, please keep on asking the questions. Is the presentation being shared? I have shared, but it's not coming through. Is it there? Yeah. So since we have all, of course, sorry, with your permission, I'd like to start the presentation. Director Colleges, Principal of Islamia College, and all the academicians present here. So I'll directly go to the topic, that is startups and incubators. We have been talking about both of these things because both of these things are used simultaneously together, since incubators and startups go hand in hand. So, but there is always a confusion which has happened over a period of time, that if you understand that prior to 2000, we have been calling everything which has an through which you can make some revenue is called a business. And then eventually after 2005, entrepreneurship as a word began to come up. Even we as an institute, Entrepreneurship Development Institute, we have been focusing on creating businesses, creating small enterprises. The difference between business and enterprise was that in business, the main focus was on creating the revenue, while as for the entrepreneur, he also focused on other things, other stakeholders who were part of it, customers were a part of it. And also for us as an EDI, we thought that anybody who could give employment to any more people than himself could be considered an entrepreneur. And based on these facts, we have been doing work in EDI for past 2 decades now. In almost 10 years now, we have facilitated around 15,000 enterprises. When I say enterprises, they belong to agri-allied sector, be it a poultry farm, a dairy farm, a grocery store, a manufacturing unit. So 15,000 of them have been set up over time. But then we have another word which has come up, startup, and how it is differentiated from business or an entrepreneur. So who is in startup actually? The basic difference that startups make to all these things is that this brings disruption to the existing market. That if something is going on somewhere smoothly, a business is running. You must have heard a story about Uber and Ola. What happened is that we used taxi before. It's not that Ola and Uber come and then we began to use the taxi or other things. What happened is that taxis were being used, but eventually an aggregator came. He thought that it would make easier not only for the drivers but also for the customers to get into the car and spend some money, and then the driver was free to do whatever he wanted to do. So that is how the startups come up. So this is the basic difference about the startups. Wherever there is any disruption in the market, it is to be called a startup. It has to make some, if it, one, it can be an invention. Somebody is making something new, out of order, out of box. Otherwise also it could be incremental. It's not necessary that you come up with a new product. Even if you do incremental innovation with the product, it can become your innovation and you can disrupt the market by all these kind of things. What makes in startup? This is a very interesting slide to understand. What makes in startup? What happens is usually a startup is a company which grows quite faster. So the comparison of setting up a Google as a company or as a barbershop. So both of them are true extreme ends. If you heard the story about Flipkart, which started in 2008, eventually 8 years later, that was procured by Walmart for $16 billion. So $16 billion were created within 8 years of time. So that is the part of the growth of a startup. Startups doesn't have to wait hundreds of years before it can create a lot of wealth, a lot of employment, a lot of influence on the society it's working, but it is very important that it creates it within a shorter span of time, and that's how it happens. I think one of the things which we have been talking about since morning is that technology and otherwise also, it's not important that technology is at the basis of the startup. It can be other than technology also. One of the examples of it would be that a lot of co-working spaces have been coming in. There's no technology used, a small office space is being rented out, and anybody, even in the sales market today, when bigger companies send their sales representatives to other states, they use these co-working spaces to sit there for a couple of days so that they can work from there. Or even as a new business enterprise or a startup, I need some physical infrastructure, I can use these. Or even in the farming sector, we have a couple of startups within JNK who have focused on agri-allied sector and not using much of a technology, but now growing exotic vegetables and other things which are used in the market. So those kind of startups are also there who create a niche for themselves and also disrupt the market to a certain level. Startups always come up in an ecosystem. It's not in isolation that a startup can come up. So whenever we look at a problem as a startup, we always try to find a solution to it. And finding that solution in itself is a startup. Solution which is one can generate revenue, and other two parts is that it is morally accepted by the society and legally by the government. So those things, if it's satisfied, then it can be called a startup. It can also make a lot of people want this thing. Facebook, when came in, was used by a couple of Ivy League universities, and then eventually everybody today has a Facebook account and wants to use it. Anybody who's not there is considered that he's off social media, and he should come up and have an account so that people are aware what's happening and what's he doing. So something which we should be able to do, and we should aspire that we should have an account on it. We should do something, a Pinterest account, a Twitter account, or some things like this. So there are two examples that are shared in this slide. It is like, it's always said that there are two kind of entrepreneurs or startups. One is he looks around, sees a problem, asks people that if his solution is going to work, and then implements the idea. Then there are other set of startups and enterprises like Steve Jobs, who did not ask people that what they wanted. He said that I know people want this. When I make this, people will use it. So that was another kind of a vision and startup has, that he knows that once the product is made, it has to be used by the people, because it's one of the famous saying that if Henry Ford would have asked people that what do you want, they would have said faster horses, and they would have, then Henry Ford would have not make Ford company and built cars which are faster than the horses. So it is important to understand that there are always two aspects to it. Sometimes the entrepreneurs has an inbuilt belief and understanding that something is going to work, and it works, and sometimes it has to be built on the research, asking people, because whenever a startup is in the market and a pilot is done, you always have first 100,000, 500 customers. You ask that what they feel about it and make the changes to these his business idea accordingly. So then the key factors to the startup success. Key factors to usually, if we talk about, there are 5 key factors to the startup success. One is the idea, another is finance, another is team, another is business modeling, and then there is timing. So for a longer period of time, we have been thinking that idea is the most prominent thing in a startup. But when research was done, it was to be understood that idea, of course, it's based on the idea that a startup is built, but it's not the most prominent thing you can do, because you need to have the execution of the thing. And more than that, the timing of it. There was a company जिसका नाम था Z.com. So that was a live video streaming portal, just like YouTube today. But it started in early 1998. What happened is in 1998, since Internet Explorer did not have a Comdex attached to it, and Adobe Flash came in 2002, the timing seemed to be a bit fishy for it, so that and it could not survive beyond 2000, even after raising the initial funding of a couple of millions of dollars at the first instance. But it had to wind up. Why? Because it was not supported by the ecosystem which was around it. But eventually in 2002, when Adobe Flash came and YouTube also started its operations, today YouTube has become one of the highest money making portals and platforms for streaming online videos. Another example of this timing is that of Airbnb. Airbnb launched itself thrice in the market. But why did it succeed the third time? Was because that in 2008, the recession was at its peak in US, and people wanted an extra income for themselves. So they said that it's okay. Otherwise, people would say, why do we allow a stranger to get in our house and we serve him for the period he stays and then pays? We don't want that. But eventually, when people thought that there should be some extra income that we should build upon, they said it's fine if somebody comes and we could offer him some space at our home and we can create some extra income for ourselves. So this is very important, the timing of it. Business models, what happens with business models is these keep on changing. Since the ecosystem keeps on changing, what happened when Flipkart began to sell products, it started with books. But eventually it thought that it's not only the books, it could sell a lot more products on its platform other than the books. So it started to sell a lot more other things. And that's how the business models kept on changing. Funding, of course, becomes a problem, at least in this part of the world, because if you go outside and you understand that there are lots of investors available who, because see, our dependence has always been on debt financing, and that too from J&K Bank. There is no other bank which has given credit to that level where we could ask that they could sponsor some entrepreneurs or other things. That doesn't happen. But in the outer world, the bank concept is now fading, and the more and more, at least in the startup world, because they believe, as one of the previous speakers had already said, that the success rate of startups is not that high because they are based on innovation, and there are only 20% of the startups who succeed eventually over a period of time. So these 80% people who have already raised the money, if they are to take a debt, then they'll spend their lifetime paying back that debt. So what they do is that they sell part of their equity of the company and then eventually get those funds. But once it's successful, it can get all the money back and make more profits. One of the key examples of this is that in 2010, Anil Ambani invested 1.5%, that was 10 crore of rupees in Paytm. In 2016, when he was about to announce his bankruptcy, he said that I want to now get paid out of 1.5% of the company, and he was paid 274 crores. So this phenomenal rise of paying 10 crores and getting 274 crores within a span of 8 years is tremendous, and is possible only with the help of startups, because their growth is immense and they keep on evolving their own selves in building the companies to a level where you have an influence not only over the market, but also the customers who buy your product. So this is very important. Now, one of the important things we need to understand is how to incubate startups. Since we have been talking about the incubators in today's world become important because there are lots of ideas. If you know that the average age of an founder has decreased drastically, while 20 years back you would see the average age of somebody who founded a company was 40 years. Today it has dropped to some 30 or 31, and it's eventually dropping because most of the startups who have made big in the world have started at a very young age. Examples of Mark Zuckerberg or Ritesh Agarwal of Oyo Rooms in India, they have started at a very age, and that's why it is falling. So the concentration has been that most of these startups are to come out from colleges and universities, and at that level even the schools have to be targeted, where there some creative thinking has to be put in so that they begin to think about various problems outside and also think about the solutions how we can. So the concept of incubators becomes a very imperative part of the entire ecosystem, which helps somebody who has just an idea to evolve it into something which can generate a revenue, employment, and economy of the state or the nation or the world altogether. So when we start an incubator, there are these processes which we look into. The first thing is that we review the incubation opportunity. Are there enough people who are coming to us who want incubation? Or it has to be otherwise, that we become an incubator and we go on to people. So one of the concepts is that incubators have to be self-sufficient after 5 years of their survival. But if you look around, at least in India, you will see that there are not many private incubators which are working, because as on date, it's not possible for these incubators to become self-sufficient, because there are not many. See, there are only two revenue generating models for an incubator. One, that you give away your spaces on rent to these small startups. That is one revenue generation. And another is that you take part of the equity from these companies for using your facilities, which does not only include the physical infrastructure, but also the other mentoring, networking, raising finances for your companies. So all those things. There are only two models for generating this revenue. So that we'll have to understand that as on date, there are not many private incubators working across India where revenue generation is being done to a level. There are a couple of incubators who are generating a lot of revenue, but they are part of government. One being CIE of IIM Ahmedabad, another being NSRL cell of IIM Bangalore, and there is one more incubator that is called Y Combinator that is working globally and has now also opened its offices in India, which has selected around 18 incubatees for this cohort this year for the summer batch. So there are some, but we also have to look that there needs to be a constant support from the government for these incubators for coming some time, so that they are built in a way that at least couple of companies graduate from these incubators, and then if an equity part is taken from these companies, that helps us sustain these incubators for a longer period of time. Another thing which I appreciate what our commissioner said, that they have already decided that which college is going to set up incubation center and work in which sector. That is very important. What happens is usually an incubator takes up all the sectors and says, whoever comes to me, I'll take care of him. But that's not possible, because you have to set up labs, you have to set up fabrication labs, you have to set up sector specific labs which have to be set up within the institute, so that people who come to that place are able to execute their ideas. In addition to this, there are also the people who are associated with the incubation centers. What Mr. Ramanathan said, that there should be a full-time CEO of the incubator is also very important, but there has to be a matching of academia with the industry. See, there are a couple of startups we have in JKEDI. Two of them are doing it in biotech. So we had to get them mentors from the academia who had an awareness about the work they were trying to do. Then there is the other part of it. Then when we come to revenue generation and making a sale out of the startup we are trying to make, then we have to go to the other mentors who can help us establish this as a startup and a company and generate revenues. But both these things have to work simultaneously in order to create a dinge, what he talked about. And also that we have to specify the target incubatees, who we are targeting. Anybody who comes to us with an idea that just as was said, that we are starting an incubator which would specifically see into handicraft thing within Islamia College, and somebody comes and say, I want to do biotechnology. It's better that we have a biotechnology incubator. We have one in Triple IIM, so we associate with them in that kind of a thing rather than trying to build those capacities here. The ecosystem has to engage within itself in order to take care of what is not present and how we can build on each other's positive points which we have in the ecosystem. Then there are also these whatever services that the incubators is to offer has to be detailed out in a way that is the incubator providing only the physical space as such that people can come, sit there, use the computer, use the printer, use the physical infrastructure present within the incubation center, or it's going to add the services like that a mentor would be assigned to him, then 15 or quarterly or monthly review of his progress would be made. And also at the certain point of time, do we also understand that we will help? Usually what happens in an incubator, that once an incubatee comes into an incubator, he is taken care till the point he raises at least his first funds. He raises some equity from the angel investors, because venture capitalists don't come for early stage entrepreneur startups. They come for once you are into the startup quite a bit. So angel investment is very important. You have to raise those funds for this incubatee and then he can exit. So exit strategy also important. We'll talk about it, but then we have to define the incubation methodology. See, there are two types of entry for the incubatee into a system. One is that as and when an incubatee comes with an idea, he comes to an incubator and says, I have this idea, and he is taken up. The other is the cohort thing. Wherever you say that we are inviting applications and now we are starting a cohort of maybe 20 people, so you can apply. People apply and then you select 20 out of those people and then you go ahead with their cohort, because it becomes easier as a cohort because you have to do the similar training for the first 3 months when you tell them about the basic things, and then eventually you move forward and do individual mentoring of these startups. But here JKEDI, what it does is as and when people come to us, we accept them, because the problem is that together not many people come to us and then we could have a cohort. But now we are also getting into collaboration with government of Telangana. There are a couple of incubators there. One is T-Hub, another is B-Hub. We are getting into collaboration with them, and we are thinking of starting 2 cohorts for the coming summer. And another strategy which has to be thought about, has this to be an online process, or people have to visit the incubator daily. So there is virtual incubation and you have to do the physical incubation. Virtual incubation means that once 15 days a review is taken, you are told that these are the milestones, this is how you're going to work, and then the startups comes with the progress that this is what I have done, and eventually whatever things need to be done are taken care of. But physically they don't come to the incubator every day. And then there is the physical incubation, that you every day or every 4 days, 5 days in a week, you come to the incubator and start working there, and progress is monitored accordingly. Outreach strategy is also important, but since, sir.
You need to develop all those angel investors and venture capital.
Yes.
That segment should be more elaborated. Do you have some list of angel investors already linked to your EDI, or how to go about angel investor discovery?
So what we had done is that after the startup policy was formulated, we went to a couple of industrialists within the J&K. But we didn't see much of a response coming from there, so that was a problem. But then eventually we thought that it's a global world and people are coming closer. We used technology and got in touch with a lot of angel investors which are working across India at least. So there are 3 angel investors right now who are connected with us. A couple of our startups have already made some progress in getting some investments from these investors, and we are working on it. But eventually we'll have to increase it. That's why when I said that we are getting into collaboration with a couple of institutes. One is Telangana government, another is IIM Ahmedabad. They have an incubation center, CIE. So we are also getting in touch with them. Their mentors and their investors would also help us build a cohort here. So that's what we are trying to do.
Does that policy cover also government support?
So which policy?
Angel investment.
No, sir.
I believe we understand 12 lakh is the limit.
Yes, sir. That is
12 lakhs
yes,
rupees can be given
yes.
for angel investment.
So that is actually a grant by the government. Angel investment always happens in lieu of equity from the company. So government as of now is giving a grant which doesn't have to be paid back and there's no equity being taken. But eventually once things set up, then we go for angel investors because these are funds ranging from anything between 20 lakhs to 1 crore rupees, at least for J&K state. So in that way, angel investors takes some equity and then gives the money after understanding that how successful the startup is going to be. And sometimes his money is down and sometimes he earns millions out of the few dollars that he invests in the company.
Any window available for philanthropist help or grant and like of money?
So there's a possibility that if there are people who are willing to invest in this, they have to be.
Philanthropist support.
Sir, what would happen was that we could create a corpus out of this. Then a corpus is created, they invest 2 lakh rupees in some startup and eventually 5 years later we take out 50 lakh out of the startup because it has been a success. We put it in the corpus and we can invest the same money into other startups who could then utilize that money.
There are laid out guidelines for it, having a corpus fund or
No, sir. No, sir. There's no guideline for it. Yes, we have to evolve it.
you need to work on it
Yes.
for us.
Right,
We
sir.
wish that we do initially garden aid, like we do the Islamia college.
Right.
And they use the garden aid for various programs and skills and other things. So we should need to develop a garden aid like as a corpus.
Right.
Till we get angel investors.
So there's also one more possibility that lots of corporates across India now, they try to invest into these incubation centers and provide a lot of money for angel investment as well, which is then taken back by the incubation centers and not by these companies because they are doing it as a corporate social responsibility.
I'm leveraging on the 2% grant of the flagship program.
Yes.
This is a flagship program to develop the handicraft.
Right.
So that 2% grant, part of it can be
Utilized.
Incubation
Exactly.
or growing the business on handicraft.
Right.
That type of collaboration should come from government.
Right, sir. Right.
There's no 2% grants of
Yes, yes. The huge, sir. Huge, sir. Huge.
the skill development before there is a skill development mission.
Right.
And we have some skill development in India.
Right.
So that 2% under that mission scheme
Mhm.
can be routed to these incubation centers to help the entrepreneur.
Right. Right.
That type of solution comes from India. And they won't accept higher education suggestion, they'll accept your suggestion.
So we'll do it, and then with your help, of course, that will be taken care of.
Or we can collect fees from the students. There can be entrepreneur fees.
Yes.
200 rupees per student. It will be a huge amount. That huge amount will be put in the incubation center. It will be available to all the students.
Yes.
The students can avail on that money. We have the provision of leveraging on fees. Only my government order will be waiting. I'll issue a government order. We'll leverage on 100 rupees per student. Everybody doesn't feel it. 100 rupees giving a fees enhancement won't be felt by any student. That 100 rupees will go to the incubation center and that money will become available for all the type of mentoring and visiting of the faculty and all the resources and
Right.
getting the startup done.
Right.
So that type of thing can happen in higher education.
Yes.
You also, like you are leveraging on the placement fund, 1,000 rupees you have to give for one placement. Alumni association is a big. Alumni association is another. Alumni of this college, they can be donating as a philanthropic support. So that philanthropic support, granted aid, has to be worked out with the principal of the college. We the Baramulla college, they have a Baramulla association. They are very proactive in promoting the college. They can come with some contribution, 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, individually whatever the capacity they may be having. Similarly, Anantla can be having many of the alumni coming out. These others will be gladly contributing.
Right? So I can be contributing on IT. So this is how people should be contributing, and that's how the money has to be leveraged upon. You can't always look towards the government to give grant, and the government grants come with a GFR. Government grant doesn't. They won't be allowing you to spend money without GFR codes being observed. That's how I should be. This should be the one of the areas of concern.
Yes, definitely.
You can look under this head. The 200 rupees can be charged on the student as entrepreneurs. But there is one important thing with it that you need to have your own psyche or a section 8.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Otherwise, the funding will not be given to the institute. So we have started a section 8 company. I'm the CEO of that. That's the basic important.
That thing we have to learn that knowledge from you. Section 8 company registry करनी है. Commerce people can Seema can guide on us. Seema can guide. Directorate के पास रहेगा. नहीं, not directorate. College के पास रहे. College principal is authorized. चलिए, ठीक. It's a very good because this intervention will grow the incubation.
Exactly, sir.
Otherwise, आपका भी यही hit कब है?
बिल्कुल सर.
Outreach बताइए.
हाँ. Outreach is also an important thing, but since all of us are working in the colleges, so it would be very easy because you just have to reach out to the college students at the first instance, and out of them there would be a lot of people who would be interested in coming up and having their own startups in the incubation center.
But outreach must be having some interaction with the people who are doing the businesses. Maybe there are so many
They're taken as mentors, of course, because we have to get these as mentors. It's important that once they come up as mentors, they'll be having the interaction and talking about the businesses they are running and the problems they have faced how.
Like I'm saying, we have a shawl group in Safakar.
Right.
Paper mache group in Safakar.
Yes.
We need to talk to paper mache group.
Right.
We need to talk about the people having wood carving group of Bagili Bazaar.
Ji.
We need to talk to them. Then only the things would be understood.
Right.
Outreach would also be required. Outreach has to be combined with the interaction with the people who are actually doing the businesses alike.
Exactly. So once the students start coming up, and because then they'll have to interact with these people to understand the market in its totality. So it would be an important thing to do.
To my mind comes one issue. We are currently dealing with drug abuse.
Yes.
So there is a opportunity available to invent something which will be used as a substitute to the drugs. So
Right.
it can be a healthy supplement. So there is an opportunity in the vice also. So they take, instead of drug, they take that and they get that way innovated. Just a thought came to us. There's a problem, there's problem area. This problem should lead some opportunity.
See, e-cigarettes with the ability to replace the smoking still you have there very smokers
Anyway, so this is a problem area. I just want to see, let the problem be discussed.
Yes.
Maybe somebody strikes a good idea of research. After
Exactly.
research, we can do the innovation. Right?
Right.
Chaliye.
So then, as Saad Saab rightly put out, that we have to define the organizational and governance structure of the particular incubator. So most of the times what happens is that all these incubators which are sponsored either by Niti Aayog or by DST, all of them are asked to make a Section 8 company, an SPV, special purpose vehicle, for establishing this incubator so that the profits remain within the company and then they are utilized for the incubation center as well. But if somebody is starting an incubation center privately, so he can also set up a private limited company in which the funds can come and he can become a part of it. And defining the legal status of the company, which would be a Section 8 or decide on the location. I think that is already decided with the colleges. Wherever the colleges are located, there the thing can define the revenue generation models. I think the two models I already talked about. One is the rent, and one is the rent, and another one is that taking equity from the startup so that it helps in sustaining these incubation centers. Defining the monitoring and evaluation of the evaluation mechanism for these startups, because what happens is if a startup comes at one point of a time that even after a year has not been able to make some progress, we are still trying to help him and seeing that he may do something. If he has made some progress, even he can be given an extension of 1 more year. But if he's not making any progress, then there's no fun spending your energy and money on the startup who's not making any progress.
So before that, I think it's better to talk about the selection committees. A couple of selection committees have to be in place.
Yes, yes, yes.
So what are the rules of the selection committee is very important. Because
I think whenever an incubation is set up, we have the people within the incubation center, and other incubation centers also become a part of it, because they begin to understand which are the kind of the businesses which are going to work. And also we have to have people from the investment side who are investing into these startups, because they'll have an understanding and they'll know that what are the businesses they are going to invest in future. So those kind of people, and also academicians who have to understand that if this idea has to go forth and has some capability that it could be practically brought to the ground, is also important. So those kind of selection committees have to be made.
Mentoring initiation को guide करना पड़ेगा ना. You have to learn these things from mentoring initiation.
But that has to be on the case to case basis. What type of idea has to be developed? उसका mentor कौन है, उसका expert कौन है? That has to be, he has to be within the community.
Respective principal have to reach out to already established incubators so that they know what they have done, so that we can follow.
I'm sorry, I'll have to wind it up quickly, but there are some points that I like to make. This is a slide which says how a business incubator helps a startup. So what they help with is mentoring, which is important, that a right kind of a mentor is provided to the right kind of a startup. Then technical assistance. If he is building some kind of a product, he needs to have that assistance in building that product, a lab available so that he can build that product. Then intellectual property management. Sir, since you had been talking about, I think on behalf of our director, I would like to say that we would like to conduct a 2-day workshop for the Department of Higher Education. Because we have already done 2 programs previously with CPAM itself, which is a cell for IPR promotion and management.
Incubator centers वाला करना चाहिए 7 colleges का.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Last time I think you were there when we did the IPR.
को भी लाना चाहिए और इसको.
Then the marketing expertise should be within the group, finances and accounting services, because most of these innovators are not very well versed with the financial part of that. So that has to be a part of the incubation center in order to provide them. Yes.
That service will be provided to them.
Yes. Networking is also important. See, we don't have to work in isolation. People in J&K can connect to across the globe anybody. So we just have to connect to these people so that there is some kind of a networking and a collaboration with a lot of other incubation centers. So there has to be a shared operational costs, because a lot of incubators are using the cost, so costs would be have to be decreased. Inexpensive workplace, you don't have to charge too much from the startup at the initiation so that he spends a lot of money and then is not able to recover it. Seed funding and access to angel investors and VCs is an important part of an incubation center, because it's only through these that you could scale up a startup to a level where one, they earn their profits, another that your incubation center, which has some equity in the startup, also starts earning and giving it to the other people.
And the seed capital will be provided by ADI schemes, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That scheme will be used by startups in this incubation center.
Yes, yes.
That's an opportunity for you principals. The student who comes as an incubator will be having this 12 lakh rupees available. With the 12 lakh or 25 lakh?
So 12 lakh.
12 lakh available with them to be leveraged upon, or angel investor with 12 lakh rupees, or we generate money for the incubator to take on this enterprise. That's the opportunity. This must be strengthened.
Is it 12 lakh per idea?
Per idea. Yes. Yes. Yes.
ये इनका ऑलरेडी है. 15,000 एंटरप्राइज कर चुके हैं ये. 15,000 लोगों को 12 लाख रुपए दे चुके होंगे.
So ज़्यादा भी, because they have been in other schemes 30 lakhs, 25 lakhs.
MSME का हमको खाली 50 lakhs. Okay. मिला for one idea. So we have
Right.
2 incubators who have got 50 lakhs from an MSME scheme.
Yes.
It's a different scheme. MSME भी अलग स्कीम है,
Yes.
but इनकी अलग स्कीम है EDI वाला. EDI स्कीम को लिवरेज करवाना बच्चों में. अगर ये 10 बच्चों ने ग्रुप बनाया ना, 12 1 crore 20 lakh, but idea has to be different. एक ही आइडिया में नहीं मिलेगा.
Sir, and I.
हाँ बताओ.
Most of the students who start up these projects,
Right.
whether in the form of hybrids, ready-made garments, or businesses,
Uh-huh.
in just 1 year, because of having compulsion at international level, purchase from
national level.
Amazon kind of agency, they have failed. What is your solution towards those who are going to start it or who fail off?
Are you talking about the normal businesses who start?
I'm not talking. Whoever is completing graduation, they start their own business, having some current money, maybe 5 lakh, 10 lakh, they start somewhat in towns and cities. And I've seen in Brazil, so many regional governments have been converted into food shops.
Right.
Yes. New York shop was there.
Mhm.
It used to be very regional one. In so many towns, now they have again changed their. It is Amazon that is taking everything.
So there are.
Cost is going down. What is your solution towards those new business?
There are two things. One, that our challenges are little more than the rest of the country and even the world. So हमारे challenges तो थोड़े ज़्यादा है. दूसरा, that we have to innovate.
इनोवेट करना पड़ेगा,
And
इनोवेशन करना है ताकि आपको निश मार्केट मिले. You have to capture the niche market. अगर मास मार्केटिंग में जाओगे, you'll be facing competition. निश मार्केट को कैटर करना है. क्या है आपके कौन से क्लाइंट है? जैसे ऑर्गेनिक आपका चेरी टमाटो होता है, बेबी कॉर्न होगा. बेबी कॉर्न चेरी टमाटो आप लाल चौक में बेचोगे नहीं, ओनली 5 स्टार होटल में ही बिकेगा. ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोन फ्रूट, ये आपको निश मार्केट लेना पड़ेगा. तो इंक्यूबेटर वही होगा जो निश मार्केट को कैटर कर रहा है. मास प्रोडक्शन के लिए इंक्यूबेटर नहीं है. यही आंसर है हमारा. नहीं, वो ट्रेनिंग हमारी जनरल स्किल ट्रेनिंग, स्किल है. बिजनेस में, एंटरप्राइज में कहीं जाएगा अलग. इंक्यूबेशन इज ओनली ए न्यू इन्वेंशन, प्रोसेस इनोवेशन, फिर आईपीआर, पेटेंटिंग, उसकी फिर तभी तो इक्विटी बनेगा उसका, तभी तो उसका वैल्यू बनेगा. और निश मार्केट ढूंढना, निश मार्केट ढूंढने में इंक्यूबेटिंग सेंटर का जो सीईओ होगा वो मार्केट डिस्कवरी में जरूर हेल्प करेगा, नेटवर्किंग में जरूर हेल्प करेगा. आपको सोर्स करना है मटेरियल फ्रॉम आउटसाइड, वो भी सोर्स करके दिलाएगा आपको. देन यू हैव टू एग्रीगेट एंड प्रोवाइड. This is how the things have to be positioned. Understand करना है कि opportunity कहाँ लाई कर रही है, प्रॉब्लम की solution कहाँ लाई कर रही है ना. ये सारी बातें मान के चलनी पड़ेगी. It's not for general businesses. Right. Incubation only for a niche market.
Exactly.
इसमें एक चीज है. So one thing I want to.
देखिए, आपका जो वॉलनट स्क्रब बनाओगे ना, वॉलनट स्क्रब, it will have a niche market, organic market for walnut scrub. एक ही प्रोडक्ट बनाओ ना अपने आप कुपवारा में सपोज, या बारामूला कॉलेज में, तो वो एक ही निश मार्केट को कैटर. वो कहाँ निश मार्केट है? यूरोप में, न्यूजीलैंड में, वहां है, तो उन्हीं को देना है. आपने मास मार्केट दिल्ली में तो कोई लेगा नहीं ना, दिल्ली में तो सस्ता माल लेगा. तो यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट वेयर द मार्केट प्लेस इज. दिस इज कॉल्ड मार्केट रिसर्च. अगेन इंक्यूबेशन का पार्ट है. तभी मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था उनको कि आपका मार्केटिंग के लिए क्या सपोर्ट मिलेगा हमें. राइट, चलिए. वो तो उसी की हेल्प करनी है हमें. हाँ, प्रवेश साहब, हमें मार्केट रिसर्च की सपोर्ट देनी है इंक्यूबेटी को. इंक्यूबेटी को जैसे एंजल कैपिटल हमने दिया ना, एंजल कैपिटल दिया, वेंचर कैपिटल दिया, ग्रांट दिया, वो एक सपोर्ट आई. दूसरी उसको आई मार्केट सपोर्ट. मार्केट सपोर्ट भी हमें कर रही है. हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट. देखिए, नद्रू के प्रोडक्ट्स को, नद्रू है ना, नद्रू का बिजनेस करें ना. नद्रू के प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए, नद्रू के अचार, नद्रू के प्रोडक्ट, नद्रू का वो, नद्रू का टिक्की, ये सब चीजें बनाओगे तो नद्रू इज नॉट अवेलेबल इन दिल्ली, तो यू सप्लाई नद्रू.
बेसिकली
वॉलनट पेस्ट,
बात चल रही है एक नई चीज बनानी है.
वॉलनट
न्यू
पेस्ट,
प्रोसेस, न्यू प्रोडक्ट, न्यू सर्विस, वो चल जाएगी.
पेस्ट, वॉलनट पेस्ट नॉट अवेलेबल एल्सवेयर. वॉलनट के सबसे ज्यादा प्रोड्यूसर हम हैं. वॉलनट पेस्ट, तो यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट वेयर योर मार्केट इज लाइंग, व्हाट इज द स्पेसिफिक. चलिए, ठीक है.
कॉम्पिटिटर्स नहीं है नए मार्केट में, कॉम्पिटिटर्स नहीं आपके पास होते हैं.
थोड़ा लेट हो रहे हैं, वी आर स्टिकिंग टू टाइम्स. ये डिस्कशन जो आता है ना, इसीलिए मैं कहता हूँ, ये जो मैंने अपनी तकरीर में कहा, nobody should leave this room without having questions in mind.
Exactly.
अगर आपने लीव कर दिया, that means आपने पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया. You should always leave with your questions in your mind, and that's the growth of your incubation. आप अपने आप में इंक्यूबेशन हो जाएगी. राइट, जैसे मैं कभी भी किसी मीटिंग से विदाउट थॉट नहीं जाता हूँ. आई कैरी माई थॉट्स अलोंग कि आगे क्या कर सकते हैं.
Many people will be afraid of failures. तो इसमें एक चीज है important, incubation में failures are bound to occur. Failures will happen, but failures are stepping stone towards success. ये बात याद रखिए. और एक
इर्तिव को एक ही बात बोलूंगा. इर्तिव को एक पूरा फुल डे का वर्कशॉप करना पड़ेगा हमारे पास. इर्तिव के पास इतना बड़ा खजाना है
ये इसका खजाना 1 घंटे में या आधे घंटे में कंप्लीट नहीं हो सकता है. आई हैव सीन हिज लेक्चर्स. आप अगर इसको पूरे 1 दिन का वर्कशॉप करोगे ईडीआई का, दैट विल बी मोर बेनिफिशियल फॉर इस्लामिया कॉलेज. उसमें बाकी कॉलेजों को बुलाना हो तो ठीक, स्पोक कॉलेजों को बुलाओगे, बट इसके स्टूडेंट्स के लिए इर्तिफ को ही सिर्फ बुलाइए. ओनली इर्तिफ शुड बी देयर एंड ही शुड डिलीवर लेक्चर ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ईडीआई. हाउ विल बी हैंड होल्डिंग, individually helping us out, that will be separate chapter. Let us leave Irtif half finished.
Let's leave some things to be thought about. जैसे पहले ही कहा था उन्होंने. So
सर यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट, अगर ये
एक सेकंड
बस सिद्धार्थ अगर फेलियर हो गई, क्या उम्र भर के लिए भी बेचारे उनको फेलियर में रहना है या कोई सपोर्ट है?
देखते हैं क्या. Let us have a full fledged lecture from Irtif. चलिए, let us. Irtif ने अपना पॉइंट शेयर किया हमारे साथ. How to set up an incubation center? What are the essentialities for setting incubation? We learned from his speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
चलिए आगे. Next.
Thank you, sir, for that elaborate speech. But we need to stick to time schedules because we have online speakers, resource persons who are waiting and they cannot wait for time. So
and I have to also leave for Jammu.
So let's try to please restrict ourselves to time limits. Now I am pleased to welcome Mr. Parvez Kaisar, Director, Able Data Consultant, Srinagar, to enlighten us with his presentation on institutional incubation, innovation, and startup in degree colleges. Please, sir.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank Commissioner Secretary Higher Education and my long lost friend whom I met after around 25 years. We had lost touch, Principal Islamia College, Mr. Ajaz. I'm very grateful that you invited me for this interaction. Some of the things which I had planned to mention or speak in this address were already covered by my friend Mr. Lone from EDI. And because there is a paucity of time, so I will try to skip certain things and stick to basic these. But I am probably in a unique position in all of us present here who has seen all the sides of this problem. I have been in government, I have served in government, I have been in incubation, I have been in industry, I have developed industry, I have helped people. Please stop. I have helped people. I am still continuing to provide hand-holding support to many people. So my approach will be slightly different from probably from others. Islamia College also is next, please. Islamia College is associated with many sweet memories. We used to come and play cricket here, and I have set certain next slide. Next. Then in my childhood, whenever we were called to principal's office, shivers would run down my spine. But I am today in presence of, I think, 30 odd principals here, and credit goes to my principals there.
Yes.
That I am not shivering today in presence of even these 30 principals. Thank you.
Those are the principals of yours, no?
Oh, Mr. Mohammad Yusuf was my principal in Amar Singh College also. So let me introduce myself briefly. Next slide, please. Next. This one. This is brief about me, but I will not elaborate on this because that will take more time, and this is not about me or any individual today.
We'll clap you for your opinion.
So next. Here I would, we have all 3 I's in this. So I would like to add one more I, that is initiative. Initiative from the individual, initiative from the institution, initiative from the government, initiative from the mentor. So our future, if we have to do it together with degree colleges, initiative should come from everybody.
Yes.
Which I have seen that it has started to come from higher education itself, which is probably the fountainhead of this activity. Next, please. So if we have these combined together, then we can help startups. This is too far away. I can't see this without my specs. Without my driving specs. Next slide, please. These are some of the things which I would like to briefly mention here. That what is the purpose of bringing institutions together? It is to promote activities leading to successful implementation of concepts of Make in India, Stand Up India, Start Up India, design in India and skill development. Then creation of technology and business-based incubators on continuing basis. This is not to be a one-time activity. Economic development, employment generation, also targeting disadvantaged groups and technology commercialization. Underlining is that commercialization should take place. Help to create value-added jobs and services. Then fostering the entrepreneurial spirit in which our EDI is doing a job here. Then promote startups, promote micro, small, medium industries, assistance to incubatees and buy-off specialized services of the institute. Then develop ideas, grassroots level, then successfully evolve into a hub which encourages thinking and promotes and facilitates innovation. Then next slide, please. Yeah, this one. Becoming an entrepreneur is a dream of many people, but it's not an easy job, as I have myself seen and witnessed. Then it's a challenging path. As the business grows, the challenges also grow. Every day you have a new challenge, and it's a 24/7 situation. It's not like 9 to 5 job that you go home and then you can cook a dinner for your wife. This is something where you have to be involved 24 hours. Then skip this. Then next, please. Yeah, this one. At end of the day, what is the objective of incubation or startup or anything? It is to create successful business ventures for sustainable economic cycle. Once I was in a seminar organized by Tata Consultancy on social entrepreneurship. My objective to social entrepreneurship was that if you are in business, take it as business. Had Bill Gates started spending money on his social causes, he would not have been one of the richest men in the world. So first he earned money, now he is spending money. So let us keep this in mind to create successful business ventures for sustainable economic cycle. Same should be true for the incubators also. Next, please. Then there are opportunity assessments which I would briefly like to touch upon. The presence of industrial surveys and other units in UT Valley provides an opportunity for incubation centers like this to provide services to these. The UT government is also providing several incentives, encouraging investment in various sectors to generate employment. Thus, market opportunity for incubation centers should be assessed with respect to 3 major areas. One is market in core sector. Like Commissioner Secretary Saab has already said that Islamia College will be catering to probably handicrafts and handlooms. That is its core sector in the catchment area. Then market in other potential sectors in catchment area and market outside catchment area. So these are the potential sectors we should target. Then focus area for incubation center. The incubation center is planned to provide support to entrepreneurs, MSMEs, students in all activities in product life cycle, from point of concept creation to development of prototype up to low volume productions. Stress here is on low volume production because these are prototype productions and we are not going in commercial productions in incubator, but we can transfer it to field for commercial production. Next, please. To start with, a comprehensive secondary study should be carried out to understand the technological requirements of sectors and in particular cases under study. Unfortunately, please go back to the previous slide. Yes. Unfortunately, in Kashmir, there is no baseline study in most of the sectors. So that should be one of the things which we should start.
Baseline study has been done, the DPR which you have prepared. I think you have done that.
That is on incubator only. I am talking of the problems.
So I would like to share that with you because we have spent 9 lakh rupees on that DPR.
We would also try to do
you are taking so much of pains, I would share it with all the principals.
Those principals only who have incubator set up.
Okay.
No, that was only for incubator, baseline study for incubator. I am talking of baseline study for the problems. Like our friend Director Industries mentioned certain industries. There are other industries which have greater potential.
All principals should do this baseline survey in the respective catchment area.
Yes.
But we have sociology department. That's the first department to be put on this job.
Like we have limestone. All mountains here are limestone. But what we are doing with limestone? Manufacturing cement. No doubt, cement industry is a very good industry in Kashmir. But limestone, normally in industry, is called a mineral of 1,000 products. And how many we are getting? We are getting just limestone for cement industry.
Yes.
We can have a smaller units making, say, base calcium for calcium medicine.
Yes.
We can convert that into
It can be
acetylene.
grain for many different ideas.
Yes, we can convert that into acetylene gas also.
अच्छा बोला इन्होंने, एक मिनट, इन्होंने अच्छा बोला, प्रिंसिपल्स के पास इनपुट मिल गया ना एक, ये अगर आपने सर्वे कर लिया एरिया में क्या क्या एरियाज हैं तो उसके हिसाब से इंक्यूबेशन हो सकता है आइडिया को लेकर, उस एरिया का बेसलाइन सर्वे becomes the basis for your students to well form. हाँ, वो भी ना, ये ठीक है इन्होंने परवेज साहब ने, we can use his services also.
हाँ, वो तो है ही, वो तो देखना पड़ता है.
We can use his services also.
In that context, we have lot of.
We can use able consultants as resource person for base survey.
We have lot of quartzite in Kashmir.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that is under forest, so we are not allowed to extract. There is another problem with that quartzite, that it has more iron percentage in it, so we can't make plate glass out of it.
Okay.
But we can make bottle glass, we can make other items. But since it is under forest, so we can't do it. So that's true that we have to consider regulations also in these.
वो देख लें पॉलिसी बनाएंगे ना, पहले डिस्कवर तो हो जाए अपॉर्चुनिटी. Let we discover the opportunity, then we will say कि हमें जैसे
baseline study will help us.
कुट का प्लांट हमारे पास है फॉरेस्ट में, वो कोर्ट एक्ट में आता है,
हाँ,
अलाउड नहीं है, और उसकी मेडिसिन बनती है. We can think of a regulation to स्टार्टअप के लिए दे सकते हैं हम. जैसे हमारा ये हमारा कैनबिस टाइवा जो अपना भंग का प्लांट है, वो कोई आम नहीं है, बट वी गिव परमिशन लाइसेंस टू कल्टीवेट फॉर मेडिसिनल
पर्पस.
So this licensing regime can work on such products like quartzite. ठीक, अच्छा.
To validate that the team should perform a detailed primary research, which includes meeting and discussions with various key stakeholders to understand the various insights with respect to specific sector technological requirements. Like cement industry has pollution problems.
We can say जो incubator का CEO होगा, उसी कंपनी में जो पैसा आएगा उस पैसे को यूज करेगा और बेसलाइन
जनरेट करेगा डाटा.
We can give that grant to that incubation center.
The objective
करो इसको, ये प्रोजेक्ट बिल्ड करना उसको.
The objective of this primary research will be to understand their business requirements, issues, challenges, future requirements, to develop a deeper understanding of the requirement that can be served by the incubator in future. Based on the outcome and the results of discussions, market opportunity assessments should be undertaken to understand the demand in sectors across segments, across various stages. Next, please. Next slide, please. We are all familiar with the hub and spoke, but it's not as simple as it appears to be. Every spoke in itself can be a hub.
Yes.
So it's a very complex.
It has to grow as a hub.
It's a very complex model. Seems very simple. It was started probably in 1955 by Delta Airlines, and most of the airlines are still following this model for managing their traffic. Next, please. This is the simplified version of this. Next, please. As our commissioner secretary has already pointed out that we should leave with some questions, so I'm putting these questions probably without answers, that this is what we have to think. What is innovation? Then feasibility of that innovation, marketability, transfer to actual field, local suitability, investment, sustainability and funding. These are the things which we have to think. Next slide, please.
These will require out of box thinking.
Next. Incubation. Again, we have some questions in incubation. What is the purpose of incubation? Then need of incubation, mentorship. How do we get mentors? Like he has already put some questions to EDI. Then selection. How do we select candidates for incubation? Then funding. Funding is very important. Then investment. Funding is different from investment. Then sustainability and feasibility. Next, please. Then institution. What is the role of institution in this? How the institution selects the subjects they have to incubate, then mentors, how they get mentors, what is their setup, what are their strengths in setting up their setup, then contacts with industry, very important and probably lacking in all areas. Investment, then the same sustainability and feasibility. Here I would like to add that unfortunate part which I have seen in my own field experience, that industry lives in its own cocoon. So does our institutions. They also live in their own cocoon. They don't meet. Meeting somewhere in a lecture hall for half an hour one day and leaving after lunch, then that doesn't solve the problems. There are so many problems in industry. one of the biggest problems which I have faced in my consultancy work is that we have certain high value fruit like cherry and strawberry, but they are highly perishable. How to increase their shelf life? We have worked on that and we have come out with a solution which is not a new solution, but not as yet used in Kashmir. With that, we can increase shelf life of cherry without refrigerator from 2 days to 12 days. Similarly, cherry for 1 month. So we had a person who started this venture, but we could not sustain. Next, please. Packaging is very crucial in food industry. Packaging, probably packaging sells more products than quality of the product.
We don't have much. Our market is open.
There are some regulatory problems also which our clients are facing in packaging industry. Like PCB, Pollution Control Board doesn't permit certain type of activities in Kashmir. So you will be surprised to know that per month we are importing bread wrappers worth 50 lakh rupees per month.
Opportunity कितना बड़ा हमारे पास?
But when one of my clients went to PCB, they refused to give them permission to set up the unit.
The higher education department can help getting this eased out.
Yes.
We will be setting up the student entrepreneur.
Yes.
We're getting different position to speak.
And through these incubators, we can address that problem as well. Then next slide, please. This is about initiative we have already talked about. In conclusion, I would like to conclude fast. They had given me 25 minutes, but I'm trying to finish in 12 and a half. So to conclude, I may add that this has great scope, as we have already discussed, and the strength of this incubator lies in the reputation of this institution and association of local youth from the catchment area, and probably the leadership of the government and Commissioner Secretary Higher Education. But we have to safeguard. Next, please. We have to safeguard against certain problems which we probably will face. Next slide, please. We'll skip this and go to the next slide. Next. Next. Conclusion.
You can go to the back slide. You can go to the back slide, one slide back.
Acha.
Biotechnology, the indicative target area. I would like to read them out.
हाँ, I will read them out. मैंने तक सोचा कि
Biotechnology and pharma, ये सभी note कर सकते हैं. These are the areas where we were concerned.
This is the indicative list of the areas. I will read it out. Like we have biotechnology and pharmaceuticals. This is very
It's a great potential area.
सर ये शेयर एक्सक्यूज मी सर ये शेयर कीजिए आप ये
मेरी presentation इनके लैपटॉप पर है. You can share it from there.
देखो नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी
इस पे कोई
great area of opportunities. Glass industry based on local raw materials. Very good area.
Then आप अगर आप इसमें लास्ट देखेंगे ना, लास्ट वो नीचे आ नहीं रहा है, क्यों आप देखिए क्यों? That is local marriage industry.
Oh yes.
This is a huge industry. There's a lot of potential in this. There's a lot of potential in this industry. वो जो था, their approach was through digital.
Leather industry. Leather industry is a great industry. Leather industry हमारे पास.
Leather industry में probably you will be shocked to realize that we are producing 65 lakh skins per year in Kashmir, and nothing is used here. Nothing is used. Yes.
Relevant लाया आपने. You have taken a relevant list. I like the list.
वो भी होगा.
लिखा है.
Tourism भी होगा. Hospitality industry, transportation, tourism भी होगा.
Hospitality लिखा है.
अच्छा, और fast growing sector है हमारा. We have a very fast growing potential sector, that is education and health sector, where you can, government is seriously inviting investment in that. We are working on a huge health sector project.
Relevant list. All incubator centers principals can make a survey on these opportunities for all these ventures.
And I have included Saad Parvez packaging industry as well, because I realize that it has great potential.
Package industry.
Next, please.
Good sector.
Next slide, please.
अच्छा, एक मिनट. फूड एंड बेकरी में क्या है, जो हमारी फूड मिनिस्ट्री जो है वो 50% ग्रांट्स देती है. हम लिवरेज नहीं करें उस ग्रांट्स को.
हाँ, वो है ना.
फूड एंड बेकरी, आरटी, फ्रूट एंड वेजिटेबल प्रोसेसिंग है, ये कोई सेक्टर हमारा लेगा तो 50% वहां से ग्रांट्स मिलेंगी इसको, एंजल फंडिंग की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी।
यहाँ मैं आपको कहूँ जो ये RTE, that is ready to eat foods, ready to eat foods में what we are normally targeting is non-veg food, but there is a whole chain of vegetarian Kashmiri foods which we are not targeting. पैकेजिंग की बात यह है ना कि टिन पैकेजिंग इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल. अब यू हैव टू गो फॉर लेटेस्ट पाउच टाइप पैकेजिंग प्लस जो वेजिटेरियन कश्मीरी फूड है इट हैज ग्रेट यूएसपी.
एग्जांपल मैं देता हूं कि हमारा ये नदरभोज है.
हाँ,
मल्टी
हमने 2 साल पहले नदरमुंजी का एक रिसर्च किया. 2 साल पहले हमने उसको लाया, हमने उनके छोटे साइज करके हमने उनको नाइट्रोजन पैक करवाया जैसे चिप्स होते. फिर हमने उसको महीना भर रखा, देखा शिखा, वो फ्रेश थे. नाइट्रोजन में क्या होता है उनको. बट द प्रॉब्लम was that once we sent that for testing, it failed in all the tests because the material they are using, the oil they are using, the spices, the coloring matter they are using. So now they have become wiser. आप उनको कहिए कि मुझे नदरमुंजी 4 किलो चाहिए, मुझे बाहर भेजना है, वो कहेंगे ये रंग वाला नहीं, रंग के बगैर वाला वो ले जाओ. They will separate this because by coming in our contact they realize that they are using something which is not permissible. तो इसी तरह अगर आप इस नदरमुंजी की बात करते हैं, यहाँ हमारी शीर माल है जो इन्हें हमको कावे के साथ दी, ये हम पैकेज कर सकते हैं. या हमारा कंदी कुलचा है, कुछ बहुत सारी चीजें जिनको हमने इन सब पे ट्राई किया, एक्सपेरिमेंट किए, मगर प्रॉब्लम ये हुई कि जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स जब शीर माल वो बनाते हैं, कहने को तो ये वेजिटेरियन है मगर उसमें एनिमल फैट भी यूज होता है. तो यू कैन नॉट मार्केट एज ग्रीन वेज आइटम. उसकी वजह से वी दैट इज अ सब्जेक्ट फॉर इंक्यूबेटर. They can come out with these yes.
आपको बताएं माइनिंग का डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट स्टार्ट हो गया गवर्नमेंट में. माइनिंग सेक्टर इज अ बिग सेक्टर.
हाँ, बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर. माइनिंग
साहब ने आपको बताया जो ये कंट्रोल्ड एटमॉस्फेयर स्टोरेजेस है. हाँ, इट्स अ गुड सेक्टर.
वेरी गुड.
चलिए
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. यहाँ पे तो आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड दैट प्लानिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वी हैव बीन स्पेंडिंग दिस डे टुडे thinking of how to plan incubators. So planning is very important. We all understand that it's important. Go to next, please. When institutions are connected with some mission or with some program, the problem with them is that they convert everything into a classroom. So that is a problem. अगर आप classroom में convert करेंगे, ideas will not come.
ये खतरा हमें है.
हाथ खड़ा करके वो they will not answer your question. So this is the biggest threat I anticipate. कि अगर हाँ चलिए, थैंक यू एग्री विद मी.
ये खतरा तो है.
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम.
Very well done, well presented. They were very interactive and informative also. We would like you to share with us. बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे. आपकी एक्सपीरियंस बोलती है प्रेजेंटेशन.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful presentation. And we are very sorry that you had to cut short your presentation, but we are really happy because words speak louder than, though pictures speak louder than words. So your presentation was a very beautiful presentation. Now I feel privileged to introduce Mr. Anush Sharma here, our next resource person. But before we move on to him, he is connected with us through Zoom. I would like to give you a brief introduction of Mr. Anush Sharma. Mr. Anush Sharma, CEO, Alcesar Impact Private Limited, with a professional experience of 17 plus years in strategy consulting, structuring, transaction advisory, legal strategy, impact investing, and investment banking. Mr. Anuj is a well-known name in impact investing and social enterprise landscape worldwide. He has worked in 14 countries globally. In year 2008, founded Anuj S. Sharma and Co. ASCO, India's only fully focused transaction advisory and structuring firm in impact investing and social enterprise landscape after working for mainstream clients across globe. Mr. Anuj was instrumental in structuring India's first privately placed masala bond for a social enterprise for a US-based foundation and FDI in Manipur. Mr. Anuj has conducted workshops for impact investors and social enterprises and has been a guest speaker in varied conferences across the world. I take this privilege to invite Mr. Anu Sharma, CEO, Alcesar Impact Private Limited, to present his presentation on the topic Startup Finance and enlighten us about the financial matters and involvement in I3Cs initiative. Mr. Sharma, may I please have you online? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Please
Thanks a
go
lot.
ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a pleasure and a big honor to be part of this esteemed gathering here, and really privileged to actually talk to some of the dignitaries here and some of them who I met in person last year and before that as well. So I had been part of this startup finance for quite some time now, close to 12 years. And I've seen this sector growing up from its nascent stage in early part of 2000. And now when we are talking about billions of dollars, unicorns and other things, kind of transformative stages that these startups have kind of got into. Everyday life matters as well. So I'll walk you through some of the specific things that I've seen from my eyes, and also some practitioners' approach towards the startup finance, which could be useful to some of the startup people here, and also to policymakers in terms of identifying some kind of a collaborative approaches that we can do as well. So just to kind of walk through it, like this is something my previous visit to Kashmir, and I was able to get this image, very similar to what startup is trying to achieve. We would like to go to a specific mountain, we need to climb it. There will be some stones, various other things and hurdles, but we need to pass on to these things to get to a stage which is fruitful for us and be a unicorn for ourselves and to the so a quick brief about us. We are market leaders in impact investing in social enterprise landscape, transaction advisory in this South Asia. We have galvanized close to $500 million in investments in startups across this side. We worked with 60 plus leading institutional investors, international foundations, development financial institutions, and multiple high net worth individuals, which are spread across the world. And in past 12 years of work, we have managed to work with close to 600 startups. Typically, we are one of the first advisors on behalf of investors of our startups. Many of the startups that we have advised on behalf of investors or directly have got further funding of more than $100 million as well in past many years. And some of the areas that we work, I will kind of skip it that, and I'll get into the basic framework, our understanding of the entrepreneurship landscape, and what are the different steps that needs to be get into for the startup financing. So the most important thing that we envisage, and that is one of the important things which needs to be articulated properly, is what is entrepreneur vision all about. And entrepreneur vision is not just about serving to themselves, but also to serve the society and also to serve the people which are working for them. And many times entrepreneur vision becomes so big that it kind of transforms the society with which they are working and collaborating as well. And having a vision which is a more focused in terms of a larger geography always helps. And in this particular era where we are having a globally connected world, having a vision which is primarily seem impossible is made possible as well. And that is all done because of the great entrepreneurs that we see around across the world. Second is we need to be clear about the stage of the entity as well. Many times the startups are starting youngsters who have great entrepreneurial mindset, fearless people are there, but they are starting raw. They are young people. They need more grooming in terms of the direction that they need to do, but they have abundant energy. So we need not to have the worry about the energy levels they have, but that needs to be directional. The same time, there are certain entrepreneurs who get into the entrepreneurship bandwagon after working with other corporates or in some other, I will say, entities. For them, the major challenge is articulating why they have come in and what kind of a specific risk they need to take to go into the next level. Then the third thing which needs to be clear is what is the reason of fundraising? Are you wanting to do fundraise for the sake of it, or you are wanting to fundraise because you want to grow the entity or your idea to the next level? And that why is very important. So the why, what, and who is these are the three things which kind of clarifies the reason and rationale for it. And then you need to be clear about what is a funding requirement. You can't just say, I need, let's say, 50 lakh rupees, 1 crore, 10 crore, 20 crore. You need to have a clear demarcation that if I'm needing certain amount of money, why I'm needing it, and if I'm needing it, what is the best way for me to get the return back as well. So I'm talking about a scenario where the entrepreneur has to earn enough money, not just for themselves, but also to the stakeholders that they are working with. Then you need to be clear about the regulatory framework. Now, this sometimes becomes make or break as well. But at this moment of time, if I look back, regulatory framework is pretty, I will say, good. It is friendly. And keeping that into mind, the last thing which is very important is what is the timeline the entrepreneur is looking as well, if you want to get into the fundraising. And timeline cannot be short duration. Like if I say a month or two, it's not going to happen. You need to have something which is at least 3 to 6 months long and which is more rational as well. And in this thing, one of the important things that needs to have, and entrepreneurship is all about hope, and it is also about storytelling. And if we have to talk about entrepreneurship for a startup, one of the important things which has kind of got evolved, and this is a evolution for the last 50 years, if I put like this, across the globe. Before that, startup ecosystem was not at all existing. And late 1970s in US, this startup phenomena started. And that picked up the fastest speed today. And because of the way the risk appetite of investors have come in, and that has been channelized to the entrepreneurs at a right time and right stage, the startup boom has happened. And in this, the kind of conventional methodologies are just not required. It is not even thinkable for us to use. So if I say I'm a startup, I'm starting with 1 lakh rupees, sometime because of your idea, the kind of great vision you have, the kind of great articulation you have, the kind of great storytelling idea to make the vision clearer, you could be valued in the first stage of your entrepreneurship journey itself, a 1 lakh company, to be 5 crore or 10 crore as well. Now it looks kind of like surprising how it is. Now in this, many times, suppose if you are a startup which has a engineering background, you may have an IP, and that IP may not be generating money today. But what if I say that there is a specific vision where you are articulating to the investor, hey, look, if you invest in me, within 5 years, I'm able to take this company to the next level. And that specific articulation is primarily captured in something called financial model. And this financial model primarily encompasses a futuristic side of an entrepreneurship. And this futuristic side of entrepreneurship has galvanized the funding which has come into the startups. And today, the startup funding is going to surpass the conventional funding across the globe, not just in one geography. I'm talking about across the globe. And this is primarily coming up with a lots of collaboration with investors who are legendary in their own way, who are assisting people at a very early on. And the reason of them to assist the entrepreneur at an early on stage is also because they are able to get the returns at a much faster rate. Now, these two things, if we combine with various investment horizons, let's put it like this. Today, if you invest in a bank, you are going to get a return of 5 to 7% maximum. If you invest in a mutual fund, you may be getting a return of, let's say, 10%, but the risk becomes higher. If you invest in a stock market, you may be getting a return which may be doubling your money, but you may be wiped out as well. But the risk becomes higher, the return also higher. In a startup, however, you may, if you get it support an entrepreneur at an early stage, your money could be multiplied far more what you can think of. And some of the entrepreneurs which has got assisted at a right stage, they have demonstrated across the globe that they understand how to create value. They understand how to create a whole market for different, I will say, products. And they also understood the way to get innovation in the market, not just with respect to the product articulation or market reach, but also with respect to the financing needs of the companies as well. And this specific thing has kind of got into the stage where we see in India itself, if you see, we are getting unicorns every second month. The unicorns is which is $1 billion plus valuation. The same thing is across different stages in South Asia. And just to give a sense, South Asia is having a population of close to 1/5 of the world humanity. And we have one of the youngest population in the world. That means we have one of the biggest market which any startup can have. And if you can succeed in this market, you can succeed across the world, anywhere. And this has been demonstrated by education companies, tech companies. If I say agri-tech is one of the fastest growing sector now. You know, another one which is into healthcare. And all these three things are getting combined with fintech. On all these four stages, sectors have defied even COVID. And the valuations of startups have actually increased in spite of COVID slowdown that people were talking. Typical startup stages, if we see, which is a very typical thing: seed stage, early stage, and growth stage. Now, this is a valley of death as well. If they are not able to get proper support, it's not just about finance, but it is also about mentoring. It is about guidance. It's about proper market validation and others. They will die. And once they start getting a revenue, it is not commensurate that their earnings or profits needs to be there on day one. And this is the kind of risk-taking investors have identified. Just like if I say all the specific bets in India, the early stage, not just India, if I go back to California, where I give lots of startup related sessions as well, the first early bets were all done by philanthropic institutions. And when they took the specific bet, they felt that when we are putting the money in a startup, we may or may not be able to get it. But because of the resilience of young startups and also the innovation they brought in, they were able to multiply that money to a larger level. And I'll give a very classical example, which is also a part of the Nobel Prize history as well. Professor Mohammad Yunus started microfinance institutions in Bangladesh. And when he started with a vision that he would like to support underprivileged people across different geographies of the world. And he was conferred Nobel Prize. His learnings were adopted by some of the microfinance institutions in India as well. Initial support of all these microfinance institutions were given by some of the institutions in India, but the majority of support came from outside international investors, and they gave the money in the form of quasi grants. And that grants gave them a specific push to validate their hypothesis, to validate the first customer pilots. And after that, they were able to launch themselves. And at that stage, the same investors converted that next level of grants into equity. And that specific equity went on to become so big a multiplier effect, not just with respect to the investor value, but also to the companies. So some of the names which are there today, like Ujjivan, it is a $500 million company today, and it is a small finance bank. Same way, if you say Utkarsh, same way you say Bandhan, which is a $1 billion plus bank today. All these guys started with a hypothesis that they were serving the underprivileged. But the market is so big and it is so enormous that the investors who invested early on, they were able to get 20x to 25x as well, some of them, and which is unheard of in any stock market or other things. And plus, they also got the benefit of serving the underprivileged people. Both the things getting, I will say, balanced out. And in this case, now the similar hypothesis is getting rubbed into other areas as well. Now, agri-tech is one of the area which is growing the fastest. And many people feel like, what is the way how you are multiplying these specific things, which is like humanity specific things. We have been having the whole agriculture specific practices which are similar. However, they are fearless young entrepreneurs which are there. They're trying to imbibe technology using the agri principles which are a decade old, a century old, and doing an upside down innovation to get startups which can get the last mile connectivity with respect to the customers as well. And that's how they were able to get some kind of a fast growing entities in COVID era. And that kind of thing gave rise to a very amazing set of entrepreneurs who gave good amount of returns to the investors as well. And that's where I go to the next stage. What are the fundamentals of investments as well? You have three stages. The initial stage might start with a grant or a fundable grants, if I put like this. The second stage comes with an equity, and third stage comes as a debt. And then the fourth stage, which is coming up, which is a market disruptive stage, which is called blended finance as well, which is coming. And blended finance is a concept which is just newly started in US and European market, but we are testing in this part of the geography as well, where it says that grant institutions like a foundation or a, let's say, a policymakers can support an initiative by equity investor to put money in a startup. If a equity investor is having some kind of a fear psychosis, what kind of returns they may get, certain portion of their investments could be safeguarded, maybe 10% or 20% could be safeguarded by blended finance. And this is a very good innovation which is kind of started or spurred lots of investments in areas which are normally not very feasible for investments at large scale. Let's take one of the areas is healthcare. In healthcare, it takes lots of time for you to become positive in terms of profitability. And many people feel that how can we invest in research and development stage, and governments have their own limitations to support the startup. So what if we get a blended finance instruments to support the startup at early on with a gestation period of, let's say, 3 to 5 years? And that is what we demonstrated with a US-based leading foundation, which also supports MIT labs in Boston. And they were able to galvanize a $3 million blended finance instrument to a medical device company in this one, Bombay, to allow them a R&D related spend for next 3 years. And that was a transformative assistance, because that allowed that entity to not get into too much of liquidation of, I will say, shares, but at the same time, they were able to get good amount of monetary assistance to complete their R&D. And after the R&D, they were able to start their specific process at a very faster stage as well. And this is something which is coming up in a very good way. However, at a larger level, if I say at an ecosystem level, there are very few, I will say, knowledgeable people on this side of the world to give a glimpse of this kind of a financial innovations coming into picture. And that's why, like, there's a very urgent need for us to have bigger awareness about financial innovations across different geographies to be spread. Now, what kind of varied financing which are there, like as a typical startup, if I want to see, the first could be family and friends. If you need, let's say, just 10 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees, rather than looking for investors, why not you look around your ecosystem as well and try to see if you can galvanize a smaller pie of money. Now, just like you are going in market to sell your products, you are also needs to have a marketing skill, at least somewhat, to sell your specific vision to family and friends. And it is also testing the market kind of a thing. If you can test the water around your family and friends, and you can convince them to invest a small amount of money, that means you are preparing a ground for a much larger pitches that you are going to make with the angel investors, with venture capital or private equity, or if you can get into a very larger proper stage of things, you can get into grants. And one of the beauty of grants today, if I put it like this, is you have lots of international foundations which are supporting innovation across the globe. And it could encompass regions. It can encompass the age of the entrepreneur. It can encompass even the kind of age of the enterprise itself as well. But you need to be clear with your vision. You need to be articulating in terms of what is the specific benefits you are going to provide with your startup idea, and what is the specific end use which will be there with respect to this grants as well. And many people in this part of the world are not even aware whether the grants are available outside this geography. I can give you an example of Gates Foundation, which is like funding close to $1 billion in South Asia across.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Mr. Amir, sir, can you
Yes,
hear
please.
me?
Yes, please.
Our Commissioner Secretary wants to say something.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Anuj, I was very impressed with the previous slide also.
Yes, yes, sir.
A blended type of financing, and the subsequent slide where you shown us how to work for the finances to be mobilized. And I see the grants column here in the next slide. Yeah, grants.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on grants one?
Yeah. So
see the capitalist, and we can see the angel funding. And you have started with the family and friends. There's an idea being shared. Families and friends could be the first thing to be banking upon. Then we can also leverage upon angel funding, and then venture capitalists, I believe. VCP means venture.
Yeah, venture capital and private equity. Right, sir.
And then grants. I'm not following how.
Yeah. So this is not the exit process. Sorry, grants could be coming at any stage, I will say. It can come even at the first stage as well. So it all depend on,
Special fund. You're mentioning about some foundation fund.
Yes.
Can you just give us more information on grants?
Yeah. So grants is, let's say, the company fund I was saying, Lemelson Foundation. They invest in innovations across the globe. And when I say across the globe, is into healthcare or some kind of a various other initiative which are beneficial to the public at large. Like this, there are more than 100 big foundations which are there, which has started with a intent to support the global innovations across in different sectors. So one of the specific other, like I will say foundation I can tell is IDH, Farm Fit. They are only supporting cotton farmers and small farm holder specific initiative across South Asia. They have $100 million corpus. The same way you have USAID, which is US government supported fund. What they are saying is, we will give you a guarantee. If you want to invest in a company and this company is doing some social good, we will give you guarantee. And this guarantee kind of structures are not heard of in this part of the world. They have not, they don't know. And USAID has a bilateral agreement with India of $1 billion worth of guarantee they can provide. And they are comfortable providing guarantees even to small, I will say, startups as well. But that has to be galvanized. Somebody need to know about this whole schemes and then get the structures done properly as well. So what I'm saying is, let's say you have J&K Bank and they would like to give a loan to a startup, but because the startup does not have collateral, they are not going to get it, which is a very big fact. But what if there is a guarantee which comes from a bilateral agency and they say, hey, look, don't worry, 5 crore rupees is guaranteed by me. In terms of collateral, you will be able to give the loan to the other startup. So that kind of things have started newly. Like I will not say it was present 10 years back, but it has started newly. The same way, there are other big foundations like Michael and Susan Dell Foundation is there. You have CDC London, which is there. You have FMO, which is a development financial institution based out of Netherlands, which is there. You have Netri Foundation, which is based out of Spain. They are only focusing on certain initiatives which can help financial inclusion get to the small entrepreneurs as well. Now, these things, if we can galvanize to people in this region, they can actually have more than one source of financing as well. And that could allow them to have more confidence in their own ideas, because at a early on, entrepreneurship in this part of the world, I will say South Asia as a whole, is a cumbersome, painful process. And I'm using this process because entrepreneurship, if I fail, it is not taken as a positive side. The same thing if I go to West, they celebrate entrepreneurship. If I'm an entrepreneur, if I fail, I have a much better chances to get another job because I have experience in a startup. But in this part of the world, if I fail, I'm let down. So that kind of a specific mindset change also needs to come, not just financing. So let's say if I am investing 10 lakh rupees in a startup in J&K, and what if the startup fails, which is fair. But if the startup has done all the things right, but because of market conditions or some kind of other product validation which has not happened, they fail, then the investor should be comfortable. And that's where this kind of a equity investment thing comes in. And it is a very powerful medium where we are saying we are taking a huge amount of risk in the entrepreneur, in their ability, in terms of their vision, in terms of the kind of great returns they might give us. But at the same time, I'm also cognizant of the fact that my money could be converted into zero. So that kind of a balancing act is which is primarily there. However, at this point of time, in the past 5 years,
Mr. Anuj, I'm just also, I would like to know what have you pitched in the CSR component of companies, corporate social responsibility component? Can we?
Sir, I've not used it. That is a bonus, because I'll be honest. CSR is a very cumbersome process as well for a startup. The reason is because they are for profit, and CSR only allows the investment to go into a non-profit. So how a startup will be able to get CSR? They can't get it. So I rather than either I wait for the regulations to change, or I tweak the model in a way that startups survive. And if this CSR gets galvanized into a startup, it is a bonus. So that's why I'm saying I'm more my expertise lies into the international finance mobilization rather than the Indian mobilization, because it's more easier for me. Now, majority of people find it difficult.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Then finding the right investor. This is a kind of a thing which I would request all the entrepreneurs to have a clarity about. First is the entrepreneur needs to have a good networking, which is a kind of a lifeline for them. Don't shy away from networking, and network from people who are not of the similar profession, not of the similar region, but global in nature. That's a very important thing. Find avenues of networking which needs to be global. Then you need to be more open in terms of finding yourself and presenting yourself in forums and competitions which are global in nature as well. Like, just to give you an example, we have a startup called Fast Beetle here in Srinagar, and they got themselves, I will say, admitted in SOCAPs, which is based out of San Francisco. And they were the first company in J&K which got into SOCAP recently. And the reason they got is just an awareness thing. I told them that there is a forum which is happening. And just because of COVID, they were not able to travel to San Francisco. Otherwise, they may have got a all expense paid trip to San Francisco to present the kind of great innovations they are doing in the city. The same way, we have another startup which are primarily now focusing on how to revive bookstores and get the writers and other people to the forefront as well. And in the third thing, that which is more important, is referrals. Find some good people who could be brand ambassadors to you and have their referrals or some kind of a talking points which can come from their side, which is very good because startups many times may not have a very good ecosystem of social support. So why not you have some kind of a reference which could be from the mentors, which could be from the academicians or from investor community who could refer you that, okay, great, this is a good idea. I may not be able to invest because this may not be the right stage for me, but I can refer this entrepreneur to somebody else. And fourth, which is again important, is keep doing your research about the market, about the possibilities. And as I say, entrepreneurship is all about hope. So unless you don't do your ground research, you are not going to succeed to the next level. And since I said South Asia is one of the biggest market, biggest young population in the world, there's a big market for startups if they have a much bigger vision as well. So I would like to conclude here, and various lots of thanks for including me to be part of this great session.
Anuj, I have something more to ask from you.
Yes, sir.
A very good presentation. We could get insights how to mobilize finances and what corners to look for. But is there any policy going on to register the investment in startups as a company under 80DD income tax rebates, or like we have some trusts who collect money and they get rebate under income tax? In case that regulation is happening, we'll be mobilizing a lot of funds and that would be available for incubations.
Right, sir. So,
is
sir,
something like going on there?
Sir, there is a Startup India scheme which is there. So if you register your company in MCA, you can get into Startup India registration. However, the challenge is,
I couldn't follow you. I'm just asking, is there any provision to work out a company who can avail benefits under 80DD registration to give the income tax rebates? In case that happens, a lot of employees pay income tax. We can subscribe their money to this institution or incubation centers, and that rebate can be taken. Instead of going to the trust and giving philanthropist donations, we can give donation for a development. So is any regulation working on it?
Yeah. So like IITs in India, like if you see IIT Bombay, Kanpur, Delhi and others, they keep getting grants for support of startups as well. However, like that has to be channelized in a professional manner as well. So I just a caveat, I will put it like this: if you are professional to manage the money, it's easier. Otherwise, what happens? You can provide grants which are coming from, let's say, some kind of a foundations in these academic institutions. Unless you don't have professionals who know how to manage money, it will only go to academicians in terms of research and development. But to grow the startups, you need some risk appetite as well. And risk appetite comes from experience to a certain level as well.
Oh, let me put my question in another way.
Yes, sir.
If you get angel investors investing money in incubation centers, will they get income tax rebate?
If it is from India, yes, they can get. Yes, if they are registered as a trust.
Become a silver lining.
Right, sir.
That become a silver lining.
Yeah.
In case angel investors putting money in Islamia College,
right,
that investment will be taken as a income tax rebate. We can mobilize a lot of money. We have a lot of business houses around. We can go to them, ask them donate money to Islamia College for incubation. That money will be used by their organization to get the income tax rebates while they file the returns. So this is where I want to educate my principals. This is going to be one of the areas of interest of financial mobilization. In case that money gets available, then they are the kings of incubations.
Absolutely. Very, very well said, sir. So I think this is pretty, it opens up a new avenue of support as well for the startups.
Anuj, I would like you to visit Kashmir sometime when the COVID protocol is relaxed. I want to have one-to-one with you because this happens to be a very deep learning chapter. It's not understood commonly by people. But once we establish our incubation centers, your services will be required and mentoring or mobilization such a type of resource. In the meantime, we'll find the probable investors around us so that they can be motivated and joining us in your interactive session. You can tell them what opportunities lies and what benefit it will be rendering to the society as a whole, right? And we can discuss the CSR parameters as well in case that becomes non-profit. Because incubation, we'll see what component can be leveraged on that also. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
sir. Thank you,
Thanks.
sir.
It was enlightening.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I thank you, Mr. Anu Sharma, for being there with us and answering the questions that were posed to you. But I hope you to be with us online because we have many questions that have poured in through online mode. But I shall keep the questions reserved because I do not want our next resource person who is with us, who has already joined us, I don't want to keep him waiting. So let's move on to Professor Satyajit Majumdar first, and then we can take all the questions that are pouring in, and we have questions for all the resource persons. But I believe we could take the questions after the session.
Yes, Majumdar sir.
So is that okay? So getting refreshed after a working tea break, let's move on back to business. And you would be glad to know that we have an extremely honored and experienced resource person with us for this session to present his views on Incubation Center, what's and how's. But before I welcome Professor Satyajit Majumdar to come up with his presentation, I would like to present a brief introduction about Professor Satyajit Majumdar. Professor Satyajit Majumdar, presently at Center for Social Entrepreneurship, School of Management and Labor Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Professor Majumdar is a postgraduate in management, PhD from BITS Pilani, and a fellow of Institution of Engineers, India. Professor Majumdar has been active in diverse fields of national importance, like various bodies, like member of Governing Board of National Innovation Foundation, NIF, member of Steering Committee on Biotechnology, Based Program for Societal Development, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Program Advisory and Monitoring Committee member, National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Member, Academic Council of NITIE Mumbai and KLE Technology University, Hubli, India. Professor Majumdar has more than 39 years of experience with Coal India Limited in maintenance and projects. He is conferred with Best Case Writer Award in 2005. Conferred with Galpin International Research Fellowship by Quinnipiac University, USA in 2009. Professor Majumdar is associated as expert with UNESCO Asia Pacific, UNCTAD Geneva, Siberia Region of Asian Federation, British Council, India. Professor Majumdar is associated as a mentor to Business and Social Enterprises with Biotechnology Research Assistance Council of Government of India and MSRCEL of IIM Bangalore. He is a member of core committees constituted by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India for National Entrepreneurship Award. Besides this, Professor Majumdar is a member of various boards of companies and NGOs. He has been actively involved as visiting faculty and invited speaker. I feel honored to welcome Professor Satyajit Majumdar for this session, but before this session begins, we would like to invite you, sir, by an applause. May we please welcome Professor Majumdar.
Thank you.
I invite you for your presentation. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I feel honored to share my thoughts on the question of incubation center, what's and how's. And I thank the organizers of this event and of course our friend Irtif from JKDI for connecting me to this forum and also finding something meaningful which we can do together. So in next 30-40 minutes, I would like to spend about 15 to 20 minutes on giving some basic framework of incubation center, how it looks like, what it should do, and how it can function. And of course, there is no single rule for running incubation center, but nevertheless, most of my discussion will be based on my own experience as well, because we have about 7 or 8 years experience in running incubation center in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, probably first of its kind in social startup phase. And I was listening to the presentation of my close friend Anuj. Anuj has been associated with us as visiting faculty and also supporting us in several ways to connect to the larger community of investors, etc. So I will first talk about little bit about our story, what we did at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, not to claim big laurels, but want to tell that how we did it, because I think that's the larger question probably the audience of this forum have, that what to do and how to do. I think so. I would like to start with how we did it. Maybe we can take some questions later on or during the presentation. Please stop me any point of time if you have any question. But nevertheless, every incubation center should also consider itself as a startup. That's my first submission. Incubation centers are no less than startups. So whatever we say that startups should do or the entrepreneurs should do, I think the incubation center themselves have to do the same thing. So that's my first submission. So just to tell you in brief what TISS stands for. TISS was established in 1936, much before independence of the country, and subsequently became deemed university in 1964. Right now, we are spread in 4 locations, 4 cities to be very specific. Other than our main campus in Mumbai, we also have a rural campus in Tuljapur, very close to Sholapur city of Maharashtra. We call it as a rural campus. And we are also located in the cities of Guwahati and Hyderabad. We are engaged in socially relevant, high quality professional education, and certainly social entrepreneurship is one of them. The master's program on social entrepreneurship is the beginning of our engagement in the space of social enterprise creation, which was created in 2007. In fact, none other than Professor Mohammed Yunus was the inspirer for this program. Subsequently, 2012, on the 5th year of the program, we decided to set up a social incubation center for social startups. But of course, we have our own unique journey to claim, which I'll come now. So first to give you a brief, this data is not updated, but I just wanted to tell you what we do and how do we do it, kind of thing. Don't worry much about the data. It's not to claim big laurels for our success or failure, whatever we talk about. You will see the graph says very clearly majority of our engagement in the social enterprises in the areas of rural development and agriculture, and we work very closely with the different biotechnology organs of Government of India. So since I was listening to the question in Anuj's session also, Government of India also has several programs for startups. May not be packaged as startup, but a lot of program for the innovators, a lot of program for enterprise creation or innovation, science and technology innovations. I think we can look into those peripheral areas also, and we associate with them very closely. So 2012, we set up the incubation center with some fund as well, which was given to us by DBS Bank. DBS at that point of time was Indian subsidiary of a Singapore-based bank, and they have given us their CSR fund to be used as seed fund. Of course, there were some issues in terms of the legalities of the fund disbursement. So we did it. We complied to that because we also came under FCRA. So I'm not getting to the detail how we use the fund. We were FCRA compliant and we followed all the norms of then CSR law prevailing at that point of time. So in this process, we have created more than 50 enterprises, and that's why I wrote 50 plus social enterprises. And some of them were recognized globally. Sampoorna won the best GSVC Award, Global Social Venture Competition in 2014. And of course, they were the National Entrepreneurship Award winner also of 2017. And of course, we have quite a few other than this VCAP, which received a Social Entrepreneur Award in Singapore. So the point I'm making here is, any good work in social enterprise creation. Of course, when I use the word social enterprise, it means enterprises which create social impact in addition to being economically sustainable. So it's not a pure charitable trust or society, but it is an enterprise. It's an entity which has got a business, but socially meaningful business. So I refer to that segment. So we have quite a few stories around that. Of course, time to come, we have grown further, and at present, we don't have fund. We don't operate any fund. We provide only mentorship. We provide networking, and also now our entrepreneurship space is open for anybody who wants to join us as an incubator. Earlier, it was only for the graduates of our program. So I think my second statement to the incubation professionals is when we believe that incubation is a needed entity in the society, more so in the academic institution. I think the essence of it is collaborate and not to compete. Fortunately, we have a network of incubation centers across the country. I sit in some of their advisory boards, and also I act as a mentor to several incubators and vice versa. So it's important that we also develop an ecosystem where we collaborate and work for each other, even if we are so-called competitors in the professional space. So basically, this only gainfully strengthens the network. And also, it's important for us to draw the strength of the network in terms of drawing their resources for our benefit and also collaborating for giving our resources for their benefit. So that's the reason I wrote the statement that being resourceful is critical, but not owning all the resources. So not necessarily that we have to operate with a lot of resources in our campuses. So we can have shared resources also. So it's important that we allow the enterprises to scale up. The scaling up could be in the form of replication, that somebody else adopt my model. So that could be another way to look into enterprise growth model. And not necessarily all the time in size the enterprise has to grow. There are cases where it cannot grow in size. So I'm quite familiar with, I'm reasonably familiar with J&K ecosystem. I had options to come to J&K several times, and I had been to JKABI also a couple of times. So I'm reasonably clear. Sometimes the geographical isolations which the region provides, but that's where we need collaboration. That's where we could think of replication. That's where the role of mentor, role of incubation center, or role of incubation managers comes very handy. So it's important that we contextualize all our operation to the region specific, geographical region specific, or the location specific situation. What we do in our incubation, our engagement with the startups, we don't take startups at the idea stage. We take startups, we announce calls every year twice in the month of January and July, and we invite calls from across the country. We invite calls only from those who have already done the proof of concept. So we don't allow people to join in at the idea stage. Somebody who has already done something on the idea and looking for real startup phase and the acceleration mode. So we kind of work like an accelerator in that sense. So those who are located in Mumbai, we provide them shared workspace like office space, furniture, computer, internet, meeting place, etc., etc. But we have several incubatees who are not located in Mumbai, so they connect us through virtual mode. So every month we have a detailed review. We give them a plan of action. Rather, we develop plan of action jointly with them. And every quarter we expect them to travel to Mumbai and spend some time with us. We do some training program. We have a detailed review. We have very elaborate arrangement for 2 to 3 days when they come in. Of course, during the COVID time, this quarterly face-to-face review is done away with for the time being, where we are not doing it. But nevertheless, that's our practice. So what is critical in incubation center? If you ask me, what is that incubation centers should do? I think the core deliverable of incubation center is mentoring. Mentoring, mentoring doesn't mean coaching alone. Mentoring is allow the incubators to think louder, think bigger, think through the business model, some training inputs, some networking, some collaboration. So these are the facilitating environment which an incubation center should provide. So it's a place for collaboration, and there are several cases our incubators also collaborate among themselves. When they come together, even among themselves, they develop customer-supplier relationship. So that's also a purpose of our engagement with them. Though we are a social science university, we don't have technology department, but nevertheless we are very closely with working with technology institutions, and few of the names which Anuj has mentioned, we connect with them under a larger program of Government of India, what we call as SIIP, Social Innovation Immersion Program, which is Government of India's biotechnology startup program. So we are a knowledge partner in that program, wherein we connect with 14 technology incubators across the country, and all the names which Anuj referred are actually the member of that consortium. So we become a knowledge partner with all of them. So in this process, we strengthen the business model. We help them to strengthen the business model so that eventually the enterprises become self-dependent and they are willing to grow on their own strength. So despite not funding them, we have decent number of applications in every round. So now I come to what should be the model, and this could be a little prescriptive on my part, and I'm open for discussion on that. So what is that an incubation center should do in terms of a concept of model? So I'm coming in a very crisp agenda, how the incubation center should operate. So incubator centers, or sometimes we popularly call them incubators, basically help new companies to survive and grow. I think that's our job. When I say survive and grow, we cannot take moral responsibility of their survival and growth, but our engagement help to increase the probability of growth, probability of survival and growth, and that's our job. But sometimes we do have some cases where companies have discontinued. So not that all of them have survived. There are some who have closed also, and that's probably is also a part of engagement which we need to think through. But certainly our engagement reduces the probability of closure, and that's, I think, is our job. We have, I suggest the incubation center should have a common framework for ecosystem building. We can run several programs with the students so that there is a environment of innovative thinking, student engaged. There could be some events, some guest speakers, etc., etc. That's also part of incubation center. So as I said, there are quite a few virtual and physical incubators in this country. So there are several institutions who run virtual incubation. That means incubators need not come and stay in your campus, but there are few occasions when they come and stay with our campus. So one can have mix and match. So we have actually a mix and match model. So one can think on that line also. So not that all the incubators have to come from your city, all the incubators have to come from your institution. You can invite remote corners of the people, youth also, to come in and work in your incubation center, and one can work on these arrangements. So there are several such arrangements, role models possible and all. I think the critical thing is this is a setup. This is a setup where the youth have freedom to experiment, freedom to practice what they want to do. We don't want to influence their thinking too much, but nevertheless, we also need to help them to think through. So it's kind of a loose tight relationship, and I would say incubation center provide a loose coupling relationship. How two railway wagons are connected to each other. There is a coupling where the train moves in one direction, but the coupling, every coach is an independent coach. I think that's kind of conceptualization we can bring in. So we provide loose tight coupling. Okay, and that's the purpose of incubation center. So certainly it's a shared learning space. As I said, incubation, when incubators come together, they learn from each other, they collaborate. Even we ensure whenever physically they come to our campus, they are meeting our students collaborate with them, etc., etc. So there are many collaboration, shared learning thing, which is also a job of incubation center. We publish our annual report, we try to disseminate annual reports, etc., etc. So generally, incubation centers provide at no cost or minimum cost physical space, as I discussed before. And since we are not science and technology incubator, that's why we don't have scientific laboratories. But if you are operating in science and technology space also, maybe we need to have tinkering lab, we need to have fab lab, we need to have some testing facility. But again, I say that we need not create all the facility in one campus. We can distribute this facility and we can collaborate to use this for each other. As I said, coaching and mentoring is critical. I think that's the core of incubation. We also collaborate with people like Anuj. We have a network of investors, angel investors, some grant providers, etc., etc. We collaborate with some Government of India program to find funding opportunities. So we are only here to create opportunities for funding. We don't guarantee funding. I think that's the position we take. But there are incubators who have their own funds. There are many incubators who run their own funds. We also provide business services. Of course, this can be through outsourcing. Like we don't have any legal expert, we don't have any financial expert, but we have friends and friends who provide sometimes at free of cost these kind of services. So even IP services, IP filing services. So these are the typical services which are available in most of the incubation center at a very nominal cost. And of course, as I said, it's a place of networking. That's the kind of ideal incubation setup. This is what I have put it in the picture. If you see in the picture, mentoring, review and monitoring, which is the core of incubation, shared resources, funding, training and coaching, network support, and business services. Business services means maybe we can have some shared workspace where they can rent in on some services which are common in nature, for example, packaging services or maybe courier services, etc., etc. So these can be worked out depending on the need of the incubator. Every incubator will have its own position. What kind of enterprises it would like to focus on. Like we are domain agnostic. We don't worry much about the domains, and wherever we need technology support, we ask our network collaborators to help us in that way. But there are incubators who can be specific to specific theme of incubation also. So in India, these are the structures, these are the formats of incubator. Like we have one which we call as TBI, Technology Business Incubator, which is being approved by NSTDB of DST, but it takes time to get their approval. And once we are and TBI incubator, we are eligible to receive CSR grants from the companies. But as Anuj said, there are not many incidences where TBIs were given CSR fund, not many, hardly any. So though this is allowed by the law, but it doesn't happen too frequently. And there are steps also which are upgraded as TBI. There are several cases they are there. The second type of incubation facility center, which is mostly run by NGOs and several social welfare organizations. Even that's also one format of incubation. There are funded incubation centers by Department of Science and Technology. Particularly DBT has many such setup, fully funded and fully provided by them. But these are long things to do, which happens in collaboration with the state government. But I think this could be tried out in J&K probably. And there are incubators, as Anuj was saying, at IITs, IIMs, NITs, at least one incubator. In some cases, there are more than one incubator in these institutions. And several public and private incubators, I think there are many these days. All smart cities have their own incubator in the country. I know at least 4 or 5 of them quite active in supporting local startups. And also, there are few institutions who support social enterprises, who are mostly the trust or societies or some institutions set up by some foreign collaborator. But it's good, and I would say it's mandatory to be an independent entity. Incubation center should be an independent entity, though we are free to register ourselves as a trust or society. Anuj is an expert in that. Anuj can throw more light on that. But nevertheless, the most popular format is Section 8 company. That is a not-for-profit company. That's the most popular format. So I will strongly recommend if we can have not a Section 8 company registered as independent entity. That clears off a lot of hassles in terms of running incubation. In fact, in TSS, we have not done that so far. We are in the process of setting up a Section 8 company now because we thought that first we'll gain substantial experience in terms of our work, and that's what our governing board wanted us to do that. So in the 8th year, we are going to set up an independent entity, but we are operating as an incubator within TSS setup. But I would recommend that we should have an independent entity as soon as we can. And of course, venture capitalists, angel investors, and private equity agencies could be the network partner in the incubation. So ideal incubation, as I said before, would have a space for cross-learning, space for experimentation, space for resource sharing, and space for networking. These are the, I think, 4 fundamental functions which any incubation center should provide. This actually sums up. I think I have spoken about all of them, but it's important that incubation centers should give freedom to fail. I think, which Anuj also talked about. In India, we have that issue. There are social stigma about success and failures. I think as an incubation ecosystem, we should also be willing that students have freedom, the fearless freedom to experiment whatever they can do. But though we need to have mentoring, we need to have coaching, all the things in place. But nevertheless, allow students or youngsters, not necessarily students, to exercise their freedom of expression with the local resources, whatever they have. We have seen quite a few places, in fact, it happened with us also once or twice. There are private funding also, there are some charitable trusts, foundations, which Anuj also referred to, even individuals who fund startups. In fact, we are trying to mobilize, sometimes we try to mobilize individual funds also. So there are institutions, there are organizations who, without expecting any return out of their commitment to incubatees, are willing to fund. What they expect is the enterprise should grow. Probably we can also tap high network individual of that kind in our region to help us to grow. So these are some of the things which I referred to in the earlier slides. I talked about TBI, I talked about BIRAC supported biotechnology centers. The other support system which exists in the Government of India system is Niti Aayog also invites application in regular interval. I'm not sure whether the application are open at this point of time, and they help several places to set up Atal Innovation Center, popularly known AIC. Mostly they prefer AIC to be in those places where the TBIs are not there. They are more than willing to set up in remote areas some enterprises, but of course they have certain conditions. I think we can talk about it, or maybe the websites would be more authentic source of information. So there are several such things are happening. MSME ministry also talks about it. There are different ministries also have some provision of incubators. Ministry of Agriculture has that. Startup India, Stand Up India has some programs. So maybe we can look at different programs. I don't have very specific information, current information about them. But what I'm saying, these are the list of agencies who also support incubators. So maybe we can look at them. If not in terms of giving money for physical infrastructure, but they can help us differently. Like we connect with Startup Invest, we connect with Invest India under their Agni project. It's a non-funding support system, but it gives us a connect to the investors community. So maybe these kind of things can also help us to grow further and establish a conducive environment for enterprise creation. I think at the end of the day, the success of incubator is, have you created a conducive ecosystem for startups? I think that's the definition of a successful entrepreneur. Once again, I thank the organizers of this event for inviting me, for giving me this honor to talk to you. I have been a visitor to J&K and I love to come again. And please feel free if you think that we can help you in any way possible. Thank you very much. I may take questions if there are any.
Professor Majumdar, I have something to seek more information from you.
Ji.
You're a member of a very reputed organization, and you have been involved in many of the projects which have relevance on the social development and social fabric.
Yeah.
Agriculture and other sectors where the primary areas where your innovation was going to have indulgence.
Absolutely.
Know what are the factors which may have led to failure of startups mostly. Most factors which lead to failure of a startup in the initial stage itself, whether it's an ideation conception, ecosystem you are saying, or the help coming from the funding agencies or market research. What are the primary reasons for any field? We have come to the last presentation today, I believe, and we have known that only 20% of the ideas which are really workable ideas, out of 100 ideas workable, only 20 convert into business. What are the major reasons? So that we can take care of those reasons getting failure, and what are the factors which may lead to more success stories? And you've done something in Uttarakhand or in J&K or Northeast. What are the priorities and what are the areas we should be focusing more upon? We have listed handicraft, agriculture as a primary concern. Some new domains which we are building upon. I would like to know more about these two factors: failure factors and success factors, and what are the lead stories to share with.
Sure. Thank you, sir. A very valuable question, I would say. I think first I will talk about the failures. Since we incubated more than 50 startups, social startups, I would say. I think my information, my observation, I would say, it's a team dynamics is the major source of failure, major reason of failure. The founding team could not come together, could not gel together, because the moment something started happening or something doesn't start happening at the end of second or third year, the founding team breaks away. I think and that's what we insist a lot, to create a founding team which is committed to work together for reasonably long term. That's my first experience. The team is the biggest problem, not the fund. My experience is enterprises have not closed down because of lack of fund. Enterprises have closed down, lack of bad team, more so founding team, and bad articulation about the market opportunities. And of course, that's our job as a mentor to help them to think through. But it's if I put it one word, bad management is the first reason for failure. The lack of fund is not so important reason, in my opinion, because we have seen that there are agencies, there are people who came forward to help the startups, if not investors, other than investors also. So my experience is reasonably good with investors. I didn't see investors behaving too erratic or too hostile with the startup. I didn't see that happening. That's my first answer. The second answer is there could be two perspectives to look at enterprise creation. And again, I'm saying this is my moral duty as a mentor. There could be two perspectives. One is we look at the resources and see what can we do with the resources. For example, JNK is full of craftsmanship of various kinds. I take craftsmanship, the skill, the knowledge, the capability as a resource. Even if it's not a physical resource, it's an intellectual resource, it's a social resource, right? So what do we do with this resource? So that could be one way to look into enterprise creation, that I have set of resources which I can access, and what can I do in terms of market. That's one type of approach which we do with all state livelihood mission projects. We work with Maharashtra State Livelihood Mission Project also. So that's the approach we take. Second approach could be the market-based approach. That means there is a need, there is a demand in the market. Can we mobilize the resource and put it? So investors would certainly like to, Anuj will agree with me, investors would certainly like to know where we are looking for investment. And that's what I think he also spoke about in the beginning, that where are we seeking investment and why are we seeking investment? I think that's fundamental question which most of the startups are not able to articulate well. To be honest with you, sir, we don't promote idea-centric enterprises. Idea coming out of vacuum, we don't encourage them. We say, fine, idea is fine, but proof that this idea works. At least get one customer. Show me there is one customer who is interested in talking to you. Whether you make profit or loss, we don't care about it. But do you see a potential customer coming and talking to you, buying your product and services, and willingly paying to you, what we call as a value creation? So I think the first test of a market is also very critical for us. So we don't encourage people to come with ideas. So we don't talk to them only with the idea if they come with idea. So we call it as, we also call it as I3, idea, implementation, impact. And we say first finish at least 1 or 2 cycles of I3 and then come and talk to us. So articulation of market, articulation of customer, articulation of size of the market, economies of the market, economies of enterprises. These are some of the critical things we provoke them to think through. And that's why our mentoring sessions are very critical. They meet us every month, and we give them milestones. They come and report us. We connect them to the incubation network partners. So I think that's your answer to your second question, sir. The third question what you asked is, do you have some stories? I can tell you a few stories, maybe a couple of them. Particularly, I'll talk about agriculture to begin with, because maybe I'll talk about two, one in agriculture and one in handicraft. So we have an enterprise called Krishi Naturals, located in Vadodara in Gujarat. Coincidentally, he was our graduate, Ketan Parmar. And he, by his own interest, because we also look at entrepreneur, we don't see only the enterprises, but we also look at the entrepreneur. What is the potential of this person to succeed? That's also very important, which an incubation center has to look into. So, because in the beginning, we only see the person, we don't see the enterprise. Enterprise will come next. So, seeing the person, evaluating the person is very, very critical. So, Ketan developed interest in organic farming. So, he did some pilots and he could assess that organic farming is profitable, but he didn't see only from the market lens. He looked at it more from the farmer lens. And he said, as we have the articulation is as we have a family doctor, as we have a family physician or something like that? Why don't we have family farmer? Why should we not know from where the food is coming? And that's the articulation he had, and then built up the entire. It was a supply chain solution. It was a supply chain solution, getting the fresh vegetable twice in a week from the fresh from the farm, getting into the entire distribution channel, and ensuring the vegetable which is plucked in the afternoon of day one is delivered by 8 o'clock in the morning the following day. And the freshness is the promise. And interestingly, so you will be surprised that the customers were willingly paying advance money to him. Customers to pay 1 week in advance because customers. So the question is, if the customers see value, money is not a problem. That's my argument. It worked very well. Subsequently, customers said that, can you supply us A2 milk? Normally, what the milk which we drink is from the dairy is A1 milk. So customer wanted A2 milk, which is actually a protein-rich milk. So protein-rich milk is available in Gujarat through a specific breed of cow called Gir. So he could identify a group of tribals who own these cows. So actually, that's the end-to-end value creation. So now he has very strong network. He has a pasteurization and chilling center, which is actually invested again by a customer. So customer has become an investor, and that's the provocation we bring in. That we say, why not customer becomes a stakeholder in your enterprise, and that's the largest stickiness we can create. He has kept up, so, and now he has investors. He has moved very well in 5-6 years. He has moved very well. Now he has a proper setup, and I think he's doing very well. So far as the milk is concerned, he has kind of put vegetable in the steady state, but milk has grown up. But that's opportunity and entrepreneurs look into. I'll quickly give another example. We have another startup in Lucknow. The chicken curry work woman. The chicken curry, as we know, is very unorganized. Women are paid very less, and of course, so-called problem of the middlemen. Of course, middlemen are actually supply chain partners. If we remove middlemen, the business doesn't happen. I think that's also another side of the story. So he organized this woman together and provided them a very sort of decent work environment. Their income has increased multifold, threefold. They're earning more than earlier they used to earn hardly 700 rupees per month. Now they earn close to 2,500 per month, almost threefold increase in their income. He organized them at a workplace. Workplace is reasonably balanced. He does end-to-end, right from bringing the fabric, cutting, because he understood that if he outsources this work, it doesn't create value. So that setup has gone very well, and he supplies to the best of the brands in the country. Fab India and all these people are his customers. Jaipur, all these people are his customers. He has grown very well. We supported him. Ketan and Mohit, this Lucknow chicken curry person, both of them were supported by us by initial grant fund, and they have grown very decently. These are very inspiring stories. Maybe we can learn some lessons from them for application. I hope so. I could answer all your 3 questions.
Yeah, but there always is there's a desire to know more and more from the TIS organization to bank upon for ideas and experiment sector. I just want to know more about 1 or 2 things.
Yeah.
Suppose we have a requirement, as we have already seen, pharmacy online, medicine online. There's already idea getting implemented in Delhi and metros. Suppose to do in Srinagar. So what would be required to be put in place for getting this incubation or idea rather supported? And we know that we have services like Doctors on Call.
Yeah.
That type of service, Urban Club.
Yes.
In Srinagar also, we require Doctors on Call. We require word online. This situation was there in the COVID. So if somebody has already incubated this, and there may be an IPR or may not be a patent. So what are the modalities? How to, and have you any working experience on such a model, that some idea was making business in Hyderabad, and you could your idea and started in Mumbai, or some idea working in Mumbai, Guwahati. Collaboration, networking, and whatever is happening. So then that is allowed, and then we'll be having a lot of ideas to be imported, and will be starting their business enterprise tomorrow. Need not to have hand holding. Already the water is tested.
Absolutely.
What
that's what you said, sir, and that's where I talked about networking of incubators also, because we need not reinvent the wheel. If something is already trial tested elsewhere, we can quickly learn from them, and we have been doing that. But I'll just give you one example. We have an incubatee who has created an IP-based dryer, a vegetable dryer, particularly the issue of overgrowing of tomato in the season, which go waste. And we have seen farmers, actually we work very closely with the agriculture community across few locations. We have seen farmers throwing tomato in their field because they think that it fetches only 2 rupees per kg, whereas the cost of transport is more than 2 rupees. So better to throw it in the field. So we have been feeling pain. So this person actually addresses this issue. He has 2 prototypes already developed, trial tested, and he is doing it. Now he is getting into the branding of the products also. So farmers can come to his setup, and the setup is in the village. It's a dryer. It's a very efficient dryer where such vegetables or excess production can be dried to begin with. It can be otherwise also, but to begin with, excess production can be dried. And there are companies like all these pizza companies, they are looking for dried vegetable. So one can kind of connect with them. So recently we are working with a group of farmers in northern Madhya Pradesh in Bina, where there also the farmers are facing same problem. And our incubator already have a machine already designed. He has an IP also. So we have connected to both of them. So now they are under discussion. Can they develop a processing unit in the village itself so that the cost of processing can come down? And if we can create a warehouse in the village itself, so I think the products can be stored in the village itself. So and there are schemes of government, we can look into that. Though I don't have any specific scheme in mind at this point of time, but we can look into the government scheme also. But nevertheless, entrepreneurs can actually take advantage of this networking very well. We help them to network. We connect them to several such people across. So if you see a problem an entrepreneur want to solve, so basically entrepreneurs are a problem solver. If somebody is trying to solve a problem in Srinagar and already in our network or in our extended network, somebody has already test tried it somewhere else, probably will help them, both of them to collaborate, work together. So it could be win-win for both of them. So we have done several such initiatives. We have connected people together. They have joined together to create an enterprise quickly. So I think, sir, that's also a job of incubation center. Incubation center may not have a very elaborate building setup. I think networking, mentoring, this in my opinion, is the fundamental job of incubator. We would love to help if you think that we can be of any value to your incubation setup system to begin with. And we can make it a very low cost, agile, very quickly doable model. We can articulate it collectively if there is a need.
Yeah, thank you very much, Majumdar Sahab. I would just taking clue from your discussion. We have opportunity available currently. We have our GIs for saffron.
Yeah,
I3Cs
right.
collaborate with our incubation centers, be it
Yes.
on the IT, be it on the EDI,
Yes.
or be it in the Islamia College. I
Ji,
will
ji.
collaborate on doing some innovation,
Perfect.
GIs indicator of saffron.
Sure.
What packaging can be done? How
Yes.
to? So government is
Yes.
also, but I want my students to take a lead. Why
Absolutely.
not working on the GIS and a
Absolutely.
saffron already notified, or for
Yeah.
Pashmina wool, or for the
Yes.
those traditional knowledge things
Yes.
in the social fabric. So
Absolutely.
committing to our Islamic at least, because we are
Sure.
in the context of Islam today.
Yeah.
Incubation center, I'm getting my resource linked to. So I wish you give us your comfort and your commitment that
Yeah.
helping us in leveraging on the GIS at least. The
Absolutely.
GIS
Absolutely.
leverage for getting incubation and innovations done.
Ji.
Let us get the new life.
Sure.
New life horizon.
Sure. Yeah.
Get your commitment on it.
Yeah, sure. No, you can take us committed, sir. We'll be happy to do that because that's why we exist in the system. So certainly, yeah, there.
I wish to take your innovation center as a collaborative center for our Islamia College Incubation Center.
Absolutely, we'll be happy, sir. We'll be more than happy to do that. I'll talk to my director, and there's no reason why we should not say yes to that. We'll do that, sir. We'll do that.
An official right for that, an official.
Sure. Yes.
Put it on your
Absolutely.
technology.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benefit out of the experiments you've done.
Sure. We'll be happy to do that, sir. We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you so much, Professor Majumdar, for that elaborate presentation. And I thank you again, because even before the floor was open for discussions and questions, Sir has asked you so many questions and you have answered all of them so well. I hope many questions on the floor are clear by now. But even before the floor was set open, one question was reserved for you from our Noori principal, Dr. Yasmin Ashai. She wanted to be the first person to ask a question. Ma'am.
Sure.
Very much, Mr. Bajjan. My question may seem very naive, or I may seem very naive while asking this question, but as a student of human development, I'm compelled to do that. Social enterprise or social impact? That's my question. Now, when any incubatee starts an enterprise or an entrepreneur, see, he does it or she does it, number one, for economic gains, and number two, directly or indirectly, this individual is helping the society. Now, if we are saying, if I'm submitting an idea or a proposal as a proposal with social impact, one, do I get an edge over the funding which I'm applying for or any kind of additional resources or facilities? And two, if so, are there any fixed guidelines while I submit my idea or a project to any kind of agency? What kind of guidelines do I have to adhere to as an entrepreneur so that my idea or my project qualifies to be a project with high social impact? Thank you.
Okay. So thanks for the question. Actually, there is a thin line between business enterprise and social enterprise, and even business enterprise also do make some social impact. But the question is, what comes first, social impact or economic impact? I think that simplify the question that whether it is a social enterprise or not. Social enterprises have a different set of investors. Anuj is an expert in that. In fact, Anuj guides us a lot. Anuj is already there in this session. So there are different set of investors, different set of agencies who support social enterprises. So typical VC might not be interested because they have different mandate. But VC also manage funds actually, so they have different mandate for the fund. But nevertheless, there are investors who are interested in social enterprise. So we need to talk to them so far as the investment is concerned. The third thing is there are several programs which are social impact programs, because I sit in a couple of committees of DST and DBT of Government of India. They are actually specifically designed for creating social impact. Of course, we are becoming a little stringent on approving the projects because we have seen that the impact could be more than what it has been historically. So if you look at the websites of DBT or DST, there are several announcements for the impact-centric initiative. Good thing is if we qualify and we get funded for that, that's an institution funding actually. So Islamia College as an institution can get funded. Of course, if it is a technology based, so we need to have a technology collaborator also, which I'm sure is possible through agriculture college or other technology departments. So they provide grant funds for social impact work. So we can straight away take that fund for a seed investment for the enterprises. So there actually you need not pay anything. Anil was talking about the grants. Okay, those are the grants which are also available for Government of India. In fact, there are quite a few international and private grants also. Time to time announcement comes. I don't have anything specific at this moment, but nevertheless there are grants which are specifically for those who create social impact first. So the question is impact first or economic return first? I think impact first is something, and we can develop a framework. In our incubation center, we have a framework to report the impact. So certainly that's the job of incubation center, to create that framework, to get it implemented, to mentor them, to help them develop business model, etc. I think these are the jobs incubation center does.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, I hope that answers your question. Sir, another question from the students of Islamia College that has come to me. How can research and incubation centers help us to provide an industry interface?
There are various ways to do industry interface actually, various ways. A institution can do it, the faculty can do it, institution ecosystem can do it. But since it is a student question, so I'll ask a student answer actually. In our institute, we have very vibrant e-cell. That's a student body, e-cell. And they do several things independent of us. We are just a kind of guardian. Even I don't attend all their meetings also, because the moment I go, they start talking different language. I don't want them to become goody to me. Let them do what they want to do. They talk innovation. They invite expert speakers. They develop some model and implement. And believe me, we don't fund them. I don't give them a single penny. Earlier, we used to give a little bit of money from our sources here and there, but we don't fund them at all. And they do a fantastic job. And sometimes the industry interfaces are created by them. We don't do it. We just give them some clue, we just give them some idea, and they bring the industries together. So since you are a student, I'm answering you. please ensure that incubation center in a college cannot work in isolation. You are one of the biggest stakeholders, and I'll put it in quote unquote. If students are not active, students are not innovative, students are not creating the ecosystem for themselves, I think no incubation center can work. So whichever institutes I'm referring to, all of them have very vibrant student community, very vibrant student community. If you want, I can connect you to my ESL coordinators, the student coordinators. They can help you to think through what they do. They can connect you on webinars, because they do a lot of webinars. They do many things. In fact, they are launching some event tomorrow or day after. Sometimes we attend those events also. So I would suggest, please think what you can do for yourself before you talk what incubation center can do for you. So as a student community, can you gather 5 or 10 people and think how a vibrant ESL can work? So believe me, vibrant ESL is, in my opinion, one of the necessary condition to create a successful incubation center. And I can connect you to my student group. They are very vibrant, very active.
Thank you so much, sir, for that answer. And before we move on to other resource persons, there are questions reserved for other resource persons as well. If anybody has to ask anything to Professor Majumdar, okay. Thank you, sir. Now we have one question for Mr. Anu Sharma. I hope he's with us. And the question is the microfinancing model of Muhammad Yunus of Bangladesh workable for the underprivileged artisans?
Yes.
Anush, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Hello?
This question has been addressed to you.
Yeah, so microfinance per se, like if you see, it is primarily hinging on the fact that there is a group of people which are primarily bound together with a oath, which is primarily the backbone of a support that you are trying to talk about. And in that, you can have different kind of livelihood related initiatives. It could be a artisan, it could be a farming group, it could be vegetables, it could be various other things as well, a tailoring people as well. And for artisan group, it will work very, very, very well, because you need smaller loans. You don't need large amount of loans for micro artisans group. And they can form some JLG groups, joint liability groups, and that kind of things can then register themselves if they want, or there could be a microfinance institution. So if I'm not wrong, in Srinagar, there is no NBFC right now, non-banking finance corporation. So maybe it could be one of the first steps that you can take to start an NBFC or a Section 8 that can also start doing a microfinance. But if you want to do it in a more, like I will say, in a bigger manner, if the scale has to be bigger, then it will be good if you have a non-banking finance corporation license, which has a microfinance related thing as well. And it could be done at a larger scale as well.
Thank you so much, sir. And the question was asked by Dr. Altaf Hussain Yattu, GDC Kokernag. I hope that answers your question, sir. We have another question. These questions are online, and we have another question for Mr. Parvez Kesser. And the question is asked by Dr. Javed, Assistant Professor, GCW, MA Road, Srinagar. The question is, have you ever got a proposal for organic farming, particularly organic fruits and vegetables? I feel this is an excellent area to work on in our valley.
In fact, I was myself in organic farming till 2014 floods. We were in organic farming of high value vegetables under controlled conditions. And to our surprise, we could get a yield of 20 kgs from one tomato plant in our controlled atmosphere. In open field, it is not possible to get more than 7 or 8 kgs. And then in that environment, we tried saffron also with great success. And in addition to that, we were in organic cut flour business as well till floods. But this is a very good and nascent market which we can tap. Originally, all farming was organic. Recently, we have switched over to inorganic things. And another advantage of using organic pesticides and fertilizers is that they are not harmful, not to the environment, but to the person using them also. We would get one Suraksha, it was Suraksha pesticide, organic, and the party which sold that to us, they would say, you can drink it. It's so safe. And then similarly, we were using nitrogen fixers instead of using urea. So this field has great scope, and we have had some experience of about half a dozen projects in Kashmir, and one project in Uttarakhand, and one project in Mandi, Himachal, and the results are very good. In Kashmir also we can try it, and probably direct offshoot of our agriculture and horticulture can be a fertilizer for organic farming.
Very good.
Thank you so much, sir. Since we have many participants on online mode also, so we are trying to accommodate all the questions. One question for Mr. Irtif, and the question is, how do business incubators differ from small business development centers? The question is asked by Dr. Shaukat Ahmed, Assistant Professor Commerce, GDC Tral.
The major difference between the two is that in an incubation center, you are provided everything, including the mentoring, networking, as well as financial help. And in entrepreneurship cells, you are just connected.
Networking. Connected networking only.
Okay. So that is one of the major differences between an entrepreneurship cell and an incubation center, because incubation center gives a kind of a protection to this incubatee for a period of time, and they are associated with these incubation centers primarily for a year, and then which could be extendable by another year, and given all the facilities for him setting up his enterprise and also scaling it up.
Thank you.
I also, one point that I wanted to add about this agriculture thing, there's a startup we have in Badgam, a girl who has done her master's in Korea. She was in Korea, did her master's there, and now came back. She's building her own seedlings now to sow next year. She has built some very good organic farm in the place, and she's doing pretty good. So there's a lot of opportunity for organic farming in JNK.
Yeah, I must say that Mediterranean market, whatever they consume, whatever they produce, we in Kashmir can produce the same and also consume and produce for them also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I thank all the resource persons, but I'm sorry because I cannot accommodate any more questions, though many questions are pouring in. But I am sorry because of paucity of time, I'm not allowed to take any more questions.
You pass it to the concerned resource.
Yeah, we will forward it to the concerned resource persons. All your doubts, queries, and questions will be answered. With this session, the technical session is over, but actually the journey begins now. The journey towards new research, utilization of hubs, working together of hubs and spokes to strengthen our higher education in the real sense of the term, and making J&K a model of higher education in India. Personally, I thank you all for bearing me out for the whole day. Before I sign off, I invite Professor Abdul Majid Dar, Staff Secretary, Islamia College of Science and Commerce, to formally thank one and all by presenting a formal vote of thanks. Sir, can we have you here, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Going by the hierarchy at the outset, I, as Staff Secretary of College, on behalf of my principal, Professor Dr. Sheikh Ejaz, on behalf of my faculty, both teaching and non-teaching, extend heartfelt gratitude to our worthy Commissioner Secretary, Higher Education Department, Mr. Talat Parvez Rohila. Sir, we feel honored in your presence, and I believe that in a short span of time, I mean just in 10 or 15 days, you visited us twice, sir. Your visit to the college encouraged we people for the jobs assigned to us by our commander, by our boss principal, and then this percolates down to the faculty, sir. So hearing you today was a great experience. Till I joined this conference hall, and making an honest confession, I know too little about the theme of the workshop. The way you deliberated upon the themes, the way you interacted with the worthy participants,
with the resource persons, and the way you generated a lot of ideas. So we had a great intake today, which was the theme of this seminar, this workshop. We are looking forward to work under your patronage, sir, and hope that this college realizes its dream of becoming deemed to be university, sir. Hearing you was a great experience in one more sense, sir. I'm a student of language, I teach language. Your lecture, which was extemporary, you're very clear about your vision, about your mission, and the spontaneity of your content. So I too can participate in similar types of seminars because I'm a layman to science and management and commerce studies. So I could learn a lot, and I believe my colleagues also learned a lot. We had a lot of revered guests on this occasion. So taking this opportunity, I also extend my gratitude to worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Merajuddin, who time and again visits this college at a lot of occasions. And then I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our worthy director, colleges, Professor Pizada Sahab, and then to our Professor Madam, Nodal Principal Professor Yasmin Ashai, for being present on this occasion. We had some resource persons and some worthy guests on this occasion. And one of the most important guests I believe we had today with us was the Director, Industries and Commerce, Mr. Mahmood Ahmed Shah. The collaboration between academy and industry is vital for the success of this kind of an initiative. And then we also had with us today Mr. Sanjeev Rana, representing Higher Education Department in the capacity of Additional Director. I also extend my gratitude and thanks to him for his presence. And then we had also some virtual participants. And the most important participant we had early in the first technical session was Mr. Ramanathan, and I believe he was the keynote speaker on the occasion. And listening to him was a wonderful experience, and he too could generate a lot many ideas. I extend my gratitude and thanks to him on behalf of my faculty. And then we also had with us today Mr. Parvez Kaisar, Director ABLE, Data Consultants. Again, it was a wonderful experience hearing you because of your innovations, your real life experiences that could add a lot to this audience in terms of our information regarding the subject. And then we had one more worthy guest with us today, Mr. Artif Lon, as in charge CII BM. And then this is not a generalizing kind of an attitude. I believe all our worthy principals, they are individual, distinctive personalities, but because of paucity of time and technicalities. So let me say, all our revered principals and their presence made us happy because they're the real ambassadors who back home at their respective colleges shall have to work with the idea. I extend my thanks to all my worthy principals on behalf of my faculty, my revered principal, for their presence, for their encouragement. And back at home in the college regarding the event, I extend my gratitude and thanks to IT and SS department. I have the companionship of Professor Qayyum Ahmad Wadusal for his excellent job and efforts he put in to make this program a great success. And then we also had with us the supporting staff in the shape of our protocol team. And I believe we had the best possible lunch today. So for this, there was a special mention of our revered colleagues, our Professor Dr. Tawat Saab and Professor Dr. Hanif Saab, for their excellent job and efforts, and then enabling us to move out of these COVID trauma circumstances after a very long time. And then our local fund employees, and whose efforts must go noticed They did a wonderful job, and the kind of the cologne and guidance they could provide us today in this conference hall during our lunch, it was because of their great efforts. There is one more mention I want to say because she's a colleague who deserves appreciation on this occasion because our worthy commissioner sir also mentioned her. She represented us yesterday at SP College and she is the convener of ICSC Research Hub for Commerce and Management. And then she represented us yesterday and reportedly she represents us to the best possible satisfaction. We thank her for representing us the way we deserved. Now, at last, I also mentioned those whom I couldn't mention, our dear students, who are the real stakeholders, our representatives, who made their presence during these tough times, despite a schedule being framed for them to appear in offline mode of examination. The presence was all important and it was all encouraging for the faculty and the students also. I thank you all, sir. I will have forgotten some names possibly. In case I have forgotten any name, I will be forgiven for that. And my revered colleague, before I leave, it would have been then telling upon my nerves. It was a beautiful way of organizing the event. My colleague, Professor Ohega from the Department of English, she carried the proceedings very nicely. She deserves all admiration for all her efforts.
Good, good.
Now,
You should appreciate me.
I will come to this. So there is always a last word from staff secretary in this college. This whole affair, the way this could be put together, this initiative, this great initiative, this was possible only because of my great young visionary dynamic leader, Professor Sheikh Ejaz. Since this is not my mandate to talk about his achievements, but since there's a little provocation, he's already talked about it, but I must add a bit to it, that it was under his dynamic and able leadership that this college could manage to introduce at least 14 new programs. And I personally believe in coming years, if this college, inshallah, is to become a deemed to be university, Professor Ejaz will be remembered for all times for his excellent job, for his visionary leadership. And one more important thing at this occasion I will share with my colleagues is that this for the first time that Islamia College feels a great connect with our higher education department. And this is something which has gone down to the extent that I believe I said it percolates down to the faculty. We feel honored that this college right now enjoys a great patronage under the dynamic leadership of our worthy commissioner. And our worthy principal consequently enjoys a great patronage by our worthy commissioner. Thank you all.
I would like to add here, sir, they have constantly telling one thing that we are not a government college. I told him then you are more than a government college.
You are more than a government college.
Our worthy commissioner has given all the initiatives to Islamia College.
Yeah, more
so
than a
you are
government
standing
college.
very tall in the committee of colleges.
You are more than a government college.
Thank you very much.
They must admit it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good speaker, eh?